All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Like I said, please silence your cell phones. Please close the back door and any side doors that are open. I greatly appreciate it. If we're going to continue to talk, if we can just bring that outside to the lobby, we would like to get started. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 25th day of September in the year 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 6:03 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Yeah.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Here.
Councilperson Saleh. Councilperson Solomon.
Here.
Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGise. Not here?
But she's in the building.
Okay. Councilperson Rivera
Here.
and Council President Waterman. We have 8 council members in attendance at 6:03 p.m. Can we kindly rise for a moment of silence, please? I'd like to dedicate this moment of silence to Lois Chismar, who's a family friend, long-term Jersey City resident, and Manuel C. Laritto. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice. How are you? Can someone please close the back door? Thank you very much. On behalf of Council President Waterman and the members of the Municipal Council, in accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor, the hall, which is the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2024, and filed in the office of the city clerk on Thursday, November 30th, 2023. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, September 20th, 2024 at 12:03 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. And I will mark the record to reflect Councilperson DeGise present at 6:05 p.m. So we now have all 9 council members present at 6:05. Okay. If you would allow me to read the first reading ordinance into the record.
On time.
First reading ordinance, item 3.1, City Ordinance 24-087 is an ordinance amending Chapter 188 to establish a local preference for affordable housing units created by local regulations and requirement. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 24-088 is an ordinance amending Chapter 321 of the Municipal Code of the City of Jersey City. Council members, I'm going to be taking a vote for introduction on items 3.1 through 3.2. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore. We just need to make sure everybody's mic is on. Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Items 3.1 through 3.2 are introduced unanimously, 9-0. Before we move on to our second reading ordinances, I believe we have a special request. If you can just bear with me 1 second. So I believe we are going to defer to item 10.1. Which is Resolution 24-708, is a resolution honoring Aaron Joan Williams and the Rescue Treats. Councilperson Solomon, would you like to read the resolution into the record?
Sure.
Oh, before we do that, let me take the motion to defer. I apologize.
Motion.
Motion was made by Councilperson Solomon. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to defer to item 10.1, Resolution 24-708, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 9-0 to defer to item 10.1. Councilman Solomon, if you wouldn't mind reading into the record, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Sure. And Aaron, if you want to come up to the podium while we read. So this is a resolution honoring Aaron Jones Williams and Rescue Treats. Whereas Aaron Jones Williams, a local entrepreneur and former foster child who overcame significant personal challenges, has demonstrated incredible compassion and leadership by founding Rescue Treats, a company dedicated to supporting dog rescues through the sale of all natural dog treats, with the innovative model of allowing customers to select a local rescue to support with each purchase. And whereas Aaron took the bold step after a successful career as a risk analyst, using his personal savings to launch Rescue Treats, driven by a desire to give back to the rescue community and inspired by his own experiences as a foster child. And whereas Rescue Treats, a certified minority business enterprise, bakes high-quality, all-natural dog treats free from junk, fillers, or preservatives, and donates its profits to dog rescue organizations, helping to give countless dogs a second chance at a life in loving homes. And whereas Aaron continues to lead Rescue Treats with a deep commitment to philanthropy, working tirelessly as both a CEO and consultant to ensure that all profits go towards supporting dogs' causes. And whereas Rescue Treats has become a vital partner to local dog rescues in the tri-state area through its dedication to ethical practices, transparency, and community support, it has earned a loyal following of customers and rescue advocates who believe in its missions. Whereas Aaron Jones Williams' life story and commitment to helping dogs find their forever homes serves as an inspiration to others, demonstrating the power of perseverance, compassion, and the impact that one individual can have on the lives of both animals and people in their community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the City Council, honor and recognize Aaron Jones Williams and Rescue Treats for their outstanding contributions to dog rescue organizations and their tireless efforts to improve the lives of animals in need. And we extend our deepest gratitude for their continued dedication to make a positive difference in the world.
Thank you. Before we ask you to speak, we want to make sure the city council totally approves the resolution, then we can clap again. So on item 10.1, Councilperson Ridley.
As a dog lover and, fur baby mom, I really appreciate what you're doing and your unique take on your business, supporting animals. And I think that your story, your personal story, is a great inspiration to people and business owners alike. So thank you. Continue to keep up the good work, and I vote aye.
You, Councilperson Prinzary.
So as an animal lover, animal owner, fosterer of animals, doing things like this to take care of the creatures that take care of us and love us unconditionally is so incredibly valuable and important. Thank you for all you do. I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Baggiano.
An animal lover also, I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Saleh.
Thank you so much for all the work that you do within our community and helping man and woman's best friend. Most people view dogs as members of their family, and for you to help them find that forever home, that is not just good for the dog, it's good for the humans as well. So, and thank you to Councilman Solomon for highlighting individuals such as yourself that do all of this work in our community. So with that, I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Solomon.
I joked I don't have any dogs or pets at home because I'm busy keeping my children alive, but one day that will change. And Aaron, your ability to combine entrepreneurship with social vision and social commitment to a broader community says so much, and it's the exact model of what people we have done in Jersey City and we want more of. So a well-deserved recognition, and thank you so much for what you're doing. I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
First and foremost, I just want to commend you for overcoming. As a recipient of foster homes, it is extremely hard to get your life back together after you've been pulled in many directions from your family and friends whom you grew up with. So I want to commend you, one, on that. And I also want to let you know that God gives his truest warriors the hardest challenges. You have an extremely bright future, young man. And as a dog owner and a former individual in foster care, I normally took to my dog as that companion and that comforting mechanism. So congratulations on all your endeavors. I proudly vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Fajis.
Proud rescue dog mom to many, many rescue dogs. Thank you for what you're doing. We're excited. We'll try your treat soon and let you know. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
So, as the owner of probably the craziest French bulldog east of the Mississippi, your products are great. I proudly vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Congratulations, I vote aye.
City Resolution 24-708 is approved unanimously, 9-0. Congratulations. Okay, now is the time we're going to put you on the spot a little bit. And if you don't mind bringing up the mic a little bit to you, you should. Yep. All. And then the floor is yours.
So first off, I want to thank everyone for your recognition. I'm here in a room surrounded by people who truly care for Jersey City, and it shows. And that's what we have our bakery here in Jersey City. We joke that our bakery has been broken into 3 times by dogs, which we have the security camera footage. It's a interesting problem. But we've gotten so much love from the community. C Spot Rescued is the largest rescue here in Jersey City. Big supporters of us, and we continue to keep doing new and innovative things. I would not be a successful CEO if I didn't pitch one thing. We have a upcoming school fundraiser program, which is a double fundraiser, and you guys will see that hopefully soon. We're just going to steer more money to rescues, and that's it. And that's just the goal. We're different. So appreciate you guys.
If you could just stay there a second, they're going to take a couple of pictures with you. Okay. On to our second reading ordinances. And before I start with the second reading ordinance, I just have a couple of housekeeping notations. So I'm sure there's a lot of speakers on specific ordinances. One thing from the public, we need you to stay on the subject of the ordinance. You will be guided if you fall off the subject, but if you fall off twice, we will call the next speaker. So you got to make sure that you stay on the subject of the ordinance and it's not a question and answer debate. We don't want you guys to wasting any of your speaking time. You get 3 minutes to speak. So if you have any questions, you can always get the council members' aid or an email address to address those concerns that you may have as far as a question is concerned. So I just wanted to go over that housekeeping rules as far as second readings go. And if you are speaking and you didn't sign up to speak, when we get to specific ordinance, we would just like you to line up by the podium in orderly fashion and just be patient and be courteous to your other speakers and hold the applause until the speaker is done because it does interrupt the time that the speaker has. Okay. With that being said, I will go on to the second reading ordinance, which is item 4.1, City Ordinance 24-076. It's an ordinance establishing the Jersey City Municipal Construction Board of Appeals. This ordinance was carried from the September 11th meeting. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. Again, I ask you to make sure that you stay on the subject of the ordinance. If you do not, you will be instructed to do so. Second time, we will call the next speaker. With that being said, I see our first speaker. Let me just get the camera ready. Philip Carrington.
I'm in favor of dismembering this Construction Board of Appeal. I've been before the Construction Board of Appeal a couple of times. It has its use where construction is concerned. But for everything you do or you appeal, you have to pay $50 and hire an attorney to go before the Construction Board of Appeal. Let me say exactly what I mean. I went before the Construction Board of Appeal on the issue of fire and fire code violations. I raised questions there and they didn't understand the real purpose for being there or understand the laws of the fire code. What should have happened is that I should have been taken or go before the fire department up to the fire captain to ask a question on an appeal for fire, as opposed to be in front of the Construction Board of Appeal, spend hours, days, had to appeal it, go through every court. So the Construction Board of Appeal was not needed then. And then I had the appeal before the fire department. Now on, it was an itinerant license. And it was a simple question of the law that the fire department denied me. And again, I had to go again before the Construction Board of Appeal. That law was a food cart needed a fire suppression system. The law says if the car or truck was enclosed, then you need a fire suppression system. But if you have a free standing, that was not needed. And so I question how you can deny me when the law is clear. To appeal that, you had to go before the Construction Board of Appeal. That was not needed. And so I'm in agreement with dismembering the Construction Board of Appeal because it, for the most part, from my experience, was not needed. I'm in agreement with that, remove the Construction Board of Appeal, and there's some other reasons, but those are the most glaring from my perspective. I'm Phil Carrington, that's my viewpoint. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, if you could just spell your name for me for the record, I greatly appreciate it.
Yes, my name is Chris Capers, CHRIS, CAPER. CAPERS.
ERS. You speak a little fast. I'm sorry. I got you.
You got it?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So good evening, City Council. Like I said, my name is Chris Capers. I live in Ward F. I'm a member of the Labor's Local 3. I'm here to speak about ordinance 24-076. So while I support the ordinance, voting yes does not help make sure workers are treated fairly in Jersey City. I hope you agree with me when I say that every Jersey City construction worker deserves to go home healthy with enough money in their paycheck to provide for their families. This isn't just about one bad contractor or one bad project. These days, development in Jersey City relies on worker exploitation. So while serving as a chair of the Construction Board of Appeals, Sonny Kumar allowed workers to be underpaid, overworked, exposed to dangerous conditions on his job sites. We at the Labor's Union, we are fighting back. In the last 6 months, we helped non-union construction workers in Jersey City recover nearly $500,000 in stolen wages, and that's just from 2 job sites. So can you imagine how much more money is owed to workers across dozens of projects we haven't even checked out or investigated? Construction workers put their bodies online every day, but developers line their pockets up to make profit over progress. So while I support it, I want to say that we do need to do more, but thank you for passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could do the same as the gentleman before you.
We'll try my best.
Okay. As far as just spelling your name, for instance,
First or last?
first and last.
Bernard, Shivers, Shivers.
SSHI
Bers.
EERS.
V.
B as in boy.
V as in Victor.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody up there. Good, I didn't see you guys in a long time. You know I come for a reason. There's always a reason why I come. I don't just come and speak out loud. I speak from the heart, I speak the truth, and I speak for the people. The reason why we should get rid of the board is that board decisions sometimes don't favor the right decision. And it's unfair to people small like me and other contractors that get denied for something they shouldn't have been denied for. When you deny a small company, you can corrupt and break that company. So I say, when you take food out of my kid's mouth and the workers that work for me, kids' mouth, that's a problem. That's a problem. But the thing about fixing a problem, solutionizing, is y'all can make it right. And I believe in every one of y'all. And I know you're gonna make the right decision. So getting rid of the board and revitalizing it later on, maybe a year, and have rules and regulations and bylaws so that they can't do things that they want to do. You have to go by bylaw, by the law. It's not structured right now. It's a good thing, but it's just not structured. And the fair thing to me and to the people is to structure it and make it fair. Right now, it's unfair. Some people that don't do construction would never feel that, but I feel it. Other contractors feel it. And it's not right. And it's unfair. Thank you.
Are you going to interpret?
Yes, I'm gonna be.
So I just need his name, his first and last name, if you could spell it.
Mi nombre es Eladio Benítez. Vivo en.
Name is Eladio Benítez.
Can you spell that for me?
Yeah, E-L-I.
You got to go slow because it's hard to hear. I'm getting an echo. Say it again.
E-L-I.
Thank you.
I-O-N. B as in boy. E-N-I-T-E-S.
Thank you.
Vivo en la ciudad de Newark.
I live in the city of Newark.
Trabajé hace hace un tiempo atrás trabajé con la compañía Euro y el motivo de estar aquí
Time ago, I worked for the company called Euro Concrete, and I'm here for that.
es por comunicar y hacer saber lo que está pasando, lo que nos pasó a mí y a mis compañeros.
Is to let you all know what I went through with this company.
Bueno, el tiempo que trabajé con la compañía fui mal pagado, discriminado, mis compañeros y yo.
During the time working for this company, I was discriminated, wrongfully paid, not only myself and my coworkers.
Hablamos con el sindicato de la Unión, empezamos a hablar con el sindicato de la Unión y cuando la compañía se enteró que nosotros hablábamos con el sindicato, nos despidió del trabajo.
Once we start talking to the union representative and we're explaining our situation, immediately the company decided to let us go.
En vista que fuimos despedidos del trabajo, empezamos a hablar con nuestros compañeros para unirnos y luchar por nuestros derechos.
And after that situation, we start talking to our previous former workers about the options with the union and everything that we're going through.
El apoyo de la Unión, el apoyo del sindicato ha sido muy importante para nosotros para llevar a cabo la lucha que vamos nosotros planteando y para seguir adelante.
The support of the union has been very helpful to us to be able to continue not allowing this to happen and be able to bring our point to you guys.
Hemos sido maltratados, hemos sido discriminados, nos han tratado muy mal en la compañía y por eso venimos aquí a dar a saber lo que está pasando.
We've been treated wrongfully, and finally we were able to bring to your attention all the wrongdoings under the company that we formerly worked for.
Mis compañeros y yo nos hemos unido y hemos tratado de seguir adelante en esta lucha, pues si estamos unidos para continuar y poder dar a saber lo que está ocurriendo y por ese motivo pues hemos sido maltratados en la compañía, pues y estamos aquí para que nos ayuden.
Because of all this, we appreciate your time and be able to say everything.
Thank you. So you want to just spell his name for me?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cristian Gómez.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Gomez. Cristian. Gomez, Gomez.
Thank you so much.
Trabajé un tiempo atrás con la compañía Euro.
I worked a while ago for the company Euro Concrete.
Ya que hemos sido explotados bajo los salarios y nunca nos pagaban lo que es el overtime.
Because we were underpaid and they never pay us rightfully what we deserve.
Hemos trabajado muchas horas. Mis compañeros han sufrido accidente y nunca llamaron lo que es una ambulancia. Todos acaban escondidos.
We worked many hours, and many cases we got into accidents, and they never called the ambulance to give us the proper care for it.
He sido amenazado en mi persona, a mi familia y a mis hijos.
I have been threatened to my personal ill and my family as well.
Ya que se enteraron que hablábamos con el sindicato, y a ellos no les gustaron, por eso nos despidieron.
Once they find out that we were talking to the union, they didn't like that, and that's why I got fired.
Hemos seguido hablando con mis compañeros sobre el sindicato. Hemos seguido en pie de lucha hasta el final. El sindicato siempre nos está respaldando y hasta ahora.
After that, we've been talking to the union constantly, and the previous members the previous workers. And since then, we've been having the support from the union.
Hemos trabajado en trabajo peligroso, sin protección, sin seguridad.
I have worked in a very dangerous situation and with no security.
Ya que ellos nunca nos daban nada, tocaba comprar uno mismo las cosas para poder trabajar.
Since they were not giving us the proper tools or the items to work properly, we had to buy them ourselves.
Perdón, ustedes se tienen que quedar con la ordinancia, están afuera de la ordinancia, entonces ellos te van a cortar el tiempo que ustedes tienen si no sigue en la ordinancia.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Before I ask for the spelling of the next speaker, I just want to remind the speakers, you must stay on the topic of the ordinance. Again, the topic of this ordinance is disestablishing the Municipal Construction Board of Appeals. Understand your hardships, and we care about them, but you have to stay on the subject of the ordinance. Thank you. You can bring the mic up. You just spell his name first.
Mi nombre es Carlos Hernández.
My name is Carlos Radix, Carlos Hernandez, Hernandez.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yo tiempo atrás trabajé para Euroconcrete.
I'm going to work for Euroconcrete.
Again, just got to make sure that he stays on the subject of the ordinance.
Estoy ahora, en este momento me siento bien.
At this moment, I feel okay.
Mi vida ha cambiado.
My life has changed.
Viví cosas abusos, a lo de ahora diferente.
I lived through abuses at the workplace.
Una vida buena, aparte de lo que viví con esos contratistas.
I had a good life besides what I went through with a contractor.
I'm going to pause here for a second. I'm going to pause your time. I'm going to say it again. He has to stay on the subject of the ordinance. I apologize. I understand the hardships, but you got to stay on the subject of the ordinance. We got to be fair to every speaker.
Okay.
La ordinancia está sacando el comité que está a cabo ahora mismito. Entonces, esa ordinancia, nosotros queremos saber si usted está a arreglo con esa ordinancia o no. Pero no tenemos que quedarnos en la ordinancia y no otras cosas.
Thank you, Councilperson Rivera.
Estamos aquí porque ya no queremos que siga sucediendo lo que está pasando y ha pasado atrás
We're here because we don't want to continue other people going through what we went through
en los trabajos.
with the company we were before.
Queremos que hagan muchos cambios para que que no pase lo que ha pasado y
We have many changes like this one so that this doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you. And it's, now you're up. So
I'm gonna
just
stay on point.
spell your name for me, please.
My name is Juan Iturralde. First name Juan, Juan. Last name Iturralde, ITU
ITU
RR
RR.
ALDE.
Thank you, sir.
All right. First, thank you for the opportunity. I'm an immigrant for over 25 years here, and I'm very happy to see this result. Why? I was the first in line at the job sites with this company, Euro Concrete. I witnessed a lot of wrongdoings, a lot of danger, a lot of people getting hurt, a lot of cutting corners, a lot of misusage of the workforce. And I also was part of having somebody that represents the city, or it was representing the city, coming and telling me and utilizing every possible asset from the city towards myself for using my First Amendment against what it was going on. So I'm very happy to see that this ordinance is being taken in place to utilize every single vote of yours and do something about it, because even though I tried for many months, it was still going on, and we were still talking to workers and giving them a hand, a channel to let us know what they were not being able to say inside behind those doors. So I give to all of you a thankful from the bottom of my heart, because those people, they deserve to be treated better, rightfully, and be paid fairly too as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Read the ordinance again so they know the topic. Read the ordinance again, the topic, please, because they're not on it.
So again,
This is
I'll read the ordinance into the record one more time, and we got to make sure that we stay on topic of the ordinance. This is an ordinance disestablishing the Jersey City Municipal Construction Board of Appeals. Okay, our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Osbert Orduña. I am here to speak exactly on this ordinance. I am in support of the establishment of this board. I am the owner of Jersey City's only unionized cannabis dispensary. De-establishing the Jersey City Municipal Construction Board of Appeals is a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done. Look around at the workers who have been speaking here tonight and who are here before you. They've been exploited, robbed, taken advantage of because they don't speak English clearly or because they come from poor communities. These workers here tonight are Black and brown from the most vulnerable communities and predators that own companies that have benefited from Jersey City development dollars must be held accountable. These companies and their owners should never hold another contract with Jersey City or have the opportunity to serve in any capacity, not even a volunteer capacity, on behalf of the city of Jersey City. So I urge you to vote yes to de-establish the Jersey City Municipal Construction Board of Appeals. This is what you can do as the city council to begin to make things right, but you should also go well beyond this measure to ensure that there is a future version of this Board of Appeals that has people on it who are responsible, ethical, and who respect workers' rights and the workers that work in the construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you could just spell your name for the record for me, please.
Anita Davis, Cynita Davis.
Can you spell your first name? I missed.
That's okay. Cynita. It's different. Sunita.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you
Hello,
so
my
much.
name is Sunita Davis, a Jersey City resident. I'm here for the same thing, same reason. Sonny Boy, he should never be on the board. He should always be accountable for what he has done. I know we're supposed to speak on the topic of the board, and that's what I'm going to do. Jersey City board needs to be away, go on away, figure out a better way, and I'm glad that y'all made that decision, because I am a construction union worker, and we had plenty of jobs. It used to be a career. And we have to get it back to the way it used to be. And I thank you guys for the decision you make. I'm going to keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 24-076. Okay. If you can spell your If you could spell your name for the record.
RIAZ
RIAZ
WAHID.
W-H,
AHID.
W-A-H-A?
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead, Rise.
Good evening, council persons. Yeah, so we absolutely have no issue of, you dissolving the board, and it's something that, we can work with it. That's not an issue at all here. There are many of us who are, small and medium and large developers. I hope all interest is concerned here. This was supposed to be passed last week, last board meeting, and for some reason, the council person delayed it. I really wanted you to know what happened in that meantime. There was a coup, and Sunny was thrown out, right? And all this has to be discussed too, why he was taken out. We as a community, we really felt very bad for that when you're going behind our back and doing things. And it could be done in the next meeting. If you think that, the concerned individual has violated any laws or anything, you could have referred him to ethics board. We as a community also want to know. I don't know why, Mira got involved with this and, she has to do this. And I request you also, again, I'm saying on the topic, when things like this come up, you should do a proper audit and see who is on the board, who is not on the board. There are city employees sitting in that board. Did you do your background? Right? Who called for this meeting? How this was done? This could be easily, like a lawsuit tomorrow morning for us, and which we taxpayers will end up in paying. Because specifically it says that. The law, if you look at the, the construction board appeals and statute, it says that there has to be a vice chair and et cetera, et cetera. The people, exactly, the point that I'm trying to make is someone like Sunny, who is part of us, who grew up along with us, and we are very happy to see him. And he brought a lot of transparency to the board. First time, there is a website and there's, everything is posted over that. Things were not like that. But again, we are happy that you're moving it. I'm sure he's also very happy that you're moving it over there. But I really want you to look into this, right? The way it was done last week and why this was postponed. And I am requesting the council president to come back and look at it. Who can sponsor this kind of ordinances, right? When a board comes to it, board, you had Ward B should have to look into Ward B issues. There was a, elevator in senior building was not operating at all for a long time. Where were you guys? Coming for rally and joining with us and fighting for us, but rallying against you, against yourself, right? This is not acceptable at all. Anyway, we are happy that we'll deal with the county. Again, talking about the union members here, I sympathize with them. But again, these people, this union, let people like you to vote in the ordinances where the union workers were not required to hire. You voted for it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Arjuman Javaria. We gathered here today as a united community, representing diversity and standing as a minority. We refuse to allow another expeditor to control the board or for non-minority individuals to regain dominance. This is a battle we have fought for decades. We urge the council to send this board to the county. It is imperative that we advocate for what is right and not allow non-minorities to suppress our voices once again. The council should trust the county board to represent Jersey City residents effectively. Should the council choose, they can always reinstate the board in the future, but it must come with the new rules and regulations to ensure diversity is upheld and non-diverse control is not allowed again. We believe minorities will receive a fair chance at the county level, unlike the current board, which risk being controlled by non-minorities and the administration of their own benefit. I urge all council members to vote in favor of transitioning to the county board. Additionally, I call for the appointment of 2 minority board members at the county level. I support in the move in dissolving this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If you could just spell your name for the record.
Yes, Kuldeep Sunny Kumar, Kuldeep. Sunny, Sunny, last name Kumar.
Don't boo, okay? Go ahead.
When the administration wanted to dissolve the board last time, I was in support of that. And today I'm in support of that as well. So I'm requesting the council to dissolve the board and send it to the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
You. This is still a public hearing. If you can just spell your name for the record for me.
Hi, my name is Nicole Vecchione, Nicole.
Just slow down. Nicole.
V as in Victor, Ecchione.
After the CC, I didn't get it.
Hione.
E?
E as an elephant.
Because if you're not in the mic, I can't hear.
Oh, am I close enough?
That's my issue.
Is that good?
That's much better.
Okay, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
So my name is Nicole Vecchione. I work with the Laborers International Union of North America. We represent 45,000 workers in New York City, New Jersey, and Delaware, including the members of the Jersey City Brigade, Local 3, Eladio, Christian, and Carlos, all who spoke to you tonight about their experiences working on Sunny Kumar's projects. I understand that the subject is the Construction Board of Appeals, and I thank you all for taking the leadership to figure out a way to address this issue. Sunny Kumar and Euro Concrete are only part of the problem. They should never have been empowered to be on a board and also allowed to exploit workers. His position is connected to the exploitation that the workers that were here tonight and spoke to experienced. So I thank you for taking the initiative, but development in Jersey City has a lot of problems. And I'm excited to see you all taking initiative and taking on this step. And I look forward to seeing other ways that you're able to use your position to counteract the exploitations that workers who should be unionized are experiencing. I'm surprised to hear that Sunny supports the dissolution of this board, but excited because he should have never been on it. I thank you. I hope that you continue to use your platform to speak truth to power of other officials in government like Sunny Kumar is right now. And thank you so much. And thank you specifically to the hardworking workers who put their lives on the risk, then put their livelihood on the risk so that we could be here tonight to address this problem. He is not the only contractor performing poorly in Jersey City. Last year, we were here talking about concrete rising.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stay on topic.
You got to stay on topic.
Oh, the topic is contractors should not be in a position to oversee work when they're exploiting workers. And I hope that you remember that as you appoint new people to new positions and consider new projects that come before you. So thank you. I hope you vote yes.
Thank you.
This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 24-076. Any other member of the public still wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
I am going to give that motion to Councilperson Rivera, and I'm going to give the second to Council President Waterman to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-076. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-076. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-076, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-076 is adopted unanimously, 9-0. Our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2, City Ordinance 24-077 is an ordinance to amend the scattered site redevelopment plan, study area number 5. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
And as we're exiting, if we can exit quietly, I greatly appreciate it because we still got to conduct the rest of the business on the agenda. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second? second by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-077, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-077 for final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-077. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-077 is adopted unanimously 9-0. Hey, council members, it is my understanding that we are going to carry Ordinance 24-078 to the October 17th Municipal Council meeting.
Sean, I'd like to table that ordinance.
Well,
I'd like to make a motion to table it. Oh, okay,
Right.
okay. All right,
Right.
so we'll carry it.
Okay, got amended.
We'll carry it.
Yeah,
so
let him do his job, Danny.
need a motion to carry City Ordinance 24-078 to
Motion
the
to
October 2024 Municipal Council meeting. Motion was made by Councilperson Rivera,
Second.
seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to carry City Ordinance 24-078 to the October 17th, 2024 Municipal Council meeting, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
I just want to make sure the planning component is that the separate ordinance that we have to untable, or is that,
But-
I know this one has to deal with the caps, so I just want to make sure that,
Since we're carrying this ordinance, there's no need to untable item 11.6 because they're companion ordinances. So we'll have to deal with the tabled ordinance 11.6 23-078 at the October 17th meeting.
Correct.
okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep,
Aye.
thank you. Hope you didn't mind me answering Corporation Council. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
But we need to make sure that we sit down with this because there's multiple changes that have to be made here and amended. I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to carry City Ordinance 24-078 to the October 17th, 2024 Municipal Council meeting is approved unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance. Item 4.4, City Ordinance 24-079 is an ordinance amending Chapter 287 Solid Waste, Article 1, Storage, Collection, and Disposal, and Article 3, Private Collectors. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing was made by Council President Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. Sorry, I'm trying to read. To close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-079, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Stepped away.
Sorry. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-079 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Solomon absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-079, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Just briefly, I want to thank sanitation and code compliance for working with me on this, hoping that the changes specifically as it relates to trash collection and the colored bags for trash pickup for businesses will help with some of the issues we're having specifically in our commercial corridors. There is a little bit more work to do with regard to some of the building sites, but that'll be coming forward in future amendments. I vote aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon is out of the room. Councilperson Gilmore.
I vote aye. I also look forward to getting rid of the garbage collector for Jersey City. They do a horrible job. So it's, I vote aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 24-079 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Solomon absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.5, City Ordinance 24-081 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 9, Parking for the Disabled of the Jersey City Code, designated reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-081 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-081, Councilperson Ridley. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon is absent. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-081 with Councilperson Solomon absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-081, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon is still absent. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 24-081 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Solomon absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.6. City Ordinance 24-082 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, amending Section 332-9, stop intersections to designate the intersection of Marley Avenue and Roosevelt Avenue as a multi-way stop-controlled intersection. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-082 was made by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second? Second by Councilperson Prinzary. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-082, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries unanimously 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-082. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-082, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary. Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Just want to say good work to the traffic engineering and also Councilwoman Mira Prinzary for this. Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 24-082 is adopted unanimously 9-0. Before I move on to the other second reading ordinances, I just want to give Councilperson Solomon an opportunity to vote on the ordinances that he missed. So we're going to go for ordinance 24-079.
Aye.
Your vote is in the affirmative. So that changes the vote on ordinance 24-079 to a unanimous vote, 9-0. Approved unanimously, 9-0. Next, ordinance 24-081.
Aye.
The vote is in the affirmative. That will change the vote to unanimous 9-0. 24-081 is adopted unanimously 9-0. We are all caught up. Thank you, Councilperson Solomon. Our next second reading ordinance, Item 4.7, City Ordinance 24-083, an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, amending Section 332-9, stop intersections to designate the intersection of Marin Boulevard and 16th Street as a multi-way stop-controlled intersection. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-083 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-083, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-083. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-083, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
I want to thank Traffic and Engineering and also Councilman Solomon's office for this critical piece of legislation because we lost a precious life on this at this intersection last year. So I vote aye. Thank you.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 24-083 is adopted unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.8, City Ordinance 24-084 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, Stopping, amending Section 332-24, Parking Prohibited Certain Hours at PS 1696 Sussex Street and at Danforth Avenue Early Childhood Center, 160 Danforth Avenue. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. Motion to close the public hearing on.
Councilman.
I'm gonna motion, but after we close the public hearing, I'm just gonna motion a table to put it on the tabled agenda.
Oh, okay, so let's
I
do the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-084 was made by Council President Waterman and
Second.
seconded by Councilperson Solomon.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I had it right. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-084, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-084 is approved 9-0.
I can motion to table.
Second.
Give me 1 second. Apologize. So we have a motion to table City Ordinance 24-084 after the close of the public hearing.
Yep.
That was made by Councilperson Solomon and seconded by Councilperson Saleh.
Sir.
On the motion to table City Ordinance 24-084 after the close of the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prince Airy.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 24-084 is tabled after the close of the public hearing. Motion is approved unanimously 9-0. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.9, City Ordinance 24-085 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping, amending Section 332-27, angle parking on 2nd Street between Provost Street and Warren Street. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-085 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on Ordinance 24-085, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-085. Final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-085. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 24-085 is adopted unanimously 9-0. And on to our last second reading ordinance.
Sean, I'd like to
Let
read
me,
something.
let me read it into the record.
You gotta read it.
All right.
Let him read it, Rich.
But
Read it.
So as we're lining up to speak, I want you guys to be comfortable, and I want anybody hovering over anybody just so you can line up and you can make the line go either left or right if it gets long. Please don't open the back door. So it's an ordinance, item 4.10, City Ordinance 24-086 is an ordinance approving a 30-year tax exemption for a mixed-use residential project with cultural, educational, and art spaces, and authorizing financial agreements with 808 Pavonia Owner Urban Renewal LLC and 808 Pavonia 2 Owner Urban Renewal LLC pursuant to the long-term tax exemption law NJSA 40A:20-1 exec. Before Councilperson Baggiano reads his statement into the record, before I call up the speakers, I just want to remind everyone again to please make sure you stay on the subject of the ordinance. Please don't ask any questions. If you have questions, please see one of the council aides. You can get their email addresses and your questions can be addressed that way because you're only going to take up your 3 minutes. Again, everybody has 3 minutes. Be courteous and kind to your fellow speakers and leave the applause for the end of the comments. Councilperson Baggiano.
I just want to read something. When the mayor and the administration first had the idea of the Pompidou, they brought it to the council, which required our vote on purchasing the properties of 70 Sip Avenue and 168 Sip Avenue. During that time, the mayor publicly stated the reason for purchasing the properties was that, and I quote, thought the residents should control the destiny of Journal Square. After the meeting I witnessed this weekend, along with how rushed this new plan is being conducted, nothing is further from the truth. If he actually believed in those words, this would not be rushed through with a vote, but it would have been a question proposed to a vote for the whole city. Or at minimum, there would have been many, many, many more public hearings on the issue. Instead, we are left with a last-ditch effort in the form of a rush plan that is going to cost the taxpayers $4 to $5 million a year in just operating expenses. Not to mention, God knows how much it will cost to actually build the whole inside of it, which I've heard some estimates to be anywhere from $80 to $90 million. And I have to believe that because we still haven't gotten any concrete numbers on the cost of the build out or how we are going to pay for it, in justifying this new tax abatement and agreement for 808 Pavonia. We are now told that even if the deal doesn't go through with the Pompidou, the city will now own 100,000 square feet in Journal Square that we couldn't otherwise purchase. Well, we already own thousands of square feet in Journal Square. We own 70 Sip Avenue, 168 Sip Avenue, the Loews Theater, and up until recently, 701 Newark Avenue. Why do we need more land if we already have and had these properties? And why did we even spend taxpayers' dollars on some of these in the first place? Simply put, the people of Jersey City are tired of the taxes. They are tired of the tax increases. We just had to raise taxes 2 years in a row. And now we are asking the people of Jersey City to pay more in pet projects. This is unsustainable, and the people are tired of being told that this is all for their own good.
I know the focus of this meeting is about the abatement of 808 Pavonia Avenue. However, the destiny of Journal Square is tied to more than just one building. So before I close out my speaking time, I want to propose these questions to the administration and my colleagues. What is the plan for 70 Sip Avenue and 168 Sip Avenue? We spent over $16 million on those properties just a few years ago. Number two, how is the city going to continue to shoulder their financial burden going forward when the payments come due? Number three, when we voted on acquiring these two properties, the council included language to ensure if they were ever developed that they would include affordable housing. The mayor even touted that he wanted affordable senior housing at 168 Sip Avenue. What happened to that? If these properties are sold, how are we going to ensure that we fulfill that original promise we made to the residents when we voted to purchase them? Lastly, how can we justify to the taxpayers of Jersey City all these tax increases when we spend money on properties like these two, which have sat idle for 2 years and no definite plan going forward? How can we justify these tax increases when with even more spending on this new deal, which would include $4 to $5 million a year on operating expenses and up to $80 million in unbudgeted construction expenses? Just how? Consider these questions and think how we really can give control of Journal Square's destiny back to the residents of Jersey City. And as a resident of Journal Square, all the people in Ward C, they're a little bit annoyed with all the construction and they're tired of what's going on. Traffic, road construction, streets ripped up.
Should let I respect you. We should let the people speak and hear them out. That great statement though.
Okay.
But I don't want to keep them waiting. They're all standing.
Okay. With that being said, this is a public hearing on City Ordinance 24-086. And our first speaker is Razid.
Riaz Wahid, Razwahid.
Thank you.
So I agree with the councilman that, it's being rushed out, number one. Number two is that, this is in Ward C and a very important piece of property over here. And I hear what the artists are standing here for, and we definitely need to improve the artist community. But there are other properties that are available for that. And here, another problem that I have is the finance part, which nobody knows. There was EDA yesterday made a statement that they're not going to be part of it. They may or may not be part of it. It's a big, like a opening for us at this point of time. Very confusing for this. So, and we are talking about millions of dollars here. I don't know whether you noticed a few months back, there was a homeless person who brought a toilet seat and sat in the middle of Journal Square, right? You can't even fund a toilet for a homeless person in Journal Square today. And you are talking here for millions of dollars to fund the artists and KRE, right? What about the abatement? You made a statement sometime back, there's no more new abatements coming, etc., etc. Here, 30 years of abatement, number one. The second thing, you look into the ordinance that you put in, Pompidou is nowhere mentioned, Pompidou. Why? If you are all batting for Pompidou, why is their name not in the ordinance? Right? The third thing is, I hope the union brothers are still here who are fighting for the fair labor. What about union contract? Is it mentioned anywhere the word union labor in the ordinance? No. Right? What about that? So this is all, listen, if you are going to get elected next time, this is going to be your problem. So face it. And if you want to have this problem for the next session, next year, go for it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, if you can just spell your name for the record and just speak into the mic so I can hear you.
G-A-G-E, last name W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you so much.
I will begin with a desperate plea that we not make this decision today. I recently renovated a house and applied for a certificate of occupancy. It took months of calling every department in this city and begging to make it happen. But here we are ramming through at lightning speed for the Kushners. I believe we need to start with the numbers. There's been a lot of discussion about what the cost of this actually is to the taxpayers, and there's been a lot of trying to hide the facts. According to the actual numbers released for the operating expenses, the cost to the taxpayers is $165 million over the 10 years outlined. There seems to be crazy efforts to hide this by splitting the amounts into multiple buckets and passing money through the library. But let's be clear, this is $165 million of taxpayer money. 92 million of that is directly from the taxpayers of Jersey City, with another 67.5 million from the state. However, NJDEA, the agency who's allocating those funds, has said that they are not approved or guaranteed. The application for that money has not even opened. What is the plan if the $67.5 million from the state does not materialize? Are the taxpayers of Jersey City on the hook for that as well? Our mayor keeps saying how small this expense really is. I'll say again, we're talking about 92 to $165 million of taxpayer money. Let's talk margin. According to the released budget, the operating margin here is 2.6%. That is insanely small. That means if it rains one extra weekend, this whole business case is done. After bending every fact and straining the bounds of logic, we make this work by less than an inch. And the projected attendance numbers are insane. If you assume they charge $15 for admission with discounts for children, seniors, etc., we would need every man, woman, and child in this city to visit the museum every year. That would have us doubling the performance of the Met. Most of their numbers are tourists, not residents. This is insane and unachievable. Mayor Fulop has said this is more of a cultural institution than a museum. So the plan is to have 250,000 visitors per year, attracting tourists to pay to something that is not a museum. I want to highlight that the published numbers have the taxpayers of Jersey City giving $42 million directly to the taxpayers of Paris. You could literally fly every adult in the city round trip to Paris for a vacation for less money. This is a hefty amount to pay for validation that no one outside of this room will ever care about. If we want a museum, let's have a museum of our own. We do not need to pay $42 million to rent a name from Paris. I will close by saying this 10-year budget document is titled Possible Pompidou 5-Year Budget. This was such a slapdash effort, they literally got the title wrong. I build business cases in the regular course of my job. If I had produced this document, there are only two possible things that would have happened. Either they would have laughed at me and then fired me.
Thank you.
Fired me, then
Thank you.
laughed at me.
Thank you.
Let's sharp.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you go, Mike, I just want to remind the public speakers, again, we have a lot of public speaking on this ordinance. Please pay attention to the 3 minutes. And if you continue to speak after the 3 minutes, I'm just going to mute the mic.
Michael Ehrman, I think you know how to spell my name.
I do.
I'm going to speak from the other direction, and I need to say these are my own views, not any organization I belong to. And also to say, because I am going to praise the Pompidou, that the only Pompidou employees I've ever met in my life were the ticket takers at the center in Malaga. So these are my own views. There are a lot of issues here, complex financial issues. But what I think it's important is not to have misinformation around to complicate what is a very complicated issue. The Pompidou is a reliable partner in this venture if the city decides to go forward. It has successfully operated 2 major satellites, one in France and one in Spain, for over 10 years, and it has just signed a lease with one of them that goes way beyond the well-known renovation period in Paris. Number 2, the Pompidou is a world-class institution that puts on world-class exhibitions, not just in Paris, but also in its satellites. And I've watched that. I've visited Malaga for the last 10 years, and I've seen that satellite put on wonderful exhibits, have very good attendance, both locally and from the outside. There's also been discussion about, as the last speaker talked about, having everyone in Jersey City having to come to the museum to make it work. There's a skepticism that a museum stuck here in Jersey City, no matter what its name is, will get attendance from outside the city. We have an example in New York of a satellite that's worked. PS1 of MoMA in Queens gets a great deal of attendance, even though it's only 30 miles away from its mothership in Manhattan. Satellites do work. There's been a lot of discussion by cultural facility owners about their worry that if you bring the Pompidou in, it is going to end up wrecking their business. There are a number of institutions in Malaga who existed before the Pompidou and 3 other world-class institutions and exist today. Finally, the Pompidou is being discussed as subtractive. It takes away from resources that are to be spent elsewhere. What everyone is forgetting is that if it works, and I fully believe it would work, it would result in a whole regeneration process. We talk about needing more money for schools, too high taxes. Where are we going to build the base? There are many ways to build economic bases. I believe that the Pompidou is a very significant opportunity to spin off retail extra benefits. I've been an appraiser. That results in higher assessment.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Our next speaker, if you can just spell your name for the record.
My name is Carol Lester,
Lester.
Lester.
Okay, thank you, Carol.
Hi, everybody. I know most of you. If my husband were still with me, we would have been talking for months about lost opportunity cost, break-even points, quid pro quo, payment in lieu of taxes and tax exemptions, and all the different things. All I could do is for $1,700 apartments at $3,000 a month, the Kushners would be making $51 million a year. Over 30 years, that's $1.5 trillion. Let's say that it takes them 5 years to get to the point where they can rent out the apartments. I would understand an abatement, a tax abatement for those 5 years, because they are not able to rent out anything with which to, pay off something. And then we look at the taxes. 1,700 apartments, let's equivalize those to 1,700 condos. I don't know a lot of condos that are paying less than $10,000. That's what I pay for 800 square feet. I'm sure these are going to be larger than 800 square feet. That's $17 million a year in lost taxes. In 30 years, I think it's $510 million. Is that $5.1 billion? Yeah. So what we're talking about here is lost opportunity costs and putting the burden on the taxpayers. We already doubled taxes for most of the downtown owners, many of whom I know are forced to move. Others whom I know are breaking through their ceilings and basements to build other units that they can't rent for affordable rents anymore because they have to pay these taxes. And that's going to move up into the Heights and all over Jersey City for the next reval. So we are going to be paying for one of the richest groups of people in the world, the Kushners, who also happen to be staunch supporters of he who will not be named. But we're paying for them to take money away from us. I do understand the dream and the necessity for having Journal Square be a beautiful place. When we walk into Jersey City or arrive in Jersey City through the PATH train, it should be beautiful. And I like that. And I think they deserve a 5-year abatement for that. And that's about it. And what is the difference between a tax exemption versus a payment in lieu of taxes? Are we not even getting?
Thank you, Carol.
Okay, thank you. Please vote no.
Our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mary Miraglia, Miraglia.
Thank you, Mary.
I live at 50 Day Street in Jersey City, which is,
Mary, make sure the mic is with you.
make sure it's
Yep, right there. Yeah.
50 Day Street, which is in the immediate neighborhood of where the Pompidou is scheduled to be. Now, I want to say, first of all, it's a horrible location because you can only get to it from Tunnelly Avenue and little tiny feeder streets. And Tunnelly Avenue is already the most congested street in the entire city. And there has been absolutely nothing to improve conditions on that in the entire time I have lived there, which is about 12 years. Okay, next. I really feel like Journal Square is a black hole of Jersey City. There are so many things that we need and so many things that should be priorities. And why is this a priority? Now, Councilman Solomon has been down to see us. Councilman Gilmore has, Mayor Prince Airy. Rich, of course, works countless hours every day on all of our problems. What about you at-large people? I've never seen any of you there. Kennedy Boulevard fell into a hole for a year and a half, and there was never any concern expressed whatsoever. All right, Journal Square is a food desert. We don't have food stores. We don't have delis, produce markets, restaurants. We don't have a decent pizzeria. We don't have a sit-down restaurant. We have no neighborhood bars. The building with the liquor license, which was a neighborhood bar, the mayor's knocking that down. So that's the end of that. We don't have a grocery store. The mayor promised me in 2013 that it was coming. That's the same thing he said on Saturday. That's 11 years ago. Be patient, he said. Well, I'm out of patience. And the grocery store we had that was reasonably decent, we can't get there anymore because all the streets are one way going away from it. So nothing west of Kennedy Boulevard can actually get there. We need parking. We need our streets fixed. We don't have enough inspectors, enough DPW. Again, why is this a priority? We need money. The library won't let us meet in their meeting rooms because they can't afford the staff, but we can build this museum. It's ridiculous. I'm totally against it. It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible location. I don't want to pay the taxes. Why can't we have some of the things we need first before we have this fantastic edifice? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Some people I actually know. That's Gina Davison.
Gina Davison, Gina Davison.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. First, I want to thank Councilman Boggiano for your comments on this matter and echo what everyone else is saying. I have serious concerns about Ordinance 24-086. Economic impact studies are ultimately based in speculation and trying to predict the future. There's no promise that an abatement will pay off over time, and the math doesn't seem to make sense, even when y'all have been asking questions of the mayor and his team. You got obfuscated answers. They were dodging the questions. They were not giving you all projections that were grounded in reality at all. Frankly, our mayor was patronizing when he was challenged on this issue. He was acting like we all just don't know what's good for us. But we do. And we don't need more construction in Journal Square. And we don't need world-class artists. We already have world-class artists right here in Jersey City. Mayor Flop Flop kept referencing Paris and Budapest, saying that we could be like these cities someday. Well, we're not those cities. We are Jersey City, and our population is 1/8 of what those cities have as their populations. We cannot support this kind of a museum here in Jersey City. Again, nor do we want it. I want to take a minute to remind you all up here on the dais of a couple of months ago, we had a bunch of kids here talking about one of the local parks. They were asking for trees. The children were here asking for trees so they could have shade in the summertime. And you all took pictures with them and you congratulated them for their civic engagement. Give us trees, give us housing, give us all the things we've been asking for. Safety. We don't want the Pompidou here. Please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's Edward Perkins, correct?
Yes, yes. Gina, thank you so much. I'm echoing everything you said. And council, we urge you to vote no on this ordinance and vote no on the tax abatement. The project does not adequately address the need for affordable housing in our community, which is more than just a pressing issue for many residents. So no affordable housing equals no tax abatement. It's that simple. There has been insufficient public consultation regarding this project. Residents deserve a say in developments that will impact their lives and neighborhoods. Existing art institutions, we already have strong local art institutions that serve our community well. It's important to support and strengthen these existing organizations instead of prioritizing a new one that may not meet all of our needs. Questionable community benefits. There is skepticism about whether this center will truly bring significant benefits to the local community, especially compared to the potential downsides of the project. Why can't we spend this money on a real homeless shelter, another school, better infrastructure for our streets, more housing for our city, more healthcare for our people? It's indicative, right, of how this administration has turned its back on us and failed this city. We urge you to vote no. We urge you to vote no. We urge you to vote no.
Our next speaker, if you can just spell your name for the record, I greatly appreciate it.
Danielle, Danielle, D'Adamo, D as in David, apostrophe Adamo.
Thank you.
Members of the council, fellow residents, I also echo and also stand before you today to voice my strong opposition to Ordinance 24086, the Center Pompidou Project in Journal Square. While the idea of bringing an internationally renowned art institution to Jersey City might seem appealing on the surface, this project does not serve the best interests of our community, especially at a time when we are grappling with more urgent issues. First, let me remind you that Jersey City already boasts a thriving arts community. From the local galleries and street art to the homegrown artists who live and work here, the creative spirit of Jersey City does not need validation from a Paris-based museum. What we need is support for the artists and institutions that have made our city a cultural destination in its own right. The resources directed toward this project would be better spent enhancing our existing arts infrastructure and supporting local talent rather than importing an expensive cultural attraction that feels out of touch with our community's needs. In addition, I have yet to hear any mention of how this project will operate in a sustainable and environmental conscious manner. As we face the ongoing climate crisis, it is unacceptable that a project of this scale fails to prioritize sustainability. What plans are in place to ensure that this development is eco-friendly and considerate of its environmental impact? Jersey City deserves forward-thinking projects that not only meet our artistic and cultural needs, but also address the pressing issue of environmental responsibility. This project does not meet the needs nor the desires of the Journal Square community. What we do need is affordable housing, improved public services, and attention to the basic infrastructure that makes this city livable. The Center Pompidou may bring tourists, but it won't solve the everyday problems we face in Journal Square. I urge you to listen to the voices of the community. Jersey City residents are Residents are speaking up, and we are saying clearly, this project is not what we want nor what we need. Please vote no on ordinance 24086. Let's focus on solutions that truly benefit the people of Journal Square, not on a project that benefits a select few at the expense of the many. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hey, I know Tina.
Hey guys, how y'all feeling? So I'm just gonna say it like this. Y'all said the mayor came with, we already know, because the mayor said Drew was the justice of what happened. We should never, ever believe what the mayor say. The mayor is not even in our community to tell us what we need to be built and what we don't need to be built. Because if that's the case, I wouldn't be still doing my clothes out my house and my car for 28 years for free for the community. I wouldn't be running up into the hospital of doing that. So we're gonna say that the mayor don't know what we need in our community. He should come to us and find out what we need in our community. We all know we don't need no art project. We already got people that's in our own community that's doing it. We need housings, we need jobs, we need stuff to go in our community that benefit us that live here in Jersey City. So I'm just gonna ask y'all, and y'all should know too. Y'all should know to say no. I know some of y'all is with the mayor. I definitely understand that. That's why elections are next year. But y'all got to get yourself together, and y'all got to let the mayor go, because the mayor ain't doing nothing for us. The mayor is doing stuff for himself, and that's it. We got to come together as a community and build our community for Jersey City the right way. So let the mayor go. Let me start clipping them scripts for y'all. Let me clip. Now y'all ain't got the mayor no more. Y'all got us, community. Bye.
Our next speaker, if you can just spell your name for the record.
Linda Velwes, Linda.
I'm sorry, Linda. I got interrupted. Say it again.
Linda.
Yep.
V as in Victor, ELWEST.
WEST.
Yes.
Thank you.
I wanted to come here tonight to urge you all to vote no on this tax abatement, along with everybody else. I've been reading about the Pompidou and this tax abatement, and I haven't had enough time to go over everything, all the different numbers, all the different articles about it. It's come up so suddenly, with this pressure to push it through so quickly. And whenever somebody tries to make me spend my money so quickly, I think that they're trying to get me to spend money on something that's not really worth it. What we need to do is improve Jersey City. If we have all this money to spend, let's get infrastructure, let's feed people, let's get healthcare, let's support the artists that are here. Let's double down on what we are, not try to pretend to be a global city, but be Jersey City. Jersey City against everybody. We're scrappy, we are genuine, we're real, and let's be like that instead of getting all these fancy things that don't really help us, that just make us look pretty with all these other problems. Back to being rushed, there was a motion or a resolution before about cannabis and alcohol, and people tabled it because they wanted more time to think about it, if I understand what happened. So I think we should table this and get more information about it, or just straight out vote no and work on other things that are more important to Jersey City. That's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, thank you. Please turn the page. You see, I circled what I give you there for. And that's part of a legal document that I add to my case. And it has ordinance, this ordinance 24-085. And so I'm asking.
You got to
that-
make sure that you're staying on the subject of this
That is the
ordinance.
subject, 24-085. 6.
Okay.
Plain and simple. Are you with me? My question is, I've included that legally into my case. I'm asking that you table this matter until you give a hearing. Why? Because this is rather insulting. This is we are having an issue on, or we're having a hearing on the cultural business for a French company. For months and for 2 years, I've asked you to give me one hearing on a question on the cultural business for me as a Black person. So this is a discrimination in front of your face. It's the difference in treatment given to them as compared to me. So you might need to, I think not, you need to ask the law division if I report that or have that in my, as a legal document, if you can still vote on that tonight. You might have to table it. I'm not sure, but you should. But if you don't, then I'm just going to file a new complaint so that this case cannot go forward. It's as simple as that. And you can see, of course, the community is not well informed of this. And this is really a scam. This is really political skullduggery. What am I basically saying? I'm saying that if you're going to buy a car for $100,000 and then you're going to tell the man, just give you the car, but your salary is only $40,000, you really can't pay for it. But you're going to find some other ways to pay for it. Unless, of course, you are getting some kind of money laundering. So that's the same thing with this. You're asking us to let you get 100,000 square feet of space. And you give us some funny numbers, not telling us exactly how you're going to pay for it. And of course, 30 years down the road, the taxpayer is going to have to pay for it. Why? Because all museums lose money. There's the foundations that help them pay for it. The museums don't make money. Of course, I've been to the Mayor Kakamimi meeting last Saturday at the Hudson County Community College. I had not seen or heard anything in that statement or that meeting that benefits Black people. The only Black people that benefit from that is, pull that name off. But anyway, Black people who profit from that. This is not, but it's a joke. So you need to vote against that. But if you don't vote against it and you make it a law, I'm just going to challenge it in court. If that is not pliable, if that document that they give you is not included, is not allowed, then I'm just going to challenge it. I have 20 days if you pass this law. Phil Carrington, I shall return.
If you could just spell your name for the record for me, please.
Cynthia Matthews, CYNTHIAMATTHEWS.
Thank you.
The Pompidou is to be placed right next to the Journal Square PATH station. Is the purpose of this to make Journal Square the new arts district conveniently accessible to the PATH trains? Why did the French want to bring their museum to Jersey City? Was it because of free space and funding? And why do we need a French arts museum? The state of New Jersey has already withdrawn financial funding support from this project, but Mayor Phillips still wants to march down this road. The residents of this city need you, the council, to wake up. If this project goes through, I believe we will be saddled with this debt for the next 5 years, if not longer. The mayor's plan was to get contributions from some developers while people in Jersey City are homeless, jobless, and penniless. And he wants to spend millions and millions of dollars on an art museum and put the repayment cost on the backs of those already struggling. Some have said that the museum would be great for the city. The question is, great for who? Where's all the money coming from? Will we allow the city to continue robbing Peter to pay Paul? The property taxes are through the roof. The school system is still in disarray. Yet we gave the superintendent a 70,000 raise, even though our children are not learning. Even with a $1 billion budget, high school seniors are not able to pass a reading and math test to fulfill the requirements to graduate. The mayor reached out to some of his artist friends to get advice as to how he could or should move in the arts world of politics. This is not about politics. It's about our livelihood. The houses, the museums, 120,000 pieces of artwork, the city has agreed to bear the cost of renovating the building, which may exceed 40 million plus. We might also be on the hook for a 16 million annual cost for 5 years, according to a negotiation contract. Plus, The mayor was also floating the idea of purchasing another building, which could double the size of the museum. It would just like to ask the council, from where are we getting all this money for the building and the upkeep of this museum? The city may soon be on the hook for $100 a day fine for not reinstating 2 police officers for fines that could reach $20,000. All I'm asking is that you think of all the people in this city that are less fortunate than you are. Why do the developers get to avoid paying increased taxes while we as taxpayers get hit time and time again? The tax abatement could cost the city $150 million in lost taxes. Again, how many apartments will be set aside as affordable in the buildings being built in the square? Is there a difference between
Thank you, Cynthia.
income?
Your time is up.
Thank you. I ask the council to vote no.
Thank you.
If you can just spell your name for the record for me, please.
Phyllis Gordon, last name Gordon.
Thank you.
I was here at the last meeting, and my slogan is no means no. The governor said no. The taxpayers are saying no. No is no. Tax exemption for who? It should be for the homeowners. Put it on the ballot. Let us vote on it. Why should the taxpayers be burdened down with the expense of a museum? Excuse me, correction, cultural arts institution. Call it what you want. It's the same thing. One and the same. What about the original Jersey City Museum? We couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford to keep it open. Now we want a French museum? Correction. Pompadour Cultural Arts Center Institute. If France wants us to have this museum gifted to us, they gave us the Statue of Liberty. Gifted to us, we'll accept it. Let's keep it real. People can't afford to buy food, pay monthly bills, and these high tax increases living in Jersey City, New Jersey. Council, do not feel obligated to push this one man's vision upon the taxpayers. We are the true Jersey City residents. You shouldn't push the mayor's agenda because the mayor will be long gone. His aspiration is to get to the State House. His aspiration is to get to Trenton. So while he's in Trenton, we're here struggling to pay for a museum. Let's gather enough signatures and vote on this very issue. Let's see what the taxpayers have to say. Remember, the mayor owns other properties outside of Jersey City, outside of New Jersey. So he has the option of leaving at his own will. But do we? We are here. Journal Square looks like a circus. You need a road map to get about in Journal Square, or you'll get lost. Vote no. Do the right thing. Do not allow this one man's vision. Do not impose his vision upon us. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know, Tom.
Good evening, Sean, council members. Tom Zupa, ZUPPA. As president of the Journal Square Community Association, I hosted and moderated the community meeting on Saturday. And what was made clear to us was that Plan A for this 100 square feet in Journal Square is the Pompidou Museum. So if I'm anticipating some of the remarks by the council people correctly tonight, where you're trying to separate Pompidou from a later conversation with the discussion of getting the 1,000 square feet, you can't, because the mayor made clear that Plan A is the Pompidou. So with that in mind, we need the details of what that will look like for the museum going forward. And now I and we can count. I anticipate that at least 5 votes will vote in favor tonight. So let's talk about the details of what the museum looks like. And one answer we couldn't get on Saturday was how much is the Pompidou going to charge the city itself and the taxpayers to come here? And in all the contracts I negotiate as a lawyer, not once do I put pen to paper without knowing the numbers. So let me give you some numbers to be concerned about. We polled our membership of the JSQCA. 70% thought their opinion does not matter and that the council would vote regardless of what the public says. And I imagine that the council is not going to defer to their Ward C colleague today, even though this is a Ward C project like you did on our affordable housing amendment. 75% of the membership thought the city was not being transparent enough. These are concerning numbers, and they should concern you the way they concern us. So after our Saturday marathon meeting, some questions remain. Again, what's the cost? And what subsidies are available outside of Jersey City to pay for the museum's operations? The NJEDA pretty clearly contradicted the information you were given Monday at the caucus about what grants are available. You know, these are all questions that we need answers to, and you should want to have the answers to before voting. Now, I want to love this project. Look, Journal Square being the focus of the city, this is fantastic. It hasn't been like that for at least a decade. But there's a responsibility that you have not to do so blindly and to do the due diligence, excuse me. So set aside for a second our astonishing lack of affordable housing, our long police response times, the garbage in the streets, the mere fact that people can't cross the street safely, that the city can't figure out how to get someone directing traffic in the morning or in the afternoon commutes. You owe us that due diligence to get the questions before voting. And maybe it is the right project for the city, but you can't possibly know that with the numbers not being available. Thank you.
You can just spell your name for the record. You can just spell your name for the record, sorry.
Oh, hi, Alvin Pettit, that's ALVIN PETTIT.
Thank you so much, Alvin.
I'm here today as a representative of the arts community, as well as a representative from the Jersey City Arts Council as an executive board member. And I would like to read the statement that was released officially by the Jersey City Arts Council in regards to this project. The Jersey City Arts Council unwaveringly mission is to support the arts in all forms, ensuring that cultural and creative outlets are accessible to residents in every neighborhood of Jersey City. Therefore, we are in support of seeing the Central Pompidou project come to fruition. The Jersey City Arts Council supports the efforts to establish a financially viable and sustainable path forward for the Central Pompidou of Jersey City. We commit to working with the aforementioned stakeholders to facilitate a transparency and dialogue to ensure that this project will be beneficial to the Jersey City arts community and responsible partnerships with the broader community. And Journal Square has a long history of being a cultural and information transit hub of our city. And it is vital that its current expansion includes venues that support our creative community. New developments in the area is happening at a rapid pace, and the arts need to be a bold and integral part of this growth. The addition of a renowned and collaborative international art institution such as the Pompidou, with its proximity to the PATH terminal and newly renovated Lowe's Theater, will not only help to revitalize the area as an arts district for Jersey City, but also has the potential to transform it into a tourist destination for the entire tri-state region and beyond. In order to experience our city's full potential, we must find ways to become culturally attractive for reasons aside from our proximity to New York. The economic and cultural benefits of tourism are undeniable, and the arts will be a driving force in attracting this necessary ingredient for the city's well-being. The Jersey City Arts Council views the Center Pompidou as a launch pad for economic expansions. We wholeheartedly believe that a healthy and supported arts community is a requirement for a truly prosperous city. Museums are a cultural and economic anchor in all of the world's major cities, drawing tourist dollars while creating residential creating residual financial growth for surrounding and local businesses and arts organizations. Therefore, it would be short-sighted not to capitalize on this rare opportunity to create an economic impact that not only helps artists survive, but to also thrive. And I know some of people talk about how it would affect some of the grassroots, and I'm off the letter now, but how it would affect some of our grassroots establishments. If you look at the history and the math of how large cultural institutions affect small ones, the math shows you, if you look at New York, the Guggenheim, the Metropolitan, the Museum of Art, it doesn't hurt the Studio Museum of Harlem, it helps it. The tide rises all boats when it comes to this, and bringing in a major institution will help the
Thank you,
local ones
Albert.
that exist.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you could just spell your name for the record.
NorriceRaymaker. Councilman Boggiano, thank you very much for your remarks. I attended the public meeting on Saturday regarding the abatements for 2 Kushner Real Estate Group high-rises, and I was undecided at that time. After careful consideration, I am opposed to the abatements. While the idea of owning 100,000 square feet of property in Journal Square is intriguing, the administration doesn't have viable plans or a budget for this space. The administration, you're not in real estate, you're in government. What will we do with 100,000 square feet of raw space? How will we build this out? How much will that cost? How will you fund it? Despite all the new buildings in Jersey City, our taxes are not stable. A dear friend of mine who lives downtown is paying $48,000 a year to live in what is basically a 2-family house. It's an old warehouse. It's got 2 apartments, 2 3-bedroom apartments, and it's got a garage on the ground floor and a little space behind the garage. And there's no elevator in that building. The ceilings are very high. She probably walks 50 steps up to her apartment, which is on the top. She's a widow. Her husband died when the youngest child was 4. She dragged those children and the groceries and the strollers up and down those stairs for 25 years. And now her taxes are $48,000 a year for basically it's a 2-family house. She's forced out. She has to leave Jersey City. We cannot pay any more taxes to subsidize what I feel is an amenity in a luxury high-rise with no affordable housing component. If Pompidou occupies the space, which seems very questionable, the project becomes even more costly, and the arts tax, which supports local arts organizations, could be diverted, undermining the artists who have spent years building an art scene. And who does this project benefit? Not the residents of any of your wards. The businesses in Journal Square might benefit, although Emma's restaurant did not benefit from the 3 Journal Square high-rises. Emma's is out of business. And the existing businesses, Popeyes, Dunkin' Donuts, are they likely to attract the business of visitors to the Pompidou? Doubtful, although their SID will be assessed to subsidize the operation of the Pompidou. But the Kushners, who are extremely wealthy, are guaranteed $160 million and don't have to find a tenant to assume the cost of building out 100,000 square feet and carry the operating costs. I urge you to consider the cost to the property owners in all of Jersey City and vote no. Thank you.
If you could just spell your name for the record, I will not start the time until you spell your name.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ibrahim. It's spelled S-A-R-A-H, last name I-B-R-A-H-I-M.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. You got to stay in the mic. Your last name is I?
B-R-A-H-I-M, Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Ibrahim. I'm here to advocate for the Centre Pompidou project. I'm the owner of a business I based here in Jersey City after I moved here 9 years ago called Beautiful Machine. We serve the museum landscape as a technology partner, creating and maintaining projects that utilize immersive and emerging technology. I'm also a professor at NYU in the Interactive Telecommunications program. I've been very pleased with the progress that Jersey City has made over the past few years since I've moved here. I've seen so much expansion in culture. We asked the city to start investing in artists. And then we saw the creation of the Jersey City Arts and Culture Trust Fund that literally writes checks to artists every year. A project that I worked on benefited from funds from the Jersey City Arts and Culture Trust Fund. And we were able to bring art to a small church-based art organization that I was working with. So I really appreciate the council and the administration's work here in expanding culture. Gentrification is coming to Journal Square no matter what we do. It's going to be full of luxury high rises. There's already a Starbucks. It is going to be, we at this point have the option to make a choice to preserve space in the public trust in Journal Square for public, cultural, and educational use, or to give it over to corporate interests that are going to dominate the landscape with the Starbucks, Target, and whatever other corporate interest logo if we don't preserve the space now, because we absolutely will not have the opportunity to do that 20 years from now. And if we don't, I think that we're really going to regret this choice when we look back on it in 10 or 20 years, and I guarantee that I will still be here. If the Center Pompidou project is successful, we'll have protected 100 square feet of space for public use in the heart of Journal Square. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring a global institution to Jersey City that will allow us to assert our scrappy, working-class, hard-working, creative identity on a global stage in a way that is sort of outside of the shadow of New York City. I think that's an incredible opportunity. I hope that the council will take this opportunity in front of it. I would also like to note that the value of the property that we acquire for this abatement is greater than the cost of the abatement in the long run, and that was discussed already in the budget meeting that we saw on Saturday. So if the planning for the Pompidou process falls through, if the project is not successful, the government will not have lost anything in the pursuit. You still own that property and can do with it what you want. You may even be able to profit from selling off the property or using it for other uses in the future. And we will not have lost anything in the pursuit of preserving public cultural space in Journal Square.
Thank you. If you can spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is John Ross. That's spelled Johnross.
Thank you, John.
Okay, so the ordinance before us today is the approval of a 30-year tax exemption. So I think you're going to hear from the people of Jersey City that we, the people, are not pleased with this. We don't know of any negotiation. We weren't drawn into anything. Most people think 30 years is outrageous. The amount of money that it's going to cost, the amount of abatement, the benefit to the developer. And this does appear to be the vision of one man in particular, our mayor, who has a close personal ties with the developer. The second part of this here says authorization of financial agreements. Again, we, the people, are not aware of any negotiations. We've not been drawn into anything. We're not being told anything. We ask questions. Many of us were there at the meeting on Saturday, and we're told answers which are nonsensical. They are untrue. Nobody, I believe that a gentleman earlier said, from a law point of view, no one signs a contract or paperwork without knowing the cost of things. Surely, at this stage of the game, to make it simple, we should know more about the cost, whether we're for or against this. We should know about the costs, and we should know why there has to be a 30-year tax abatement. And to all of you on the city council, this is your opportunity. You either follow the vision of one man, or you take this opportunity to listen to the people of Jersey City. That's what I got. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you.
You can just spell your name for the record.
Yes, OLGA
Levina. Olga Levina.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So great to see you all today. Well, yes, I'm Olga Levina. I'm also co-owner of White Eagle Hall, actually the cultural institution that was built without any benefits, with a son of immigrants and an immigrant. I'm an immigrant from Ukraine and Belarus. And our consultant cost us $28,000. I would like to repeat that. $28,000. On Saturday, Mayor mentioned that consultants alone cost the city $20 million. I urge the city to close that checkbook now. Now, to continue, I would like to say that I am also a member of International Association of Performing Arts. And when we have Voices International Theater Festival, artists come with their governments on our terms. Artists come on our terms because Europe and many, well, especially in Europe, arts and culture actually fund it. And here's number. In France, and we have French citizens here, so they can't deny it, 68 million people get 4.2 billion euros a year for arts and culture. Our National Endowments for the Arts distributes $170 million for 335 million people in United States. Is it just that we also have to pay a French institution? How? And I'm repeating, every festival in this city, every cultural festival struggles. They even suing the city because they cannot pay for police, for security. We are diverse.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cut her off.
Our next speaker, Jessica.
Do you need me to spell my name?
No,
Thank you, Sean.
you're welcome.
Good evening, City Council. I think you've heard quite a few people in agreement on voting no. I'm here to add my 2 cents to ask you also to vote no. And the Pompidou project before you today is not merely a cultural center. It's a gentrification accelerator disguised as progress. So let's dissect this proposition with the precision it deserves. First, consider the opportunity cost. The resources allocated to this project represent a deliberate divestment from urgent housing needs. Every dollar spent on the Pompidou is a dollar not spent on enforcing existing rent control laws, funding the Bureau of Rent Leveling, or creating truly affordable housing units. Second, examine the demographic shift this project implicitly endorses. The Pompidou caters to a specific socioeconomic stratum, one that can afford both rising rents and museum entrance fees. This is not cultural enrichment for all. It's cultural displacement of the many for the benefit of the few. Third, let's address this fallacious argument of economic uplift. The notion that this project will economically benefit all residents is a trickle-down theory of culture that has been thoroughly debunked. The jobs created will not offset the housing lost, nor will they be accessible to those most in need of employment. Council members, you stand at a crossroads. Your vote today will determine whether Jersey City embraces inclusive development or succumbs to exclusionary, gentrification. The 900,000 earmarked for affordable housing is a paltry distraction that fails to conceal the project's true nature as a catalyst for displacement. The people of Jersey City are watching. They will remember who stood for their interests and who capitulated to a vision of the city that has no place for them. Vote in alignment with the will of the people. Reject this gentrification accelerator. Invest in real affordable housing solutions. Your legacy and the future of the city hang in the balance. And I would ask that you choose wisely. And because I have a little bit of time left, I wanted to share an article that a friend of ours shared with us. It was published in Art Review in April of 2024. And it explicitly discusses the Centre Pompidou financial difficulties in France. There was an audit report conducted by France's Court of Auditors that revealed that the Centre Pompidou has been operating under an unsustainable economic model. Long story short, in this article, they need about 400 million to finish some renovations. They've raised 39. Let's not be in that situation. Thank you.
Jessica. If you could just state your name for the record.
Suzanne DePolice.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to start with a quote. The measure of a city's greatness is in how it treats its most vulnerable residents. Council members, as you consider your vote on the Pompidou project today, I want you to hold that quote in your minds. Because today you're not just voting on a museum, you're voting on the very soul of Jersey City. Mayor Fulop would have you believe that this project is progress, that a $900,000 contribution to affordable housing justifies the millions more spent on a cultural center that many in our city will never go to because they are too focused on making ends meet to pay for the illegal rents Fulop allows to continue. But let me offer you another quote. This one from James Baldwin. Anyone who has ever struggled with poverty knows how extremely expensive it is to be poor. The Pompidou project isn't progress. It's a regressive tax on the poor, dressed up as a cultural enrichment. It's a vanity project. It will cost us far more than its price tag. It will cost us our integrity as a city that claims to care for all its residents. For the price of this project, we could fully fund our Bureau of Rent Leveling. We could enforce the laws already on our books and create 527 units of affordable housing at Portside Towers alone. We could make real, tangible progress in addressing our housing crisis. Instead, we're being asked to build a monument to inequality. A monument to inequality, a shining beacon that will serve as a reminder to every struggling family in Jersey City that their needs come second to the mayor's ambitions. Council members, you have a choice today. You can vote for a project that may look good in headlines, but do little for those most in need. Or you can take a stand for real progress, progress that's measured not in tourist dollars or pipe dreams of future grants or donations, but in families housed, in communities preserved, and a city that truly lives up to its ideals. The eyes of the voters are upon you, and they will remember this vote. They will remember whether you chose a glossy facade or true progress. They will remember whether you stood with the vulnerable or with those who would exploit them. Vote no to Pompidou. Vote yes to Jersey City that truly cares for all its residents, because in the end, that is the only progress worth having. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could just state your name for the record.
Michelle Hirsch.
Thank you.
Michelle with one L, no hell in my name. Good evening. I urge you to vote no. This Pompidou project is Mayor Fulop's ego-driven gamble, risking taxpayer millions while Kushner cashes out. Let's talk numbers. The possible Pompidou 5-year operating budget, which wasn't released until this past weekend, is a fantasy. It projects wildly optimistic revenue growth and relies on pie-in-the-sky funding. By year 10, Fulop is dreaming of $6.5 million in philanthropic donations and $7.3 million in grants. Come on, this city couldn't properly draft a grant to protect its citizens' mental health. Now Fulop believes we're going to get them. Now Fulop believes we're going to get them for a museum that only 2 people want. Kushner for his coffers, and Phillips so he can thumb his nose at Governor Murphy. Further, state taxes plummet from $11.5 million to $3.5 million. That's an $8 million hole with no realistic plan to fill it. The net operating income, it's a veritable roller coaster that would make Six Flags envious. From $580,000 in year 1 to a measly $70,000 in year 3. Then magically, $1.28 million in year 7. I suffered financial whiplash trying to follow the numbers. And let's not forget, this budget ignores economic downturns. No plan B, no rainy day fund, just blind optimism that everything goes perfectly for 30 years. Now, about KRE's 30-year abatements, have we learned nothing? The 2019 PKF O'Connor Davies audit revealed at least 19 pilot projects where developers weren't submitting their required annual audited financial statements, possibly costing us $41 million annually. This reeks of rushed desperation. One hastily arranged community meeting doesn't cut it for a decision of this magnitude. Where's the detailed cost-benefit analysis? Where are the projections for how this will impact our city services and infrastructure? Philip is asking you to make a 30-year commitment based on incomplete information. The risks are too high, the benefits too uncertain, the process too opaque. And let's be clear, Philip is leaving office next year for a doomed editorial run, saddling us in this financial time bomb. Don't let Philip mortgage our city's future for his Pompidou pipe dream. Vote no. Thank you.
Our next speaker. You could state your name for the record.
Kevin Weller from Ward F.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the Pompidou. The intention of a project and the will of the people are what is important. This weekend and today, you are hearing the will of the people, and I will attempt to shed light on the intent of Mayor Fulop with regard to the Pompidou. If you vote against the will of the people, they will vote against you. The developer lobby and politicians who support them at the peril of the voters often attempt to manipulate people by throwing around the term affordable housing related to unwanted projects. Vote for the Pompidou, because who can argue with about $900,000 added to a nebulous affordable housing fund? Nobody talks about affordable housing more than Ron Simoncini and Mayor Fulop. But this is a trick. They serve up the affordable housing misdirection so council members can justify their vote despite our cries for actual housing help. Just like Ron Simoncini recently attempted to gut rent control in Hoboken under the banner of affordable housing, our mayor is attempting to manipulate those in need of housing assistance via the exact same plan. In both cases, they are actually reducing affordable housing by allowing developers to pay $1,500 per market rate unit to avoid any affordable housing. To be crystal clear, that's about $900,000 for 595 luxury units in phase 2 of the Pompidou project in exchange for a one-time get out of affordable housing payment of $1,500 per market rate unit, a fee which will be fully covered by the inflated rents paid by the new renters. Therefore, this new expensive housing raises the city market rate for everyone. Rather than contributing to a token amount to a developer slush fund, take the money that Pompidou would cost and use it to remove the deliberate underfunding of the Bureau of Rent Leveling and not just allow, but instruct the Bureau to enforce the laws of this city. We know Mayor Fulop's true intent because we are living it, and we are not alone. It is why he will not be governor of New Jersey, and it is why we will encourage people to vote against anyone who votes against the will of the people tonight. Invest in enforcing our rent control laws, and you'll instantly create 527 units of affordable housing right here in Ward F, just at Portside Towers alone, and it wouldn't cost a dime. Fulop's refusal to do so speaks volumes about his true intentions with the Pompidou project. It's not for us. It's for a few developers to solve rich people problems, as Fulop likes to say about us. Vote no, and instead support really helping this community, starting with supporting those in this room who tonight will give their 700th speech begging you and Mayor Fulop to help. Do not become unelectable like Mayor Fulop. Vote no.
If you can just bring the mic up towards you and you could spell your name for the record for me, please.
My name is Samuel Pott. That's spelled Samuelpott.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear the residents of Jersey City. I'm the founder and artistic director of Nimbus Dance and the Nimbus Arts Center. It's the largest nonprofit arts center in the history of Jersey City. We serve over 5,000 youth in Jersey City each year with arts programming. Our professional dance company has a statewide and national reputation. I have to say, I'm utterly confused by our current situation. It's really confusing. It's been about 4 or 5 years since the Pompidou was announced, and many of us were very excited, right? The French Museum had decided to make Jersey City its home. We were going to have this amazing museum up in Journal Square. Some of us were flown to Paris. We got to wine and dine with the most sophisticated arts connoisseurs in the world. It took 2 days, just 2 days, for us to unpackage the amount of the sheer lack of planning that has gone into the 4 or 5 years of the Pompidou. Not only is their 10-year operating plan completely ludicrous because they were relying on state funds for more than half of the income for this project, and the state said, no, that's a misuse of funds. So the 10-year operating plan makes no sense. We were not told by our mayor that to build out and fit out a museum quality facility to the Pompidou's standards at 100,000 square feet was going to cost $80 million. We've got one of the top international architects involved. Of course, it's going to be built to the nines. That will be on the taxpayers' shoulders. Let's understand that. You know, it's also confusing because I've spoken with many of you, and I respect all of you. I have a close relationship with many of you, and many of you proclaim to be art supporters. Most of the city council at this point is saying they no longer support the Pompidou because they see how silly the premise is. They're actually switching their story. Now it's going to be a rec center. They don't even want the Pompidou anymore. So it's a very confusing situation, and I hope you can get that. We can't afford it. The city council doesn't want it. The mayor is gunning for it. Our city officials say they have a plan, but obviously the plan has no merit to it. So how are we making a generational decision for our city based on this sheer degree of confusion and lack of good planning? I mean, come on. If we are going to build the Jersey City of the future that we all want, the best mid-sized city in our country, is this how we do it? I'll tell you right now, it is not, people, and you know it. Everybody in this room knows it. So let's get over this. Come on, let's shelve this.
Thank you. Your time
Thank you
is
very
up.
much for your time.
Thank you.
I'd like to register a document. This is a petition signed by 200 residents indicating.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam.
Our next speaker, if you can just spell your name for the record, please.
At O'Neillia, 130 Congress Street. I didn't realize I was going to be the male version of Madonna, the material guy. I don't know if Pompidou will float here. I don't know what happened after 5 years. I don't know if you guys will approve Pompidou, but that 100,000 square foot of space, that's a real asset for the city. That's probably about a $50 million asset in today's money. When I spoke to 2 prominent builders in Jersey City and in Secaucus, they agreed that somewhere around 48 million to 50 million for that 100,000 built out shell. And he said, one of them said, what do you think it's going to be worth in 5 years? It's going to be worth in 10 years, Pat. And I thought about my own house on Congress Street. where it's worth $1 million. And I look at it's a great house, 3-family house. I look at it like, how is this worth $1 million? But that's how the property is in Jersey City now. In Jersey City, in the last couple of years, we started selling floors of 2- and 3-family homes for $1 million. On 12 Irving Street right now, they're selling a floor for $950,000 and the top floor for $970,000. That was unheard of a couple of years ago, but here it is now. So as far as Pompidou, I don't know if I'll speak to Pompidou. Will it be successful? Do we need foot traffic on Journal Square? Sure, it's a different Journal Square than the one I grew up with. You know, the only destinations we have now is the Lowe's and Boulevard Drinks. Pompidou, would that work? Fine. If not, we have that space. Could we attract a major corporate tenant that can pay us real money? Then we could probably collateralize that property and pay off that bond or mortgage with that rent and build the other Pompidou 1 spot or build affordable housing. That's up to you guys. But seriously, consider the asset. I've done a lot of abatements in this city. I was pro, I was con on them. I don't recall one ever having a dollar figure like that attached to it. And from what Sean read, I don't think the abatement speaks to Pompidou, does it? It speaks to the center and the 100,000 square foot. What happens with Pompidou down the road? That's to be determined. But don't turn down the 100,000 square feet. That is an amazing asset for the city in a part of the city that's going through a huge renaissance. Where's Journal Square going to be in 10 years? Back to being the heart of Journal Square and an economic engine. So again, don't turn down this asset. Thank you.
If you can spell your name for the record for me, please.
My name is Vaja Parker, V like Victor, AJAAHPARKER.
You're going way too fast. I'm sorry. So it's VAJA.
AHPARKER.
VARKER.
Like Parker, PARKER.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to talk about this ordinance. When I started learning about this ordinance, I thought it was about the museum, this French museum that people wanted to bring to Jersey City. Then I quickly understood that it's not about that. It's about a tax abatement for a property. And instead of collecting 100% of the taxes that this developer owes this city over the next 30 years, we're saying no, give a tax abatement and instead offer a pilot and collect 47% of those taxes and take on this real estate property. And I'd like to voice my concern about that. I don't think that you should approve another tax abatement. When I first got interested in what was going on in the city, it was because of the budget shortfall of this education system. And this education shortfall was caused because of so many decades of tax abated development. I thought the council realized that it was bad news and a trigger word to approve a tax abatement. But here we are considering it again. And I would hope that you would vote no for it because you have no problem taking tax money from taxpayers that have individual properties, but you seem to be ready to let this development proceed without collecting the taxes for it. Instead of collecting the taxes for this property, you're saying you would like to collect 47% of those taxes and then take ownership of 100,000 square feet in Journal Square. 100,000 square feet that no one has a good plan on. If there was a good plan about it, we'd be talking about a good plan for it right now, but one hasn't been brought forward. There has been a precarious projection of numbers. It will cost the city more to run some real estate venture out of it than it would for us to just say, no tax abatement, give us your taxes, every year of them for 30 years. So that we can improve our infrastructure and our quality of life and the congestion and all of the things that are necessary for the tax base to pay for this high-paced development, because that's what's going on in Journal Square. High-paced development, and residents and their concerns, they deserve to be heard and met with a tax base. And you only have a tax base if you collect the taxes. So say no to the tax abatement. And don't be distracted by this museum plan that does not exist because there isn't a space. And it shouldn't exist because you should say no to this tax abatement. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just spell your name for the record, please?
Liv Malone, Malone.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to tell you a tale of two cities, both named Jersey City. In one, we have a gleaming Pompidou Center, a beacon of culture that Mayor Fulop proudly showcases to the world. It's a city where 900,000 for affordable housing is applauded because progress is measured in tourist dollars and international headlines. But there's another Jersey city. It's the one I live in. It's where families are being priced out of their homes, where the Bureau of Rent Leveling is chronically underfunded, and where 527 units at Portside Towers alone could become affordable housing overnight if only our existing laws were enforced. In this city, $900,000 isn't a triumph. It's a slap in the face. It could mean 5, maybe 10 units of affordable housing, while thousands struggle to keep a roof over their heads. The Pompidou isn't a bridge between these two cities. It's a wall, a monument to misplaced priorities that will cast a long shadow over the residents it claims to serve. Mayor Fulop asks you to vote for his vision of Jersey City, but I ask you, which Jersey City do you serve? The one that exists in glossy brochures, or the one where your constituents live, work, and struggle every day? Your vote today isn't just about a museum. It's about which Jersey City you want to build. Choose wisely, because the people, the voters, are watching, and we will remember. Vote no to the Pompidou. Vote yes to the Jersey City that needs you the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you can just spell your name for the record, please, sir.
Sure. Puneet Sood, P as in Patrick, U-N-E-E-T as in Tango, S-O-O-D as in David.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. Lot of good points have been made. I'll try to bring it back purely to the numbers and to the basic operation of a city's decision making. First of all, it's a big decision, so it should really be put to the vote by the city's residents directly and not be decided by a small select set of people here. That's the most important thing. If we are not willing to do that, then I request the council to vote against this decision, vote no on this. And the reason, again, I'll bring it back to the numbers and I'll ask rhetorically, if this project is so great, why does it need an abatement? Why can it not stand on its own feet of its own financial success? I don't get an abatement from the city. Why does a developer and a big art institution need an abatement here? That's the fundamental question. I haven't heard a good answer in the records I've seen before. No abatement, stand on its own feet. And to add to that, another speaker earlier pointed out a report which was mentioned on Art News, which is titled Center Pompidou's Economic Model is Unstable. And this is not from citizens like us. It's from France's own Court of Auditors. It's from the France's Court of Auditors. I would like to ask this council if they are aware of that article and they know the contents of that report, because that seems like a very important piece of input. The other thing I would say is this sounds similar to when sports leagues in the US come to cities asking for abatements, asking for facilities. The profits go to the sports team owners and the players, but not to the city around it. I think we would like to see a cost benefit analysis to the citizens versus the people running the project. Thank you.
You could just spell your name for the record for me.
Natalie, Natalie, Limon, Lim as in monkey, On as in Nancy.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say that Journal Square is full of lifelong working class residents and working class immigrants who run the city. I moved here almost 7 years ago for that reason, to serve the unprecedented immigrant community that we have here. And I've watched Journal Square change rapidly in the last few years, and I feel confident that the Pompidou Museum would be the nail in the coffin on ushering in a Journal Square that is a playground only for the wealthy. both those who will grace our new high-rise towers and those who will come visit our world-class art facilities, given that the Lowe's isn't going to be just a community theater, but like an off-Broadway venue for world-class acts. So taken together with that being the case with the Lowe's and with the Pompidou, next we would need a 5-star restaurant or two for these tourist patrons to dine at after their afternoon or evening of highbrow cultural events. And these same folks are unlikely to venture deeper into our city to find real Jersey City artists performing at one of our many small venues, perhaps not accessible by the PATH train. So we are inviting in a demographic that won't visit the rest of our artists, won't shop at our small bodegas or perhaps even Boulevard drinks. And perhaps that's unavoidable with the residential projects already approved and the desirability of this land that we steward. But as I said, it would be the nail in the coffin to bring in the Pompidou Museum in the midst of all of this. We should build something in this area that the middle class wants and desperately and immediately needs and would use, and that's not this. It sounds like we would love a grocery store. That's a really great idea. And what about perhaps a homeless shelter? There used to be a lot of homeless folks in Journal Square that I haven't seen as much since we started breaking ground on all these projects. And it seems clear that the rebranding of Journal Square would like for them to just disappear. Hardworking, average folks battling inflation and wage stagnation might like to visit these world-class art amenities on occasion if they can afford it. But we obviously really are asking for other things first, real resources. You know, folks might ask for a community-run art and community center or museum, but nobody is asking for a satellite of a French museum or for people from outside to come in and provide us with something that we might like to do from the grassroots. Someone said we don't want corporate boxes like Target, but at least regular folks can afford to shop at Starbucks and Target, and they might actually use a Target like regularly in Journal Square. So I just say, why don't we consider, if we're going to consider abatements at all, it should be for something that the community is asking for, not for something like this, which is just so incredibly controversial. And I love the term gentrification accelerator.
Thank you. If you can spell your name for the record, sir, and just bring the mic up to you, you're kind of tall.
Richard LaRovere, L-A, capital R-O-V as in Victor, E-R-E.
Thank you, Richard.
I'm here to offer a suggestion. Jersey City needs a Jersey City Museum of Contemporary Art. For what it's worth, I think that could be a solution for the lack of the gap, the ongoing gap of lack of representation of all the artists that we have here, that we've had here for years to continue to have. If we're going to have 100,000 square feet, at least part of that should be Jersey City Museum of Contemporary Art. And the reason why I stress contemporary art is because when we did have a Jersey City Museum at one time, and it closed, it got sold, the artifacts and the whole collection was given to the Zimmerli Museum. The Zimmerli Museum is willing to give up its holdings of anything before the 20th century, but any contemporary art of the 20th century and beyond, they're not willing to give up. So we should have a contemporary art museum like the way like LOCA, Los Angeles Museum of Contemporary Art. That would at least put us on a national level, if not on a global level, and it would give representation to all the artists who are here now, demanding that we do something with the local artists, because it begins with them and ends with them. Now, if you vote for the Pompidou, is the Pompidou going to do a community reach out and work with local artists? Or, because that's been very vague, and I actually asked the mayor that. He says yes, but then again, what is it? Again, it's like the figures to create this thing to begin with. It's all vague, and let's rush and get this thing done. Well, let's at least make sure that we have a museum of contemporary art that would include all the arts organizations all together to do something about that. I guess that's about it. But like I said, we need a museum. We had a museum. It opened in 1901. It closed in the 1950s. And then it reopened in 1976 and it closed in 2010. So we had a museum that opened and closed twice. What makes you think that a Pompidou is gonna work here? In that case, why? Because it's world class? Well, other places are world class too. So I just hope that there's some consideration for that, whichever way you vote. And I'd rather see the Jersey City Museum over the Pompidou. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can just state your name for the record and just bring that mic up. You're a tall man, Michael.
Oui. My name is Michael Griffin.
Thank you.
Ward F resident. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but just hearing everyone speak and just thinking about my thoughts. The one thing I want to say is you need to vote no on this 30-year tax abatement. Voting yes would be the most elitist thing you can possibly do. Also, when you talk about tax abatements, we haven't had tax abatements in 7 years. And between those 7 years, I actually know of developers who were looking to develop on the south side and use tax abatements for inclusionary affordable housing. Those ideas were all shut down. We have one project between that time that was done with 55% affordable housing. They were also turned down. Luckily, the community came out and supported them at the planning board meeting, and we were able to get that accomplished without government, without tax abatements. They also wanted to partner with the city to bring back the YMCA. That would have been a great place for a cultural center, but that didn't happen. The bottom line is the mayor's doing this to save face. He's doing this. This is his ego. This is his pride. This is not Jersey City. You guys know what Jersey City is, all of you, and you know this isn't it. All right. Look, that's all I had to say. I know that you gave us 3 minutes, but trust and believe you're the ones on the clock.
All
right.
Mia, you could bring that down a lot more.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
I would have to do the same thing. So,
All right.
Mia, if you could just state your name for the record.
Sure. Good evening, Mia Scanga, Scanga. I haven't been here in a while. I went to the Saturday meeting. I left about 2:30, 2:45. Unfortunately, I had not downloaded the ordinance, which was a mistake, because I since then have, and I found a lot of misinformation by the mayor. And it's all in the ordinance, right? First of all, it's only 85,000 square feet, okay? And 10,000 of that is described as cellar space, okay? It's storage space. And then there's 14,600 of outdoor space, which will be conveyed to the city for a nominal fee. What, losing $150, $200 million in taxes isn't enough? We got to pay them more to get the outdoor space. And I don't remember the city giving tax abatements for outdoor space. I don't think the city of New York does that. It's part of the agreement that they provide amenities for the public. And that's an amenity for their own building tenants who are going to be paying probably $4,000, $5,000 a month. So that's item number one. So that leads me to believe that a lot of the information he told us is not accurate. And then in terms of the mechanics of the tax abatement, it's $1,960,000. 2% is a service charge, that's standard. 5% goes to Hudson County, that's standard. There is no mention of 30% for the schools. No mention of that. And that was brought up numerous times on that Saturday meeting. Oh, the council members want 30% because, as you know, in 2022 and 2023, those 2 years combined was a 40% tax increase for the Jersey City residents. And a lot of that was due to the schools because even though the New Jersey, the governor's office informed Jersey City in 2018 in writing that they were going to be cutting state funding and they listed how much they would cut, the city kept on giving out tax abatements with 0% to the schools. So this is another 30 years with 0% to the schools. That's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. That costs really the burden falls on the 1 to 4 family homeowners because these rental units, they have LLCs which obscure and the city never knows how much they collect in rent and how much they're getting in taxes. And I got that from a previous tax collector. Also, I want to mention that.
Time is up.
Oh, too bad. Okay.
You could just state your name for the record.
I'm Brendan Coughlin. So I want to start this piece by saying I am nowhere near NIMBY. I am for development and building things in Jersey City. I am not for building Schrodinger's building, which tonight has been described as a art museum, a center of cultural recreation, and now a overpriced storage shed that's also a tax shelter somehow. I'm actually kind of impressed and shocked that we just found this out less than a minute ago. Now, we are told this project is going to help expand our city's international appeal. Now, right now, our city's international appeal is lost tourists, people got scammed on Airbnb lies, and corporate travelers whose companies are too cheap to pay for Manhattan. I'm not in favor of building this building. It's going to cost the city a lot of money. We've heard various numbers tonight. I heard one number earlier tonight for $165 million total cost to the city. Think about what we could do with that much money right now. We could actually have bike lanes that won't kill you if you go on them. We could have a functioning park. We could plant a tree in the park so the kids won't get sunburned. Maybe even 2, hopefully. We can continue to expand and work on improving our city's enforcements. Maybe hire a traffic cop or 3. And in closing, I want to offer us a lovely, simple, modest proposal as an alternative for this money. We could buy every man, woman, and child a 6-ounce tin of caviar and a bottle of Dom Perignon to wash it down for the cost of this project. It is a stupid, asinine proposal, but it will be a better use of the money. And we would still be getting you'd still be getting kickbacks from a French company. Thank you.
Thank you.
You could just spell your name for the record, please.
It's Robinson, Robinson, Holloway, Holloway.
Thank you so much.
Hello, as an arts advocate, I feel like it's my job to say more arts, museums in every ward. Do whatever you can, more arts. And generally, the arts should be advocating for the arts, and then the bean counter should tell us how many we can have. And for the most part, that's usually a restriction of arts. Most places, especially nowadays, are cutting back on the arts. The arts is the first thing overboard. And a lot of the opinions we've been hearing, things are more important than arts. Schools are more important than arts. Sewers are more important than the arts. Roads are more important than the arts. I think the arts is extremely important. And I also think that this is a very brave city that does support the arts. 4 years ago, there was an arts referendum that almost got pulled. It is something that I think is still too small, but it does support the arts right now. And it almost got pulled because we were in COVID and people were afraid it wouldn't pass. If you listen to social media back then, all you would hear is my taxes are too high already. I already support the arts. But the arts organizations got together. We commissioned a professional pollster who specialized in referendum, and they told us this is the biggest slam dunk ever. Even though those people weren't on social media, the people of Jersey City support the arts. So we had the referendum and it passed in a very difficult year of COVID and economic uncertainty. It passed. And now we have it. And why I say it's brave, this is something that's available to every other city in New Jersey, and we are still the only one that has ever done it. We've also done things like the Powerhouse Arts District. We have a plan. Developers get taller buildings. They build theaters. Nimbus has a theater. Art House has a theater. The Symphony will have a theater because we have traded development for the arts. This arts alley I've heard about for many years between the Lowe's and Manna. They will be trading things to get arts. And arts, to start with an arts anchor like the Pompidou, will make that arts alley in the future an incredible place. And I will tell you, the Pompidou has had an effect, a positive effect on what I do. Just yesterday, I had a major European arts organization fly in from Paris and London to visit here. They were so impressed. They're going to partner with my organization and they're planning to move their New York City offices to Jersey City. So, and that is because the Pompidou and the strength of the community here. All these things can work together and feed one another and make the pie bigger and make this a really great place. I travel all over the state. I travel to New York a lot, and Jersey City's on people's radar in a way that it hasn't been. People think Jersey City's next, and it can be, and it's because of the arts, and it's because of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. You can spell your name for the record, please.
Sure, good evening, Paula, Paula, Mahayosnan, Mahayos, S as in Sam, Nand.
That A-N-N-D?
Nand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I rarely make these occasions to speak in front of you, and most of the time my conversations are one-on-one or community meetings, but I felt strongly today, after listening 2 hours virtually, I felt the strong need to address you personally. You've always been there for me, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident, not for the nonprofits that I support. And you're always open to, expanding ideas and getting residents involved, but please say no. And the reason why I say no is that the cost shouldn't be on the shoulders of the residents. Your fiduciary responsibility is really managing the funds, working with the BA to ensure that we're not going to leverage funding that we can't support, and that's going to be hardworking individuals in Jersey City. I feel strongly that the funding can be used or directed to other projects. As you know, there are park projects, educational projects that we haven't seen in fruition. They've been stale. We've been challenged in getting numbers and how dollars are being spent. And I feel that this legacy project, although exciting, may be one of those items where we won't be able to control our spending or understand, how it's going to be spent in the future. I have 1:31 left. I like to say that it's challenging. I know this is a legacy project. A lot of the projects in the city are considered legacy projects. I can give an example, but please think about this. Don't let this legacy excitement cost the residents of Jersey City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can just state your name for the record.
Tara Smythe.
I didn't hear you.
Tara Smythe.
Thank you. When you're ready.
Imagine a desert, miles of sand, a community dying of thirst. Now picture a man unveiling his solution, a magnificent, shimmering swimming pool. Council members, Mayor Phillips' Pompidou project is that pool, and we are that thirsty crowd. But we're in a housing crisis. Rents are skyrocketing, families are being displaced, and our Bureau of Rent Leveling runs on fumes. Yet we've asked to pour our limited resources into a cultural oasis most struggling residents won't be able to afford to visit. The mayor's plan offers a token $1,500 per luxury Pompidou unit to avoid real affordable housing solutions. This is a mirage, a distraction from the fact that for the cost of this project, we could solve pressing problems. We could fully fund rent control enforcement. We could create hundreds of affordable units, starting with the 527 at Portside Towers. This Pompidou isn't water for the desert. It's a monument of misplaced, ego-driven priorities. A mirage that will do nothing to quench our city's thirst for economic justice and affordable housing. Council members, you have a choice. Will you chase this mirage, or will you be the leaders we need who address our community's real needs? The voters are watching. Come election time, they'll remember who chose a shimmering swimming pool over the water we so desperately need. Vote no to the Pompidou mirage and vote yes to real solutions for Jersey City.
If you can state your name for the record, please.
Mark Boyles.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I'm completely against this ordinance. This is a multi-million-dollar annual drain on the residents of Jersey City. And to what end? So that Jersey City can become a, quote, destination, unquote? A destination for whom? New Yorkers and visitors to the area already have MoMA, the Whitney, the Met, the Guggenheim, and a host of smaller museums and galleries. So why would they make the trek out to Journal Square to see a tiny subset of the Pompidou's holdings? It seems to be more of a vanity project for our soon-to-be ex-mayor and a giveaway to his real estate friends. And what about affordable housing? A measly $900,000 from the phase 1 project, maybe $1.8 million from both phases, a drop in the bucket compared to the profits that Kushner will make. To make this project acceptable, it should be amended to make 1/3 of the total floor area affordable housing. All apartments in the project should be rent controlled from day one, and normal taxes should be paid, not pilot payments. And finally, a guarantee that the city would never have to contribute in any way to the Pompidou folly. I could never vote for anyone who supports this project as it stands. Thank you.
You can just spell your name for the record, please.
Ann Novato, ANNENOVADO.
NAVO.
No. VADO.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, City members, Jersey City residents. My name is Ann Novato. I'm owner of Novato Gallery, LLC, located on Morgan Street in downtown Jersey City. In support of the Pompidou Museum in Jersey City, I'm here to offer my relevant professional observations as a local, independently operated business, as well as an artist. 9 years ago, I made the decision to relocate to Jersey City to open Novato Gallery with my business partner, who is also an artist. We decided Jersey City had the type of energy, leadership, and potential that would fit our retail gallery business. Like starting any business, it has not been easy, certainly has not been boring, but we are proud to be the first, and unfortunately at the moment, the only retail gallery in the Powerhouse Arts District. Our gallery's clients and visitors range from longtime residents to more and more new residents and visitors. Majority are new residents looking to engage with cultural events and activities that they can enjoy with their families and children on this side of the Hudson. Unfortunately, we often see clients relocating for easier access to education, cultural resources, and recreational green space. Therefore, I'm expressing my support for investment in the Pompidou Museum for our community. As the owner of a large retail art gallery, I firmly believe this museum will bring significant long-term benefits, not only to the local arts community, but also to our broader cultural and business landscape. For businesses in Jersey City, the museum presents us with an exciting opportunity as it will serve as another anchor in our city's cultural landscape, attracting tourists and residents alike. The Pompidou is a world-renowned museum that will further enhance the reputation of our city as a cultural destination. More, the museum will create a welcoming space for all families to engage with the arts, fostering cultural appreciation and the development of critical thinking skills at an early age. The idea that a contemporary museum is an elitist institution is outdated and false. With the Pompidou's plans for broad cultural programming, This museum is slated to become a beloved gathering place for family-friendly events, workshops, and educational activities that enrich the lives of all visitors. This focus on inclusivity will help build a stronger, more connected community. Jersey City will continue to evolve away from serving as Manhattan's bedroom community into a thriving place for all. In closing, I hope that you will join me and the countless others in backing this valuable initiative for the community as it promises to enrich the
Thank you.
fabric of our.
Your time is up. Thank you. You could just spell your name for the record for me, sir?
It's Raymond E. Mingst, R-A-Y-M-O-N-D. R-A-Y.
R-A-Y.
R-A-Y-M-O-N-D. Middle initial E. Last name Mingst, M-I-N-G-S-T.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council, fellow residents and guests. I speak today not only as an artist and a member of Jersey City's arts community, but as someone deeply moved by what our city once had and what we are on the verge of regaining. Recently, I came across a catalog for the 1993 Jersey City Museum exhibition, States of Loss, which addressed powerful themes like migration, displacement, and colonialism, issues that remain deeply relevant today. What struck me most wasn't just the world-class artists like David Vonarovich and Carrie Mae Weems, but that this exhibition couldn't have happened without support from outside Jersey City. The Whitney Museum and several prominent galleries contributed, and international voices helped shape the project. This reminds us Jersey City has always thrived through collaboration with external partners, and the Pompidou X Jersey City project is no different. Critics have raised concerns about the financing of the project, but let's remember, major cultural initiatives often require external support. The Pompidou and KRE Group are offering us a partnership that, when managed properly, can be transformative for the city. This isn't just about bringing art here. It's about establishing a sustainable institution where students, artists, and residents can engage with global ideas and conversations. Since the closure of the Jersey City Museum in 2010, our city has been without a cultural beacon. Our need for an art museum has far outgrown what could be housed on the 4th floor of the main library. I despair for the youth of Jersey City who no longer have access to exhibitions like States of Loss. They deserve a space where questions of identity, justice, and creativity can be explored with depth and rigor. The Pompidou X Jersey City can be that place. To those who argue we should focus solely on local investment, I say there is no contradiction between supporting local arts and welcoming a global institution. The Pompidou will bring resources, partnerships, and visibility that our local arts community currently lacks, enhancing the entire cultural ecosystem of Jersey City. To the independent leaders in this room particularly, I implore you to see the value in cooperation and partnership. Let's not turn our backs on the success that is within reach. Past grievances should inform us, not divide us. Insist that developers who benefit from our city give back and invest in its well-being. We all have special interests.
Thank you.
Make the work.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Make them work.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, if you can state your name for the record.
It's Esther Wintner, E-S-T-H-E-R, W-I-N-T-N-E-R.
Thank you.
How dare Fulop and his administration try to force the Pompidou on the backs of the city taxpayers? Who does it serve? Has anyone here asked for Pompidou to come to Jersey City? I can't hear you. No more abatements. No more abatements. Unless it's an abatement Philip wants. Have we not learned our lesson on the long-term negative impact abatements have on taxpayers? Now he wants an abatement in an area that does not need to spur any more development. Why should taxpayers help foot the bill for a major project that no one has asked for? A museum with no connection to Jersey City's roots. We are reminded that the city has no money to fund long-standing programs that have served the residents, such as repairing the ice skating rink or the public pools. It now costs money for poor children to use the pools, many of which it is an unaffordable expense. Philip, with his 2 infinity pools for his children, shows his disconnect and lack of concern for the children of Jersey City that now miss out on this small joy on hot summer days when they have nowhere else to go. No money to fix the luxury potholes that we endure when traveling through the city. The notion that Philip and this administration has a desire to enrich the arts is a false narrative. This vanity project is only to help pad his resume for governor, using the taxpayers as his piggy bank. How are the local arts and community groups supported by Philip over the years? The mural project brought in outside international artists rather than using local artists. The attack on Jersey City not-for-profit icons, such as the Kennedy Dancers, WFMU, Friends of Lowe's, do not go unforgotten. Ethnic parades, such as the Filipino and Caribbean parades, are canceling because they can no longer afford the prohibitively high cost of police that Philip has set. They now celebrate their heritage by marching around in circles in Lincoln Park. We now pay more taxes with our garbage costs being allocated to our water bills. Now Philip wants to siphon money from the taxes we pay toward the library and allocate it to this vanity project of his. This project is a major undertaking in terms of long-term continued financing and cost. It only serves to feed into Philip's fantasy of what he sees for himself and to strip Jersey City of the fabric of the communities. It is not something residents have asked for or can afford. As Philip transitions out of Jersey City, we will be left holding the bag. Vote no to this abatement.
If you can spell your name for the record, please.
Melita Rodas, Melida Rodas.
Thank you.
My name is Melita Rodas, and I am a mother and a resident of Jersey City. Museums essentially serve a twofold mission. Beyond their cultural significance, the museum sector plays a crucial role in the economy by creating jobs and generating tax revenue. I believe that collective efforts of the art community, the museum, the local government, and state government can result in a very special moment for our city's youth and our city's growth. Since first watching the E.T. movie in 1982 at the theater in Journal Square, I've seen slow progress until recently. I'm excited to witness its renaissance in my lifetime, hopefully catapulted by the presence of a world-class museum working with the community, including my community, Greenville, Jersey City. There is data about museums and their economic impact put forth by Oxford Economics with Andrew Mellon Foundation. This is the data. Each job created by museum sectors result in $16,495 in additional tax revenue per person. Every direct job at a museum supports an additional job in the economy. This is a higher rate than any other industry. Museums return more than $5 in tax revenue for every $1 that they receive in funding from all levels of government. In determining America's best cities, Bloomberg Business Week placed the greatest weight on communities with museums. Money Magazine Best Places to Live surveys the concentration of museums as being ultimately valuable. I know that we can work together, hearing your voices, the voices of my Greenville community, my fellow artists, the art organizations. I believe that the real estate, the trade-off, the benefits of this deal can help us to acquire something like others have shared, will multiply in value, but not just monetary value, that of the children who live here. Children who visit a museum during kindergarten have higher achievement scores. There is a lot of data that I can't continue to share with you. Visit museumsocialimpact.org. There is a 2023 study, and it will
Thank you.
elaborate more.
Thank you.
If you can just bring the mic up and then spell your name for the record for me, please.
Chantel Martin, SHANTELL MARTIN.
Thank you.
As an artist, an educator, a mentor, a philosopher, I see the power and the value in art. I was the first in my family to finish high school, first in my family to learn a new language, first in my family to travel, first in my family to live in Jersey City for many years and be a proud resident of this city. I know from firsthand experience, when you're exposed to art, it will connect your head to your hand to your heart. And I know that those are facts. When you are exposed to art, you are able to enter more creative industries. And I hear people here saying, not our kids. Why not your kids? The more that we bring art into the city, the more that we bring art into our spaces, the more that we can expose art to our children, we get to expose them to be professionals in many different careers. Bringing the museum like this to Jersey City, I think people are just seeing it in one narrow lens. There's lots of spectrums, there's lots of possibilities, there's lots of exposure that this will give Jersey City residents, children, and artists alike. We need more art in schools, and to do that, we need to support our institutions, our art spaces and places. And for that, I hope that this will bring more art and creativity to Jersey City and bring everyone together and connect them in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. He was next. Gene, he was next. Come on. No, he was next, the gentleman, right.
Yeah, but before we have the next speaker, if I can just ask the audience to be courteous on whoever is speaking. I know it's a hot topic. I know we have difference of opinions, but if you can just let the speaker speak and not have anything going on in the background, I greatly appreciate it. I don't have a court reporter tonight, so it's important that we get the speakers loud and clear. Thank you. You can just state your name for the record.
Yeah. Daniel Feldman, DANIEL FELD, M as in Mary, A, N as in Nancy.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm here to offer a stark counterpoint to Mr. Mink's glowing endorsement of the Pompidou project you heard earlier. Mr. Mink speaks of cultural excellence and global prestige, but what good is a world-class museum to residents who can't afford to live in their own city? He argues that the Pompidou will elevate our community. I argue that what truly elevates a community is investing in its people, not in vanity projects. Mr. Mink dismisses concerns about rushed planning and lack of transparency as mere excuses. But in governance, process matters. Transparency matters. These aren't trivial concerns. They're the bedrock of responsible city management. He claims that the Pompidou's expertise will solve all of our problems, but expertise in running a museum doesn't translate to expertise in solving Jersey City's unique challenges. We need solutions tailored to our community, not imported from Paris. Mr. Mink suggests this project will attract new donors and investors, but I ask you, at what cost? Do we want to be a city that prioritizes attracting outside money over meeting the needs of its current residents? He argues there is no contradiction between supporting local artists and welcoming a global institution. But in a world of finite resources, every dollar spent on the Pompidou is a dollar not spent on nurturing our local arts scene. Mr. Minks asks what kind of city we want to be. Well, I'll tell you, a city that invests in its people. A city that prioritizes essential services and affordable housing over glamorous but unnecessary projects. A city that solves its existing problems before creating new ones. You want to seize a moment? Seize this one. Vote no on the Pompidou and yes on investing in our community's real needs. That's the true path to excellence for Jersey City. And remember, while we debate spending millions on a museum, hundreds of families at Portside Towers are still fighting for their basic right to affordable housing. Let's get our priorities straight. Thank you.
You could just state your name for the record.
Eugene O'Connell.
Thank you.
I think like most of the other residents of Jersey City, I supported the Pompidou complex at the Public Service Electric and Gas Building. And it was almost like, I couldn't believe that the state of New Jersey would pull the funding from that project. The 2024 budget for the state of New Jersey is $53 billion. And they pulled 24 million of that budget from Jersey City. And to add insult to injury, gave the city 30 days to come up with another plan. So I drive through Journal Square every day from my home on Tribune Avenue to my office. And I know there are over 6,000 new residential units in Journal Square. But it's amazing to me that the retail and commercial space has really not come up to speed. And I think Jersey City and Journal Square needs something to create a better retail and commercial space. I think the Lowe's Theater is going to be a help for that. I think the McKinley Square Park that has been recreated is going to be a help to that. And I also think that the park that will be built on the Hudson County Courthouse building will help. But I also think that we should continue to try to have the Pompidou complex at Journal Square, because I think that will be the real catalyst to bring Journal Square forward. And so that brings me now to the abatement. And the abatement, which is in two phases, and it does create about $1.8 million in Affordable Housing Trust Fund money. And it does give us about 100,000 square feet of commercial space. And so the question is, this is our chance to really have the Pompidou complex. But if that can occur, is the benefits of reducing the taxes to the developer outweighed by the money for Affordable Housing Trust Fund money for 100,000 square feet of commercial space? Is that good for the city? I think it is. And I think it's good because we should not give up on having a world-class museum in our Jersey City. So I say vote yes. Thank you very much.
If you can just spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Laos Fois, L-A-O-S.
L-A-O-S.
Last name is Fois, F-O-I-S.
I-S. Thank you.
I'm an artist, photographer, Jersey City resident for 30 years now. I've seen 111 get torn down and be a rubble for a decade. Now it's got grass on it. I saw our Jersey City Museum closed down. And even when it was open, it's a little difficult how it interacted with the community. And I don't know the numbers, I really can't talk to how the financing is going, who's going to pay for what. And a lot of people brought a lot of really good points about doing something better with the money. However, I've been here long enough to know that that's not really, it's not an either or, right? You guys are not going to just take all that money and go build affordable housing. I live in downtown. I've lived here, like I said, almost, downtown 20 years now. And it just grew into luxury apartments. So the way I see it, the opportunity is we build a cultural center, we get a world-class museum, or we don't, because that money is not going to go somewhere else. At least that's been my experience. And I'd rather have a museum. I'd rather have support for the arts. I'd rather there be a center. I don't know. It's been ever since we lost 111. It's been very scattered. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I hope it goes through.
Thank you. Can you spell your name for the record, please?
Charlene Burke, CHARLENE Good evening, Council. I am so impressed with the speakers this evening, and I hope you are as well. They're well-spoken, they made excellent points, they weren't redundant, they hit on many notes that you should have certainly considered before you reached this point this evening. And I truly, truly believe that their message of considering the residents and our existing city before we invite a entity like the Pompidou Museum to occupy Journal Square is really all important. I have experienced many times in this city calling agencies in which there are not opportunities or monies to do the repairs, such as were mentioned before in our parks, such as we right now have a problem with lead lines in Jersey City. And this money is coming out of our water bills for the next 5 years. Now, if we actually use the money that you have, or the city has identified here, and this project pays their fair share in taxes, then perhaps it can offset some of these incredible costs that are being rained down on every one of the residents in this city, particularly those that are the 1 to 4 family homeowners, because they are the ones really who bear the brunt of these increases. And they're the ones that actually are ending up selling their homes and moving away. And that becomes the next knockdown. And then a developer builds something that's out of character with the building that we've all been fighting. So, I mean, I really would like you to vote no this evening on this, because as Mia Skanga even mentioned, the numbers aren't solid here. You really need to have conservative projections over the next 10 years, not something so optimistic that you are going to vote for it. You'll all be out of office next year, maybe onto bigger things, maybe not. But that leaves us holding the bag. And not every one of us can get up and leave into some other community that has better schools, no flooding, beautiful parks, no traffic, and maybe public parking even near our commercial corridors so that they can actually shop. So, I mean, really think about this very strongly, as many of these points were excellent this evening. So I thank all my fellow residents for coming out, making their statements tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if you can just spell your name for the record.
K-A-R-I-N.
K-A-R-I-N.
N as in Nico. Last name V-A-N-O-P-P-E-N.
Thank you.
I'm here to ask you for at minimum to table this because I cannot understand unless you had previous knowledge of this, how you have enough information to vote on this today. At the very least, your constituents should have enough information to know if this is a good idea or not. I listened in via Facebook every minute of this meeting on Saturday. I listened in on Monday. I looked at all these drawings and I still don't quite understand where this white box is that we're going to buy. Apparently part of it in the basement, part of it is this pink floating box, part of it is outside. We should have a little bit more concrete information. That's one thing. Also, this, and I looked this up because I wanted to know more about it. And I'm like, okay, what is this 808 Pavonia building? It got approved in 2022. So for those, apparently we need to vote today because there's such a rush. It got approved 2 years ago. And before that, a similar project got approved in 2017. And thanks to every local reporter, I found that the reason that got approved is because they changed an ordinance in 2016 in October, changed how the zone looks like. So for zone 10 within that 2016, whatever you call that thing. And that means that what the changes were, you could go from building as of right at a height of 12 to 37. And if you made some more some more changes, like for example, do a cafe and that walk and all these other artsy things, they can build up to 60. So now on top of all of that, what this project already has, they are now going to get 30 years of abatement. And I really need to know did you all crush these numbers? Does this make sense? Like, could we not have a cultural center, museum, whatever you want to call it, some other place for the same amount of money or maybe even less? I really hope that you know what you're doing. And if you vote on this today, you must have more information than me. Thank you.
Thank you. You could just spell your name for the record for me, please?
Kathleen Connolly, Connolly.
Thank you.
It's a very emotional subject, and having these numbers all, when we went Saturday, we didn't have the numbers and it was very confusing. I found that alone, not having the numbers on Saturday, just to be alone disingenuous. We're supposed to take a 30-year abatement. I thought abatements, we're not talking abatements anymore. We're talking affordable housing. That's what we're talking about. Listen to our candidates that are running for office, presidential office. They're talking housing, housing, housing. They're not talking about, you got to bring an art museum. They're talking housing. People need a place to live that's affordable. So just hearing about the swimming pools, I forgot about that. We couldn't even have swimming pools for kids. This money that's going to the Pompidou, and yes, in the art news, they say it's going broke. I don't want to give a check to the Pompidou. We are fortunate enough, when you talk about we need arts, we're fortunate enough to live across the river from some of the greatest world-class museums. You just take a train over. We don't need a plane ticket to go to a great museum. We're lucky to be close to New York City. We are a sixth borough, as they say. But anyway, we need affordable housing because affordable housing is a cornerstone of vibrant communities. Also, the library funding. Yes, we now have this library funding. I pay $500 a year for the library, and I would like to see the library to be part of Buckles. It's Bergen County Cooperative Library System. They have 77 libraries that are all connected in New Jersey. You can get all the best books that our library doesn't have. You have access to that. So anyway, that's another funding. Thank you. Vote no.
Sorry,
It's okay.
was having trouble with the clock. If you could just spell your name for the record, please.
Anna Hiddleston, Anna Hanna, Hiddleston Hiddleston.
Leston?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, hello, I'm a curator from the Centre Pompidou, and I've been working on this project for the past 3 years with my colleague Charles Aubin and the Pompidou team in Paris. And I just want to express the Pompidou's commitment to and belief in this project. I'd like to begin by talking a bit about the Pompidou in Paris. It was founded in 1977. The Centre Pompidou transformed the museum experience by creating a cultural center connected to contemporary society, to community, and to the young. It was the first museum to offer art workshops for children, and it is renowned for its multidisciplinary collection, from paintings to architecture, design, photography, and more. Education and community engagement are at the heart of what we do, and this spirit will guide us in Jersey City. Our goal is not to simply replicate the Paris experience, but to create something unique for Jersey City, shaped by its history, its communities, and its concerns. Over the past 3 years, we have met nearly 200 people from local cultural associations, from schools, universities, as well as local artists. We've already partnered with the Jersey City Public Library and the Hudson County Community College. And we plan to continue offering internships, fellowships, and collaborative programming. We also plan to recruit the museum team locally. The Centre Pompidou in Jersey City will be a place for all, for children, students, artists, people with special needs, and seniors. We'll have spaces for children's art workshops, a teen lounge equipped for creative media projects, and a dance studio for performance and dance classes, and an auditorium for panel discussions, poetry readings, concerts, and more. We're also committed to supporting local artists through exhibitions, production support, commissions, and mentorship. The Centre Pompidou holds one of the biggest collections of modern and contemporary art in the world. While we'll bring major artists like Chagall, Matisse, Picasso, Modigliani, our programming will make a point of highlighting living artists and local voices. We aim to create a place for community, a place where people feel they belong. The Centre Pompidou in Jersey City will be a vibrant, inclusive space where art and life come together. We believe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Finished.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all right. Let's respect one another. We could disagree, but let's respect one another, okay? Go ahead.
If you could just spell your name for the
Yes.
record, please.
Hello, hi, my name is Maria Ross. That's Mariaross. And I just wanted to say thank you to the curator from the Pompidou that just spoke before. And she told us a lot of very nice things that the Pompidou can do for Jersey City. But it has been reported that the Pompidou in France is in the red. It's underwater and it needs help, and it's going to close for restructuring and repairs. And it's going to close for a few years. This has been reported in Art News. Somebody else quoted that. But actually, the ordinance here is supposed to be about the tax abatement. So I'd like to talk about that. Why does Mr. KRE Kushner need a huge 30-year tax abatement that somebody quoted is going to cost Jersey City almost $200,000? Why? I don't understand that reasoning there. What's the reason for the tax abatement when Jersey City homeowners have seen a 40% tax increase in their real estate taxes, but yet these billionaires are going to get a 30-year tax abatement? Does that make sense? I don't think so. So this whole project, which was first introduced several years ago by our mayor, has really kind of been floating around. Nobody really knows what's going on. The numbers that were posted the other day didn't make any sense. He talked about money from the EDA, which the following day was immediately reported that this doesn't really exist. He also talked about philanthropic funding, which also doesn't exist. So basically, this is really a pipe dream, a vanity project, and it's going to wind up costing Jersey City a lot of money. It looks like it's a lot of sleight of hand on the part of the mayor and a KRE. We don't really know what's going on, but be sure that Jersey City is watching the city council and how you vote, because it's on you what's going to happen. Whatever's going on with this lack of transparency, you guys are complicit and we're watching. Thank you.
Okay.
Girl got me tonight. You know, I be home in my bed. But you know what? This is a good experience for us. As you know, I'm affordable, a housing person, but I love my art. I got 7 grandkids and they like drawing. They can look at something and draw it. So how do we work this out? Are he just giving us land, or is he building this out for us? Because he can do both. He can give us the land and he can build affordable houses. We got 2 big buildings right up here in Montgomery Gardens on Montgomery Street. That man can take and build them 2 24 or 15-story brick buildings and take that money so some affordable people can have about 80 apartments. And he can also give us that land. Kushner got that money. He got that land tied up in that square for about 10 years. 10 years. Anybody can tell me, but I know my city. Make this man do the art. We need the art. Our children need it. But we need affordable housing. We got too many people in this city ain't got nowhere to live. I got a phone over there. If I ain't got 20 phone numbers that people need somewhere to live in this city, affordable, I ain't got one. This is a shame if we don't weigh this out and don't jump to, you should table it tonight so you can come to meeting of the mind. We need affordable housing. We need this art, but we don't have it here. It's a beautiful thing. Like I said, my grandkids love it. We got a sign sitting down there, but we ain't got nothing here for the art. The man got enough money to do the both. He can do both of them. Make him come to the table and come to the table right. If he want affordable housing, he want that art, he want that land. Do you know what 30-year tax? You know how many buildings I built in the city? 2. Affordable. with tax abatement, with tax grant. This man can do this. He's a billionaire, not a millionaire. He wants to make money in our city. Make him give something that's real to the city. The 30 years tax abatement, you know what that is? That he can do that art center for us and do them two, it's nothing but them two buildings down there on Montgomery Street. Where people can live again. It's right here. He can do both. Work it out, council. We need you to make this happen. Don't let this man that's rob us. He give us the land, he ain't gonna build it out. You want it? Pay for it. He got enough money. Thank you.
Motion. Oh, it's going up. Oh,
Hold on, I got one more.
If you could just spell your name for the record, please.
Yeah, name's Aaron Morrill, Aaron, last name Morrill, Morrill. Good evening. I hadn't planned on speaking, but I couldn't resist. It's a subject I've written a lot about. Nice to see everybody. I'll try and be quick. There's been a lot of confusion about the numbers. I just wanted for everybody here to be very clear about what the numbers for this project are. The abatement is $150 million that will not be paid to the city coffers. That's a tax break of $150 million. Yes, there will be a building at some point or a space, 85,000 square feet, 100,000 square feet. It's a little unclear because there's some outdoor space, but that's what we'll get at the end. But we're basically investing in real estate. Pompidou is not going to happen, everybody. I got good news for some, bad news for others. And here's why it's not going to happen. Yesterday, I wrote in the Jersey City Times, I quoted the mayor. And this is going to surprise you. He was not honest in what he said on Saturday. He said that EDA grant that we were using for construction before, we're permitted to use that for operations now. So that carries the majority of the burden for the next 10 years. This is what the mayor said to a room of 200 of his voters, his constituents. He lied, bald-faced lied to the people in the room because yesterday I spoke with the EDA and I said, is that true? Are there these tax credits? Which, by the way, amount to $67.5 million of the operating costs for the first 10 years, virtually half of the operating costs of this museum. Here's what the EDA wrote to me. The Centre Pompidou project has not been approved for any tax incentives, none. We are sitting here tonight having this discussion, wasting our time because the mayor has foisted on everybody in this room and in the city a project that is completely unfeasible financially, is going to cost us a fortune, and he lied to everybody. We should not even be here right now because Pompidou can't happen financially for the same reasons that the state pulled the funding, because we cannot pay for it. It's super expensive, over 20 million a year to pay for it, to operate it. That's just to operate it. And then it's going to be $250 million to pay for this tax abatement and then fit it out, to build it out, $1,000 a square foot. So guys, Pompidou ain't happening. The only question right now is whether you guys are going to do what the mayor is asking you to do. And I've got 14 seconds, 13 seconds, and I had so much more I wanted to say. But let me tell you, folks, do the right thing. Don't go with the mayor here. Your legacy will depend on it. You'll feel a lot better if you vote this down.
Thank you.
Vote no.
Motion, Lisa. Motion.
Motion.
Okay,
Motion.
all right.
Motion.
Thank you. So we can move on.
I have to ask, this is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Is any other member of the public wishing to be heard?
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-086 was made by Council President Waterman, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-086, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Slay.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-086. As discussed at the caucus, I believe we have a motion to amend Ordinance 24-086 with regards to the definition on page 2, second paragraph from the bottom. On page 12, last paragraph. On page 53, first paragraph. On page 63, section 2.11, page 92, second paragraph from the bottom, and page 96, paragraph 7. It should all read museum, comma, gallery, comma, educational, comma, recreational, or other cultural arts space.
Second. Okay.
Corporation Council, just need to know if this is a substantial change to the ordinance.
No.
Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Gotta get you on camera. I'm also a camera operator too, so.
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay. With that being said, do I have a motion to amend City Ordinance 24-086 with just the definition?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council President Waterman. On the motion to amend Ordinance 24-086, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
No.
To amend, no. Okay. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
No.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion to amend Ordinance 24-086 is approved 7-2, with council members Bajano and Gilmore voting no. The final
Hold on, Sean. I have a few questions for the DA, because every time I read about this new stuff constantly keep coming up. So John, if you could just answer just some yes or no questions as it relates to the $67.5 million that was earmarked for the build out. Can we use said funds for operating budget? Did we get approval from the entity in which designated the funds to do so?
First, I just want to clarify for the record tonight that we're voting on a 30-year tax abatement for a cultural recreational space in the heart of Journal Square, 100,000 square feet.
John, I know what we're voting on. If you can answer the questions.
They haven't been approved yet because they haven't
I'm
applied.
talking to John.
I know,
If you
but
can answer the questions, just yes or no.
It's not
that hard. Just answer yes or no.
They need to be the people of Jersey City should be given the full picture, okay?
So if they should be given the full picture, we should have more dialogue than rushing it through.
You can't
So don't
say-
start talking about transparency in one breath and not talking about it in another breath.
Ask for a yes or no question. No, you can't ask for a yes or no question when you want people to understand the totality of the picture.
Correct.
No, that
Wait
that
a
is
minute.
not appropriate.
John, are you going to answer the question just yes or no?
To answer it fully.
He's not going to answer the way
He's
you
not
want it.
answering? You don't want to
No.
answer that, John? All right, next question.
I'm not going to answer
That's
questions on your terms. I want to
Audience,
explain something.
please let
If it's
them
a yes
speak,
or no, then
okay?
no,
So we
I'm not
can hear
answering.
it all.
Yeah, John.
Okay.
Yeah, answer the question.
Can we just vote motion to?
I have questions. You can't tell me I can't ask questions. No, I can ask them now. You don't dictate when questions can be asked.
Okay, ask the question, but you're telling him not to do yes or no only. That's not fair.
John, please answer
Allow
the
them
question,
to
John.
Explain, okay? I have no problem with you asking questions.
Or now you want somebody to explain.
No,
When the
you can't
residents
just
was
say yes or
asking
no.
for explanations, you was muff. You ain't say anything.
I'm listening to them.
I know,
I'm
yeah.
absolutely
You listening.
to
You
them.
right,
Yes.
you listening. John, can you
I
answer the
respect
question,
you too
please,
much
John?
To be doing this, come on.
Okay, now.
Come on, Gilmore.
But I have the attention of the audience. Audience, please keep it down. You see the council people is in confrontation here. Let them have their moment, okay? Just like you have yours. Now, Councilman Gilboy asked the question. He asked the question to the BA, all right? Now it is up to the BA to give the answer the way he chooses to give an answer. For you to tell a person to say yes or no, you're restricting the way they should answer you. Just like when somebody asks you a question, all right, they have a right to answer it the best way that they can answer it for their comprehension.
Oh,
That's
I'll
the way
ex-
it is. So
I'll
let-
ex-
let-
I'll
let
accept
Councilman
that. I'll
Gilmore-
accept that.
Let him answer his question,
Okay.
okay? You don't have to agree, but this is the way it is. Let him answer his question, all right? That's
Okay.
what we want. Now, Councilman Gilmore, you can ask your question.
No, again, John, you can answer how you please to answer the
Right,
question.
he has to. You can't say, oh, answer it this way.
That's all I asked for.
No,
Hold on,
he's
hold on,
answering the question.
hold on.
You don't have to agree how he answer it, but he answering the question. All right?
Okay. We
That's the
got,
way it is. No, Tina. Let him answer question. Like when somebody asks you a question, answer it. Now go ahead, John. Answer his question.
Thank you, Council President. So the tax credits that we're talking about is an NJEDA project that is, they wrote these tax credits with a project like this in mind. And we've had multiple conversations with the state regarding to that there's two tranches of money that needs to get this project done. Capital stack to actually build it out. We had the pad side building, now we have a new project here. And then also operating costs. We talked to them about both aspects of that project. It's transferred from one facility to another, but ultimately we qualify for those tax credits and there's an application process in which we'll make a pitch for the funding sources that we need to allocate towards this project. So
Okay, so hold on, let him finish, John. Let him finish.
not gonna stand for.
Let him finish.
When somebody's answering a question.
Okay.
No one
You don't
shouted
have to
when you were
agree.
speaking, so have the same respect for the administration. This is like me speaking, please. Again, you gonna keep shouting, you'll be removed.
So
Right.
John, is
That's
it fair to say that we have no definitive answers as it relates to these tax credits being used for operations?
Joe Bauman's here. He's helped us with the application, but the premise is the tax credits are used for a project of this size. And as I just stated before I was rudely interrupted, is there's an application process to make that pitch. That's
Okay.
Okay, all right, now that's it.
Sorry, I think Joe, can you?
Joe, come.
Council members, how are you doing? Let me try and clear this up. So there is a tax credit program that we squarely fit under. Our project fits squarely under. Our project was one of many that they had in mind when they drafted the legislation. The next step in that process is to prepare regulations, and then there's an application process. We will have an opportunity to comment on the regulations, which I'm told are coming out any day. I've heard that for a while. I expect them soon, and we will make sure that the regulations also contemplate the project. So at this point in time, the law as written, we fit squarely with under, and we intend to use that statute. The regulations should come any day, and then the application will follow that and we'll submit. But we do have a high degree of confidence that we will submit and be successful because we squarely fit and we score very high. There's a bunch of criteria, and as you might expect, Jersey City scores very high. And so I think I've said this before, and I will repeat some of this. We have to think of this as a multi-step process. And this is not that different than what Jersey City has undertaken in all of its visionary projects. I've been blessed to be part of at least 3 of these with you. I've seen what you can do when you have these extraordinary visions and you pull together and you make it happen. You did that at Bayfront. You took Bayfront, that was a contaminated property, and now you're putting a mixed-use affordable housing. That was a huge vision. You did that with Lowe's, an incredibly complex, also involving tax credit project. Took us many years. It's under construction. We're doing that with the embankment, a visionary project. This is just like that. You take steps, you have a vision, and the vision is, at the end of the day, as Anna described to you very well, a cultural institution with tentacles, agreements with the library, agreements with the Board of Education, agreements with the Special Improvement District, agreements with the artists. connected to to the city. That's the vision. Tonight, what we're voting on is step one. Step one is the white box. Do you believe that the tax incentives you're giving this developer are enough, the benefit for those tax incentives, the white box, the affordable housing payments, is that worth the benefit you're giving them? That's the question today. You're also, as a part of that question, putting yourselves in a position to realize the Pompidou vision. But we're going to take a lot of steps to get there. There's a lot of stakeholders. There's a lot of laws. There's a lot of funding to all pull together. We have a path, but we're going to do it slowly, methodically, carefully, thoughtfully, every step of the way. So right now, today is, do we want the white box and the opportunity to make that all happen or not?
That's the end. Okay, that's
So-
the question.
Can I ask just one
Go
follow-up?
ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, James.
Specific to the tax credit program that we're asking.
Please.
about. So
Please let him talk.
I just want,
Let him
Yes.
talk.
just very technical. Can the legislature amend this program at any point going forward or?
Of course,
Okay,
yes.
That's what,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
They can amend it.
Yes. The next question, do we have an estimate of the build out of approximately how much it will cost? Because I know, John said we should have something in, writing. He was gonna look into that. So do we have an estimate of what the build out of the white box will?
I think we have estimates of what we've done in similar projects in Jersey City, which John could share with you, but that number requires us to design the build out. And so we're going to come to that number over time, along with all the other things, all the boxes we have to check. So there's no confusion that this is a complicated process, that we're going to be careful every step of the way. And figuring out this number rather than sort of shooting from the hip and giving you a number that we can't live by, let us design the project, come back with a number, and then we'll describe how we're going to finance it. And that's going to be how this will work for the next year, for sure, where we're working with the various stakeholders, the various parties. We'll be back for the special improvement district, for example. There'll be agreements with the library, for example. There'll be agreements with the Board of Education. These are all things that are going to come together over time. And if they don't, we have this spectacular piece of real estate that, as one speaker said, will be worth, will become more valuable over time, that you can use further. But right now, the path is the Pompidou, and this is the first step to get us there.
So we don't have an estimate.
Let him answer. Let him answer, guys.
We don't have an estimate, right, John?
Let him answer.
I have an exact number.
Okay.
What we
Okay,
do is
see,
we
let
have-
him answer, all right?
What we do have is we have 4 years of institutional knowledge built into this project, right? We understand the needs of what the space would look like if it's a museum. We understand what the old project had versus what the new project would need. We understand what the Kushner KRE group is going to provide us from a white box and electrical and, HVAC. They already have elevators. The crating space would be underneath the building that everyone keeps talking about as a basement, so these concepts are already put into place. So we understand what we're getting from the white box. We understand what we may need to build out. I can't tell you how much the lighting is going to cost today, but what I can tell you is that we've had numerous projects throughout the last few years with regards to building senior centers, de-escalation centers, various different types of buildings that don't have these particular line items, but we're comfortable that we've been through this exercise numerous times and we know how to cost save.
All right, so we don't have an answer. We don't know a price and we don't have an estimate. All right, next
Right.
question. Is there a licensing fee for the Pompidou Center to come to Jersey City to operate? And if so, what is that fee? Or we don't know the fee, what is the estimate of the fee?
No, so I think in the spreadsheet that you've seen, the multi-year spreadsheet, it has a line on it.
Are we
The one
voting on that today? I'm just curious.
Today that we've talked about before, there's a line item. I don't know it off the top of my head, but there's a line item in there of what we estimate the fee would be.
So there is a fee.
There is, it's in the chart you have.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to say, in light of all this uncertainty, we almost don't know anything about this project, with the exception of who wants this thing rammed down our throat. And I'm just extremely perplexed as to who things get rushed to for and who have to wait. Now, for me, this is not necessarily a conversation of if we want the arts or we don't want it. It's a matter of, is it financially responsible and does the number make sense? And you guys have failed to provide a detailed financial analysis for us to consider.
Can we
Right?
discuss?
We're not,
what-
I'm talking.
Let him finish.
You don't
Let him
cut nobody
finish.
else off. The mayor sat here
let
for
him
2
talk.
hours. You ain't say nothing. Stop cutting
I
me
was
off.
listening,
Stop cutting me off.
not cutting you off.
Now,
When can I talk?
Wait.
When
Wait,
can I ask
like I was
questions?
saying,
Let
we
him
have,
let Councilman Gilmore finish, then you have your turn to talk. There's no need for Marty to interject. Let everyone talk so everyone could be heard. That is fair.
we have,
Disagree, but let him speak.
we have no comprehensive financial statement for us to make a confident decision. Again, this may very well be worth it, but just show us the numbers. Have us vote with a level of confidence that you've divulged all of the financial information. And again, I'm not saying that the project is not going to work. I'm just saying I need enough financial information to make the proper decisions for the taxpayers of Jersey City. That's all I'm saying.
What I
Okay,
can say about,
Councilman Soleil, go ahead. Councilman Soleil.
Ca-
Joe, Councilman Soleil have something to say.
If you have something you want to say, you
I
can
was
say
just
it.
going to suggest to the councilman.
this-
So there is no way a project like this shows up on day one in a box all tied up in bow like we would like it to happen. It just doesn't happen that way. The mayor told a great story. He talked about 1987 when Mayor Sharp Janes and Governor Kane got together and they said, we're going to build a New Jersey Performing Arts Center. And the state of New Jersey appropriated $22 million to start buying land in Newark. That's all they knew at that point. They didn't know how much it was going to cost. They didn't know whether it would succeed. A lot of skepticism. I checked to see what that $22 million would be worth today. It's about $55 million. It's almost the same thing what we're doing today, which is we're taking a first step, not knowing all the information, but with a path that we think makes sense. And we're investing in real estate and we're buying the same way in Newark with Mayor Sharp James and Governor Kane deciding to start buying land before they knew they would actually ultimately have a project. Same thing. You can't, it would be wonderful if we had a fully baked project day one. It just doesn't work like that. So you take thoughtful, careful, incremental steps, trying to be risk adverse every step of the way. So that's why in this case, we're giving an abatement for a white box. And then we'll have to prove out every next step to you, to the agency, to everybody, to the mayor, the EDA. We're gonna have to prove every step that it makes sense, each step until we get to the finish line.
Okay, Councilman Soleil, go ahead.
I appreciate that. And I don't appreciate how you and Councilman Boggiano just dominate the entire conversation and don't let your fellow council colleagues speak. Okay, I'm not trying to cut you off. I do want questions answered. And in parliamentary procedure, okay, I want to get back to the heart of what we're actually voting on tonight.
Go ahead.
Okay, what are we voting on tonight? What is the question at hand for the council?
Tonight, you're being asked to adopt a ordinance that would grant a 30-year tax abatement to KRE for a two-phase project. The decision you make when you make that, take that vote is whether you believe the benefits associated with this project are so great that you think the abatement is worth giving. So the benefits include a 100,000 square foot, admittedly, 85,000 indoor, 15,000 elevated outdoor. Some of the spaces in the basement, which is where we want it. That's the white box. On top of that, there is contributions to affordable housing. There's a PICA agreement. And then housing general, if you've read, as someone referenced, our presidential candidates, we need more housing. That's how we drive prices down, by building more. So there is arguably a significant benefit to building more housing because supply and demand dictates that the more supply, the lower the prices should become.
Now, does KRE need this abatement to build, or do they currently have approvals and a plan already and they're going to build anyway?
So
Can you clarify for the
yeah,
people?
so in the abatement law, we talk about it as influencing the locational decisions of the probable occupants. So currently they don't not need that abatement. But if we want to influence the decision of this cultural space, they do need it. And what I mean by that is our financial advisor looked at the numbers and said, the price to provide this white box requires that they get abatement to help offset the costs associated with that. So the answer is yes, and that was validated by our financial advisor.
Okay, and if we vote for this tonight, and let's say everyone here in this room that spoke out against this project is correct, what are we left with as a city? Like, let's say the financial projections don't pan out. Let's say the Pompidou, okay, is Pompidou and financial gravity takes hold and like we can't find the funding to do the outfitting for the building and, you know, the donors don't come and the economy takes a nosedive. What does the city get after tonight? What?
Yeah, so the city will own this 100,000 square feet white box in the heart of Journal Square at the foot of the path in perpetuity. Long after the abatement is done. 30 years is a long time, but in perpetuity, you own that space.
Have we ever done this sort of arrangement anywhere else in the city? And can you be specific?
I think, John, you could do it better than I can, I think.
Laundry list, Councilman, but most recent, the East District that we're building out on downtown here, that was part of it. We've negotiated some schools, the Boys and Girls Club that was actually done by this developer themselves, and several other projects for loft space and artist units and other projects that they deliver it basically a white box. I mean, it's the term that they use, but it literally is an already constructed facility that we literally put the finishes on. So the building's coming regardless. They have the pre-approvals and it's up to the council tonight if they want to have an investment in that property for public use, whether it be the Pompidou or another public use, but we will own it entirely 100% of the 100,000 square feet.
Okay, I'm going to yield back to the chair. And also I do want to apologize to Councilman Gilmore for the passion, you know, that passionate exchange between us. I respect you as a colleague. I consider you a friend. And no matter where we end up on this side, you'll always be that for me. Okay. Thank you.
That's the way to do it. All right.
Mr.
They should apologize. Yeah. It got air heated.
He's my brother.
That's right.
Even though we get heated a little bit.
Apologize.
You know,
Council President, I forgot an important one for the white box. We're actually opening a library tomorrow. That was part of the white box project.
From the white box, we did a library.
Mr. Bauman,
Rich, do you really need to talk to him? We can move on.
Tina, come on.
just one second.
Tina, come on now. I know you are passionate about it, but let us respect one another, okay? Let's do that.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing real quick. Mr. Bauman, you
Joe,
were at Saturday's meeting for 4 hours like I was. 54 people got up and asked questions. Tonight, people got up and talked.
I gotta
And we
be
still
honest,
don't know anything.
I gotta be honest, I
They're
left. it for 2.5
presenting a
hours.
project which the people want information. They want to know. There's too many unknowns. And this is wrong. This should have been held off. There should have been more meetings. There should have been meetings in each district of the city. And we should have had full explanation of everything that's going on. And nobody knows nothing. You're saying, oh, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. Probably it's not going to happen.
okay.
You know,
All right, Sean, move on.
the only thing I would say to that is we proved the concept when we did Lowe's. People didn't
Right.
think it would happen.
That's true.
It's happening.
I was an advocate for Lowe's, Rich.
So I hear what you're saying.
4 years and it's been sitting there for
Was an
20
advocate
years
for
and
you.
nothing's been done.
If I've not learned anything in 4 years representing Jersey City, you're resilient, you're visionary, and you don't give up.
And you closed the alleyway and ticked off a lot of people.
Not me personally.
And personally, all right. Okay, thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Sean.
All right, council members. Anyone else have any questions before I ask for the vote? Okay. All right, council members, we can have everybody's attention. I greatly appreciate it. On ordinance 24-086 as amended, Councilperson Ridley.
So this is definitely a contentious item, right? We all know that. We have people here who are for it, who are against it. I've had residents in my ward come up here, some for, some against. There's like, we're obviously split. I think that Ms. Laverne said it best, right? She said, does she want this cultural institution so her kids or grandkids can utilize it? Yes, I think we all do. Does she also want affordable housing? Yes, I think that's what we all do. And she was saying we need to find a common ground. So I think that was kind of my sentiment, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is what is the best way to do that, right? We have to find a common ground because we can't say that we are going to bring this institution in. And I know some people might not want it. Some people might be dead set against it. But I think what people are saying more than we don't want the museum is that we want you to give us the services that we need. Like, it's not really about the museum or not the museum. It is, we need this also. We need affordable housing. We need recreation. And we feel like it's being looked over for other things that weren't necessarily asked for. At least that's my take on what's being said. And I think that's important, and I think that shouldn't be lost. And I think that we do have to do a better job of those other things. I realize this is a valuable asset real estate wise, which it is. I'm a real estate agent. I can see that. I do want to clear up the thing about the schools because the council, we did vote and we did an ordinance sponsored by Councilwoman Prinzeri where we make sure that the schools are getting their fair share. So I don't want anybody to think that that's not happening. That is happening. We took care of that a couple of years ago. Also, Pathside building. I think that we have that asset and we should liquidize that asset and we should sell it and take that money to either use towards this or use towards something else. Some council members may want to do something else with that. That's just my opinion. What else was there? Also, back to the affordable housing. I know not everybody watches the caucus, but at the caucus that did come up, we are getting 1.9 million towards the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And during the caucus, I talked about making sure that we know where that money is going because there's this feeling that money goes into that fund and then we never build anything. So I am making that commitment tonight to make sure that by that next meeting, we have an answer on whether or not we can dictate where that money goes. So my push is for us to dictate where that 1.9 goes, because I think people need to feel and know that, yes, this is a museum and we're pushing for the museum, but what are we pushing for the rest of the city and for our residents? So that's what's important to me. So I'm making that commitment publicly on record to have an answer for that by the time we get back here. I want to make sure I covered everything that I had to say. I think those are the most important points that I had, so I won't belabor the point. I am going to vote yes with the commitment to make sure that I'm working with the administration to make that affordable housing 1.9 million a real thing that is designated for something specific that we could do today.
Councilperson Prinzeri.
Okay, so there's been a lot that's been said tonight, for, against, on the fence. A lot was said last week, and then there's a lot that has been part of this conversation over the time that we have been working on this project, first with the path side, now with this new, I don't want to say opportunity because that's not quite the right word, but with this new iteration of a plan, which would give us an asset in Journal Square. I do think that the tax abatement versus what we're getting in Journal Square, when you're looking at the way the tax abatements are structured, is actually over time will end up panning out in the best interest of the city because it is an asset and we do not have a number of those. I also know too that when it comes to some of these reports and studies about economic drivers in the arts, that information does bear out. We had a report done with our Division of Cultural Affairs that showed how much money is spent in our city when the people come to attend cultural performances, and we actually outpaced the rest of the state for that. So to say that is not an economic driver is not exactly true. Every report that you read about this does bear that out. Again, this is to other points that have been made tonight. This is a multi-step project. You cannot look at one piece of it in isolation and in a silo, but we do have to look at the bigger, broader plan here altogether. I think that the other piece of this is that when you listen to the conversation, and I agree with Councilwoman here, our residents are asking a lot for us. They're asking for a lot of different things, but these things do not have to be mutually exclusive. When it comes to arts programming, especially programming, there is a recreation component to it. There is a STEAM and STEM component to it. And these things I also don't want to get lost here when we're talking about what this is going to look like for us now and what it's going to look like in the future. I'm going to go ahead and vote yes for the tax abatement, knowing that there is going to be continued conversation further on down the line with the project altogether.
Come on, be quiet, guys. You could disagree, all right?
Okay, next, Councilperson Bajano.
Look, there are too many unknowns here. If the city was sincere about doing this project, they should have focused on getting the information out to the people. Saturday's meeting, the people were very vocal, and tonight the people were vocal, and I'm going to tell you, people are not going to forget. I vote no.
See, there's no problem with that. Just when the council members are talking, let's just respect them like they respected each and every one of you when you came up and spoke, okay? Councilperson Saleh. You're not on, Council.
All right. Friends, Jersey Cityans, lend me your ears. I'm not here to defend the Pompidou, okay? I'm here to discuss the choice that's at hand. I was born and raised in Jersey City, the son of immigrants. Yeah, you can roll your eyes. It's okay. This is my story and I'm here to tell it, okay? Son of immigrants. I never really went to an art museum. And the people here today, I didn't get to go until I was an adult. And that was to take a girl out on a date. And I really didn't understand the utility of art museums. Okay, so if you ask me as a business person, whether or not they have utility, I'd probably say no. I'd look at the math. Every museum or every art center that you see, they need support from the community. And for Indigenous people, when you go into a museum, it's like looking at your family's stolen artifacts. Okay, so I have been very conflicted as to what to do about this. Never really traveled. You know, my family didn't let me out when I was growing up because it wasn't safe. And I went to the public school system here in Jersey City. So let's just say there was a lot of things that this city needed that we didn't get. And tax abatements are a dirty word, right? Tax abatements, they were used to plug a lot of budget holes in the past. They were used as a way at the end of the year to essentially, you know, fill those holes. And it was abused and the schools didn't get their proper fair share. And that's why, I mean, it's part of the reason why the schools weren't fully funded when I was growing up, because there were so many tax abatements. And they just gave them tax abatements to spur development, to fill those budget holes. And what happens with the tax abatement is the payment goes directly to the city, right? Under a typical tax scheme, when you pay your taxes, a third of it goes to the county, a third will go to the city, and a third goes to the school. So when you have a tax abatement, the city is getting the full payment. That's why it's payment in lieu of taxes, the traditional taxes. And it's a tool to spur development across the city for blighted areas or get investment. And some people will say that it's abused and that the schools obviously didn't get their fair share. So it also can be used to spur affordable housing. Okay, it could supersize the affordable housing within a project. So that is the other tool. They're neither good nor bad, but they have to be used appropriately for the right reasons and for the people ultimately. So I just want everyone to think through the way this tax abatement is, okay? This tax abatement, whether it goes through or doesn't go through, this building is going to be built. The developer doesn't need it to build it. In the past, this is true. We just heard from Joe Bauman, the bond counsel. They don't need this tax abatement. This tax abatement, what we're voting on today, is for a white box, okay? For 100,000 square feet of space. Now, for those that came out against this, you would have a lot in common with Councilman Steve Fulop, because he voted against the purchase of the parking enforcement building back in 2009. And just a month ago, we cut the ribbon on a new senior center, a new Veterans Affairs office, Immigrant Affairs office, hydroponic center, the WE project where we have food for the food insecure, and award DNC satellite space. Okay, I'm sure if you ask Councilman Fulop if he would ever use that space for that, he'd say no. We don't know what we're going to use this white box for. Let's say all of you here today are correct and it doesn't work out. We still will own that space. And yes, we are making a generational choice here today. It's like planting a tree and not sitting in its shade, because we don't know future councils what they'll need, what the city will need, if we need it for a staging site, if we can convert it to affordable housing. I agree with all of you today that we should be investing in our local population. I think that we should be incubating entrepreneurs and artists so that we can have the next Van Gogh or Bill Gates right here in Jersey City. And so we have that Pathside building, and you know, we could use it for a school. We are a growing city. We don't know when what we're gonna anticipate down the line. Now, Nimbus Dance was essentially given the opportunity because the developer was told, you don't have to build affordable housing. So we're going to build you an art center, and in lieu of that, we're not going to build affordable housing. So my question is, does Nimbus Dance Center deserve not to be there? Or do they serve the local kids in Jersey City? And they're teaching them how to dance, okay? This is true. These are trade-offs that are being made. Bayfront, $180 million bonded on an old chemical site, okay? And even affordable housing has a cost, because we ended up bonding for it. The city's gonna have to pay it back. And guess what? We're only getting 35% affordable housing, but that's the most, it's the most you could ever hear about in the community. The biggest gentrification accelerator is higher taxes and the higher taxes and lack of supply in housing, which is why Kamala Harris said she wants to build 5 million more homes, because we have a growing country and not enough units to fit people into. So, yeah, I am going to say yes, because no, but
Okay, let him,
okay.
let him finish. Listen, guys,
Yes, let
let
him
him
finish.
finish. Sean, keep my mic on. Let him
Listen.
finish, okay? You could disagree, but let him
Listen,
finish.
Aaron's right too. They didn't approve it. The Center Pompidou project has not been approved for any tax incentives from the NJEDA. Hold on, okay? The museum could be eligible for incentives under our cultural arts and facilities program, but applications for the program have not yet been opened. As with all tax incentive programs, applications would have to be approved by our board. That's true. But the grant itself, okay, I sit behind the curtain and I'm trying to give you guys the transparency that you're asking for. This grant itself was done with the Pompidou in mind. This and one other project in New Jersey. So the reason why they have not been approved is because they have not filed for it. And it's like saying, I never lost a football game. Well, I never played a football game. I went to McNair and like, they didn't have a football team. So they didn't apply for it. And that's why they haven't been approved. But if they apply for it, they might get approved. But all I know is after today, we're going to have a white box. Okay. And we could do with it what we please. Future councils could do with it what they please. And with that, I vote aye.
Before I go on to the next council, I mean, can we just be respectful and listen? We spent hours listening to you. The least you can do is listen to your council. Thank you. Councilperson Solomon.
Sure. First, just as always, thank every resident who came out and spoke to us, took the time out of their days to try to fight for a better city. It was, for me personally, have people that I consider very close friends who spoke both in favor and against the project, and know many, many people who I deeply respect who have been really fighting and pushing for this project to move forward. And with that said, to me, this is a pretty clear no vote, and I want to explain why. First, I hear my colleagues and the citizens' arguments about this white box, and this is a public space, and this can be a great asset in Journal Square. And I simply say to folks, with that said, there's no need for us to rush into this, right? If we need a public space in Journal Square, there are dozens of buildings going up in the square, dozens of opportunities for us to do that. This is all going to in the second tower that isn't going to be built for another couple of years, right? If we are looking for a public space in the square, we should take our time. We should plan it thoughtfully. We should think about is it a youth center? Is it a school, right? Is it a multicultural center? We have so many different options that we should not rush into it. Sure, could it become something great in the future? Of course, but there's no need for us to rush into it. We were told we have to do this quickly because this is our only opportunity for Pompidou. First tower has to be built to the second tower is going to be based on the first tower. And so that's why we're rushing into this. That's why we're doing this so quickly, right? And that's why we're ultimately purely on the abatement alone, spending over $100 million of city money on this one thing that none of us can even say what it's going to be if it's just a white box. That's a mistake. That's not how we should be governing. If that's what we're doing, we should be thoughtful, due diligent, and take our time. Second piece is the Pompidou, right? I very much respect, again, the comments made here about so many wonderful things that it could bring. And I feel very simply, in an ideal world, we would have the public and philanthropic funds to deliver a world-class museum accessible to all, right? I respect that. I respect why people are up here asking for that. But simply put, you spend a little bit of time in these numbers, and we do not have the public and philanthropic funds to pay for the Pompidou. We don't have it. It's smoke and mirrors. They don't exist, right? We have an EDA tax credit that's $67 million, which we may or may not get. The state funding was pulled because of political retaliation. Or you tell me they're not going to retaliate now on this tax credit, right? We literally are saying the governor retaliated and pulled the millions of dollars in funding, and he's not going to do that with the next phase. I've seen New Jersey politics work. So then you can give that. Think about all the other assumptions that are going involved into funding the Pompidou, right? We have the build out. We don't know how much that's going to cost. We don't know how it's going to be funded, right? We have all of the operating expenses that are projected. We don't know what that's going to look like. By year 10, even if we do get the state tax credit, we have to put in roughly $20 million annually to fund the museum through a combination of philanthropic sources, grant funding, and city funding, right? None of that have we figured out. And I respect those with the optimism to think about, well, maybe we can do it and maybe we can figure it out. But let me just say this. This project was first proposed 3 years ago. We're in a worse place 3 years later, right? Like if we're taking this optimistic division that we're going to find a way, well, think about all the things that have gone wrong in the last 3 years. Think about the millions we spent on consultants. Think about what happened to the Pass Side building. Think about what just happened with the governor and pulling the funds. So after all of those experiences, we're going to say, okay, now it's just going to work out. And there's too much at stake, right? It's not just the white box. We continue moving forward. We continue spending millions of taxpayers' money on a possibility that is less and less likely every single day. And there are extraordinary pressing needs that the city faces. Extraordinarily pressing needs that, yes, an investment in the arts could deliver, but an investment in our youth could deliver such a similar result to the long-term benefits of the city, right? If we were to put these hundreds of millions of dollars into our youth, think about the ultimate long-term benefits to our city from that, right? So ultimately, again, I respected why the proposal came back in 2021. I respect so many who are fighting for it today, but simply put, it is the wrong thing for our city to do, and I vote no.
Before we move any further, I see that we had presence of quite a few officers, but we didn't call for these officers. I didn't, I did not call for these officers. Do you would you let me do my job, please? Okay? I did not call for these officers, all right? That's one thing I don't believe in, is just trying to have officers around, because even though people get passionate, but we were always able to respect one another and calm down. All right, so I just want that on the record, because they'll go out here and say she called. No, I did not. I don't know who called for them. Okay, I don't know who, but it was not me, and it was no one up in this council. Because we believe that we can handle it. We believe the residents of the city of Jersey City are respectful. We get passionate at times, but we do respect one another. All right? Yes, Sean.
Okay,
Need them.
okay, Councilperson Gilmore.
Yeah, first, I just want to apologize for my outbursts. I know my mentees, my kids is watching. I just got a text. I can't carry on like that. So John, I apologize, John. Yusuf, my council colleague, I apologize.
I love you, bro. It's all good.
So for me, I'm looking at the totality of this. I'm looking at upwards of 70% of the people not for it at a community meeting. I'm looking online, they're not for it. I'm looking in the council chambers today, again, the majority of the people are not for it. And it's because of several different reasons. I do want to commend everybody that came out and spoke. I wholeheartedly believe that, it's the cornerstone of our democracy for everyone to articulate their views, whether they differ from popular opinion or not. Now down to the business. How did we get here? KRE said that they were going to put shovels in the ground in September because their finances dictated that that's what should transpire. However, we have seen no documents that speak to them having the funding secured, and the shovels need to go on the ground in September. 2, is it worth having 100,000 square feet in General Square at the price in which we're gonna pay? This is the same General Square that sold the municipal parking to the from the municipal court. So if we're talking about 100,000 feet being so expensive and lucrative in General Square, we've had the opportunity to obtain over 100,000 square feet in assets we've already had that we've sold off. 2, I have no faith in the city managing any property. Why do you say that, Councilman Gilmore? They have properties now in Ward F that they don't even cut the grass. They don't clean it. It's not secure. It's a health hazard. So I have zero faith in the city being a landlord of a house, let alone 100,000 square foot empty space. 3rd, someone made the reference to them doing this before, and they cited the example of the Boys Club. I love the Boys and Girls Club, but I'll remind you, this is the same Boys and Girls Club that kids from the South Side can no longer go to. This is the same Boys and Girls Club that send a staff to the schools because they don't want you people down here. My next point is, and I know Kamala Harris said that she wants to expand affordable housing, but I would imagine that our soon-to-be Madam President was talking about an inclusive affordable housing, not affordable housing built other places. If they were really invested in building affordable units for Jersey City and in Jersey City, they will put said affordable housing inside those two towers that they're putting up there. We can't allow them to constantly segregate the have from the have-nots. Why can't I occupy a one-bedroom or studio, because I don't have that much, in this area in General Square? No, we'll donate 1.9 to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I don't know when that might be built. I might be long gone before it's built. So for me, it's just so much uncertainty with this project. I can't get any funding from any financial institutions with no numbers, let alone no estimates. So you're asking me as a council person to vote in good faith. And I have to be completely honest. This is administration that I don't trust sitting on the council and being a community active. I just have zero trust in this administration doing the right thing. And history have shown me that that's a good assessment and a good point for me to stand on. So I only have one no vote, but if I had two or three, I would cast all of them on this project right here, because it just doesn't it just doesn't benefit the totality of Jersey City. And again, I'm not against art. I'm not even against the Pompidou Center. I would really love to see if KRG and the Pompidou Center can work out a deal on their own and the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. Right? So again, it's just so much uncertainty, man. And I just hope, like, when you're passionate about this stuff, you just let your voice be heard via voting, because this is the only way you can really effectively make change is you get in that booth and you cast your vote. So with that, I vote no 2 times.
Councilperson DeGise.
Thank you for everyone who came out to speak tonight, and thank you for those who came out on Saturday to speak and have been a part of this for a while. I am going to be voting yes on this project. During my time here, we have worked with developers on things for the youth, seniors, people with different abilities. We're always asking for community givebacks, recreational space, and this is what we're getting. We may not always like every aspect of the deal, but this is what we have done. And we are getting community space in the heart of Jersey City, property that we were never going to be able to afford or look at again. And I believe that it really will transform that area and drive economic growth, and the whole landscape will be different. I was very much touched by a lot of you who talked about the local arts, because that is something that's very sensitive to me and the students that I'm with. I'd like to continue working with the city and the law department to guarantee board representation in this future center, so our local artists are on the board and can work on collaborative services, and to ensure that Jersey City and our culture and history are, fully ingrained. And if you do look at their other worldwide sites, they are reflective of the communities that they are in. And you have the Pablo Picassos next to the Pablos of their neighborhoods. And I think that that is what we need, and we haven't envisioned it yet. Same the way that people didn't envision what Liberty Science Center was going to be. We're not just bringing worldwide art here, but we're connecting our local artists to the world. And I don't think that we quite understand what that can transcend into yet. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Again, just specifying that we need board representation from our local artists. I will work to ensure that and make sure that it's reflective of our community. Thank you.
Okay. Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming. I know sometimes we get passionate about certain subjects, and I get it and I do understand it. What we're voting on is a tax abatement for a box, really. We hope that it will be the Pompidou, but right now we really don't know. There's discussions, we don't know. And to me, that is important because when you understand real estate has great value. And for us to have value on Journal Square, it's really important. Now, if the Pompidou don't materialize, because we don't know, because it's really still talk going on, I put in there a whereas clause that it could be a recreation center. Because for me, that's important. Because a city this size, we don't have a rec center for these kids. Now, hopefully the Pompidou will come. I hope so for the arts, because I know they put a lot in this city. But for me, the space is what's important. You can't buy real estate on Journal Square. If we can get that now, could you imagine what the value will be in less 3 years from now? To me, that's very important. I know people got, they have the pros and cons. I listened. And one thing I listened to that no one really talked about the tax abatement. There's about 2 or 3 people that came up and really talked about the tax abatement, but a lot of people really is against the Pompidou. They don't want them coming here. But when you look at NJ Pack, you look at the Prudential Center, what that has done, that have brought tourism into Newark. And Jersey City need tourism. We concerned about taxes. We're trying to figure out other ways that tourism can come in to help taxes. You talked about the schools. The schools didn't get any money from the tax abatement. Councilwoman Prinzeri, she wrote that resident that the schools would at least get 30% plus from the tax abatements. People said the schools in the shape they're in because there was no tax abatement before. When I took office, I did research and found out the reason why is because at the time the states have control over the school. And so the state was supposed to fund the schools 100%, but that did not happen and they gave it back. So when we heard the people talking about that, what we did, we wrote an ordinance so the school can get what it needs. So every time we try to do what people want us to do, and when we don't do what you think we should do, you say we're not good, we don't know what we're doing. But I can tell you one thing, being in this city, you have to try to compromise and try to get the people the amenities that they need. And we have to partner with developers to get it done. Government don't have all the money. We must partner with them. I'll be glad when there come a day when we can sit down and stop bashing one another, whether it's developer or whether it's government or whether it's the residents, because we really all do live here. And so we have to figure out a way how we can all get along and start giving Jersey City exactly what it needs. So you know how I'm going to vote just by my opening statement. You do know that because I am really for the open space because I think it's really valuable. So with that, I vote aye.
Okay, City Ordinance 24-086 as amended is adopted 6-3 with council members Baggiano, Solomon, and Gilmore voting no. Okay, before we get on to our public speaking portion, we do have a public hearing on the 2024-2025 West Side Avenue Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget. This is a public hearing on that budget and assessment roll. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion. Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on the 2024-2025 West Side Avenue Special Improvement Assessment Roll and Budget was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
She stepped away.
Okay. Councilperson Prinzeri.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. You stepped away too?
Yes.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing with council members Ridley and DeGise absent. Okay, members of the public and everybody watching at home, we're going now to our public hearing I will be calling the number and the first name of the individual, so please pay close attention to your agenda. So let me get the camera prepared. And if we can just exit quietly, I greatly appreciate it. With that being said, our first speaker, 5.1, Laverne.
Nothing else. And what I go through in this city with young people, and we need more space for them. I remember as a young girl living in Lafayette section of Jersey City on Maple and Holiday. We had the Girls and Boys Club. People don't know that's where it started at, on Ash and Pacific Avenue. And it was beautiful when I came up in that area. And once we got sold out and went downtown, it went backwards as far as I'm concerned. We didn't have to pay for nothing. I run a nonprofit with summer camp and after school stuff I try to do. My camp this year had about 75 people, I mentioned it before, because people come to me and say they can't afford the Girls and Boys Club. They have $250, $300. And things like that, they sold the building and they da-da-da. But I'm saying, tonight is a good example of what we need to do in our community. All right, this man want to do this tax abatement, but make it work for the community on both sides. Then people got enough money. What I do my programs in November, I'll be getting, I don't get no grant money from this city. I've been doing what I've been doing for 30 years. I get developers like him to help me out. Get back to the city. Get back to these kids. Get back to these families. We got so much homeless going on in Jersey City. It's a disgrace. That art museum would be beautiful. And I'm not against it. But what I am against is we don't make this man do affordable housing. We got 2 big buildings over there in Montgomery Gardens. If he do nothing but renovate them, they got enough money to do. You want that? You want to do this and you're going to make all this money off us for 30 years, you ain't paying taxes? Make sure them people got somewhere to live. That's what we need. We got kids not getting educated in this city, but that's cursive writing and all that. We going backwards, not forward. And then that's like the councilman had the thing about the no homicide. We got to do that with no crime too. I would love for him to do another one with no crime in our city. Our little kids getting beat up and busted up in the head, this and that. Please, let's think about working together. Keep up the good work, all y'all. God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.2, Tina.
Well, you can go. You did a good job for 72 hours. You can go. Yeah, guys. Yeah. I'm just going to keep being in the community, just voting and voting and letting people know who we need to vote for, because some of y'all is not right for our community. Jersey City is looking good. That's all y'all worry about, because you know what? Y'all don't live in Ward F. Education to Gilmore live in Ward F. Mr. Neese, I'm so surprised because we don't have none of that good stuff in our community. That art stuff, we do it. We have art an art gallery just opened up next door to you, right? In the community. But they wouldn't know that because they're not in the community. They only go what the mayor say. So, hey, I guess y'all gonna do everything what the mayor say. I just want to say justice for Drew. Justice for Drew. I want to say thank God for the 72-hour with no guns and no shooting. None of y'all did it. It was Jerry Walker, Sean Bruce, Pastor, Education at Gilmore. I just want to thank God for them being in the community, because that's what it's about. It's about being in the community and changing. It ain't about the money. It's not about all these big developments coming in our community. It's about changing. On my block, we did about 450 guys of them doing different applications about apartments. They come inside of Jerry Walker, 150 Pacific. I work there every day to help out the community. I don't help out myself and my organization, but I help out others. That's what y'all supposed to be doing, to help out others. Another thing, y'all giving other people spaces and all this other stuff. It's organizations that I'm still doing it out my car and my house. I am still doing my organization out my car and my house. I'm running back and forth to the hospital, I'm just so upset with y'all. I really am, because I know all of y'all. I know all of y'all. Solomon, I got you for calling me. Thank you. Education at Gilmore all the time. He's still looking. Y'all, like, I'm disappointed in y'all, like, for real, because like they said, we come together and we supposed to be friends and helping each other. That's not true. Y'all help who y'all want to help. And that's what we need to see, who y'all do help and who y'all don't help. I'm in Ward F. There's no way I still should be going in my car and in my house. None of y'all call me. Only a couple people call me to have an idea to see what they can do because they see what I'm doing. But nobody else, what y'all do, y'all go back in y'all fancy houses, y'all fancy cars, and do whatever y'all have to do. Then y'all come back in these meetings, hold your heads down, and don't even pay us no attention and hear exactly what we got to say anyway. So I don't even know why we keep coming to these meetings. I'll be glad when next year comes so we can get these new people in here so they can do new things in our community. Bye.
Tina, make sure you see Sierra, okay? Okay, because I did have an appointment with you.
Our next speaker,
Remember.
5.3, Edward.
Tina, just remember.
Tonight was very invigorating. Like, I am more than displeased with more than one member of the council and how you vote in the end. But it was just so invigorating because, you know, like I said, I'm more than just displeased, and like, I really need to do something about changing like the makeup of this body. Like, that's my only way out, because I was born here in 84 and I'm still here. I'll be 40 in November. And, you know, like, the city has changed for the worst. To me, you've forgotten about most people who are Black and brown. The city's only built up on one side, jailed the rest of us. The schools are failing. There's less and less housing. And it's harder for me to come before you in a conciliatory tone because you have so much power just with this one vote tonight. So much power with the Bayfront vote. 35% affordability, but many of us will not be able to afford it. It's like, I have to do more to get you out of here. Because what you do in the end is it's more harmful than what I do here by being what you might call disorderly. It's more harmful in the end. Your impact, it is way more harmful. So I'm way more displeased. I'm more than just displeased with the leader of the city council, with Ward A, because I live in Ward A. I've lived in Ward F. I am so pleased with Frank. I feel seen. I have to say, I don't feel seen by Ward A, by the at-large people, by the rest of you. I don't feel seen. That's important. We don't feel seen. We feel forgotten. I have to find a way to show you how that feels, right? Like your life doesn't matter. Unseen and unheard, just continuously. So,
Our next speaker, 5.4, Gina.
Good evening. At this point, I don't even almost know what to say. I'm so disappointed. Councilman Bogiano, Councilman Solomon, Councilman Gilmore, thank you so much for hearing us and representing your constituents, which is what everybody is supposed to be doing. Originally, I was going to come up here tonight and talk about items 10.10 and items 10.5 through 10.7. These are more resolutions adding armed security in places like City Hall, and adding more cameras all over the city for surveillance from a company that does AI surveillance, which we know is a racist police practice. The director was here on Monday, and maybe one of you asked questions. I've been coming to you guys for weeks now, telling you about Millennium Communications and the fact that our police, who are over-policing already, are now putting in these systems that we don't know how much AI surveillance is being used yet. We don't know what the plan is, and you have not asked them a single question. This is how we end up with situations like Marcellus Williams. And if you don't know about it, look it up. I'm going to remind you again that Andrew Washington was murdered by Jersey City police over a year ago. Justice for Drew. And we still don't have, we're wasting our time talking about how we can give tax abatements to the Kushners. We still don't have justice for an innocent man who, when calling for help, got shot dead in his own kitchen. We still have from this mayor nothing but it was a justified shooting. But he manages to show up here to ask you to give a tax abatement for his friends and buddies who are going to bring him into the governor's house. So those of you who voted yes, just helped make the Kushners richer. So thank you so much for that.
Our next speaker, 5.5, Danielle. I think she left. 5.6, Loeska. No. 5.7, Samuel. 5.8, I think Tom left too. Thank you. 5.9, Raymond left. I appreciate the help, guys. 5.10, Isaac.
Hi there, Isaac Jimenez, Ward B resident. I am a little surprised, but honestly not so much, that we would make a decision on behalf of the voters for something that's largely going to outlive anyone here's tenure. I know public-private partnerships are the tool of use. My institution, I work at Rutgers University. We do a lot of this. And again, it sounds like the council just doesn't understand, or maybe has bought in, given many of us have sat on this body for 10 years. But many of us don't really understand what sustainable communities, what they need. Tax abatements are not them. And you'd think that tax abatements and pilot payments have political weight to them, given they're responsible for why the schools are so far behind on infrastructure and investment. But this is a real teachable moment for the working class residents in Jersey City who now have a vote to point to when elections roll around next fall. And it's really easy for me as an organizer and as someone who had talks to hundreds of residents in the city about what working class people want and need. And it's very clear, but it's clear some of us have been working on this administration and have been taking this ideology to mean that they prioritize profits over people and influence over people. And many of the people in the administration and Fulop's administration went to a trip to France last year, and we still don't know if the taxpayers footed the bill or not. But it seems like that investment paid off, and the folks that don't even live here, they just cleared out and they just took their hundreds of millions and went. Meanwhile, we have a council that seems to have no political independence, except for the few people that voted against this. And I thank you for that, because you do have political independence. And it's clear that that's what you need on this body. And it's clear that we need to elect city council members with political independence. And so I'm glad that in Ward B, Joel Brooks is running again for Ward B. And I'm glad in Ward D, my comrade and friend Jake Efros is running, because we need real working class people, people who organize with nurses, especially when CarePoint is losing millions of dollars every day. People who listen to tenants and who fought for the right to counsel and put it up to this body that passed it unanimously. We need fighters. We need people who do the work, not people who are rubber stamps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.11, Olga. She left. 5.12, Ann. 5.13, Charlene. She's here.
Good evening again. Well, now that you approved the white backs, maybe we can make, if the Pompidou falls through, we can perhaps partner with the Zimmerly and get the Jersey City art back that they took. Right? All right. So here's my concern. Now you have Pathside building that sits there deteriorating. And I would like to recommend the thought of something similar to the Torpedo Factory that is in Arlington, Virginia, that was developed as an art center for local artists to have workspace and retail space for their art. And on the ground floor, it has a variety of eateries and food locations, which I think would be an ideal situation for Journal Square, giving the local population the opportunity to mingle with all the newcomers, and that this would be a win-win for the city in a beautiful historic building. I wouldn't like to see us sell it off as an asset. And I know that there was discussion about, okay, now we can sell the Pathside building. Well, we know that if Pathside gets sold, it will most likely get knocked down because the land is much more valuable than the building is. So I would really like to see, or the council or the administration, to put their thinking caps on and look very closely at the Torpedo Factory, which is a hugely successful tourist as well as local magnet for that community. And it's perfectly centered right there in Journal Square, which all of you have said. You think tourism is something we need. Well, that's a great idea to give our local artists the opportunity to be highlighted in their own space. And also the eatery, as I said, Journal Square does not have a lot of food choices. And I know that even Emma's closed their doors. Well, before we can get to having a white tablecloth restaurant open up full time, let's put in other more unique eateries that actually attract a lot of people. So that's a thought I would like you all to think about, and I certainly would like you all to speak to the administration about. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.14, Erica. See her. Next, 5.15, Esther.
I live in the West Bergen Lincoln Park District, Historic District. And it's we're going on 10 years when the historic designation was was voted into, and there was a lot of fanfare that went with that. And so now, almost 10 years later, I'm wondering why we don't have any kind of signage or anything that commemorates the historic district. Other areas do. We have nothing. So once the fanfare was over and done with and the news bite was finished, we were left on our own. So since we're in spending mode, I'm asking that the West Side Historic District, in preparation for its 10th year anniversary, at least get that little bit of respect, and the people that support the neighborhood and have the proper signage and not the cheap signs, the nice signs that our neighborhood is deserving of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.16, Philip. I think he left, right? 5.17, Michael left as well. 5.18, Tammy.
Tammy Weber.
Tammy, you can just bring the mic up.
Sure. Good evening, Tammy Weber Henry, Chair of the Women's Advisory Board. I am here this evening to ask for support from the City Council to be the first city in New Jersey to adopt the proposed CDOR resolution and eventual ordinance. Let me start by saying, while some in Jersey City have been distracted by the noise of all the resistance to positive change for women, the Jersey City Women's Advisory Board has been working tirelessly behind the scenes for the past 2 years by getting to know the women of Jersey City as well as their needs, but most importantly, listening to the women in this great city. And the end result is this: almost half the women we spoke to reported that they feel unsafe at times because of their gender. While 9/13/2024 marked a celebratory moment in our nation, which was the 30th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act of 1994, we cannot celebrate just yet. The United States confirmed 50% increase in cases of conflict related to sexual violence since 2022. Globally, I'm watching the clock, women still have not achieved the same equality as men. 1 in every 8 girls and women aged 15 to 49 was subjected to sexual and/or physical violence by an intimate partner in the previous year. Nationally, despite the advantages and advances in women's rights, women in the United States must still reckon with the unequal treatment on many fronts. According to the Pew Research, in the United States in 2022, women earned 82 cents for every dollar earned by men. Let me fast forward and bring this home. Statewide, New Jersey currently ranks 26 out of the U.S. in gender equality based on factors such as workplace environment, education, health, and political empowerment. Locally, despite significant progress in Jersey City, the women of Jersey City still face the challenges based on gender equity. After listening to the women of Jersey City, we have come to a resounding conclusion: discrimination against women must be eradicated. Very recently, the Attorney General, Matthew Plotkin, said that, and let me quote him, please, I don't want to misquote. He said discrimination and hate have no place in New Jersey, and that he is committed to holding those in violation accountable. We, the women of Jersey City Women's Advisory Board, say that discrimination, hate, and bias of any form against any woman has no place anywhere, and we are committed to the eradication in Jersey City by being a link in the chain of change for all women. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.19.
Good evening. My name is Ekola Boria, and I'm the chair of CDOR for Jersey City, and I'm here to support the CDOR for Jersey City resolution. Thank you to Council President, to all the council that co-sponsored this, to Councilors Itza Wilson, Tom Fadis, and Kawan Ferguson for their support. I spent the past couple days in DC at a think tank with women from across the United States. The topic being, how do we usher a new era of opportunity for them? And no matter if they were from Missouri, Iowa, California, one thing was consistent is that policy is everything. Cedar for Jersey City was born after reading about the murder of a woman in Jersey City on a Jersey City street after she defended herself from street harassment. It was also born after witnessing how Councilwoman DeGise had calls for sexual violence and gender-based violence against her sister after her troubles in the past. It was hard to get past these two things and not do something. Systemic discrimination against women is deeply embedded in Jersey City. It may not be apparent, but it is prevalent. This predates this administration, the administration before that, and that it's been around for a long time. The only difference is that with CEDAW, we have the opportunity to dismantle misogynistic and deeply seated discrimination against women that thrives in Jersey City. During the COVID-19 pandemic, women were both the most affected and the ones that led, from healthcare to caregivers and teachers. Women in Jersey City have earned this resolution and subsequent ordinance. When the first Black woman was elected as council president in the U.S., it was 1982. In Jersey City, it was 2020. We are not as advanced and sophisticated as we may think. When the first woman elected mayor of a town in the U.S. was in 1887, and Jersey City has never elected a woman to be mayor, we are not as advanced and sophisticated as we may think. When a woman that has helped women and girls for nearly a decade has to fight tooth and nail to open her cannabis business, but a man that is both openly racist and a homophobe can easily open his, we are not as advanced and sophisticated as we may think. I encourage you to vote yes on this resolution and begin laying the foundation for a cultural and legislative shift in Jersey City. I'd like to close with a quote from Michelle Williams, which says, "Women 18 to 118, when it is time to vote, please do so in your own self-interest. It's what men have been doing for years, which is why the world looks so much like them." Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.20, John. Okay. Appreciate the help. 5.21, Chelsea.
Good evening, council. How we doing? Tired? I am, but happy to be here. Proud of everyone who came out and spoke. A lot of wonderful points tonight. And thank you all for keeping up the energy. Good evening, council. My name is Chelsea Duffy, and I currently serve as the vice chair to the Jersey City Women's Advisory Board. Before moving forward, I'd like to thank and acknowledge Mayor Fulop, Council President Joyce Waterman, and all members of council for the creation and implementation of the Women's Board. We've been hard at work since 2022, and we're grateful for your continued support in all of our board initiatives and endeavors. In this last year, the board has focused specifically on the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, also known as CEDAW. And tonight, I stand before you in solidarity with Jersey City women in support of Resolution 24-720. When you explore the JC Muni Code, women are only mentioned twice. It's about time we change that. With the adoption of Resolution 24-720, Jersey City would be the first in the state to officially recognize and prioritize women's rights by way of the United Nations. This UN treaty, CEDAW, focuses on three main things: non-discrimination, state obligation, and equality. Three things women require when it comes to strengthening protections against gender-based violence, improving public health and well-being, and economic empowerment for women. As someone who has personally experienced the negative impact of the gender pay gap while working for corporate America and felt the extreme trials and tribulations of entrepreneurship here in JC, I can speak to the issues women within the working world, women face within the working world, as well as the small business landscape, and just how little support is given when striving for goals in a male-dominated space. Implementing CEDAW principles will help address economic disparities that disproportionately affect women, like the gender wage gap and lack of access to higher paying job sectors. By promoting equal pay and fair workplace policies, the city will create opportunities for women to thrive economically, which in turn supports the growth of Jersey City's socioeconomic status and strengthens financial stability for families. You see, CEDAW is not just for women. Yes, it's a tool that sparks female empowerment, but we all know that empowering women leads to a stronger bottom line and more cohesive communities. Stand with us by voting yes to Resolution 24-720. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.22, Maria. Thank you, Councilman. Next, 5.23, Kevin.
Hello, Council. Tonight's a little bit of an anomaly, but I'll attempt my speech anyway. We keep trying to cut back on the number of speakers at these meetings, but whoever's calling the shots must really prefer we double our efforts. On July 27, 2022, I submitted my petition claiming illegal rent. That was back when I believed Dinah Hendon when she told me both buildings were subject to rent control because neither original owner filed a claim of exemption and because the original owners were not even building qualifying buildings for rent. In that 2022 submission, I didn't have much to go on beyond her words, the ordinance, and my own two eyes. I also recall when Councilman Solomon called me after just speaking with Dinah Hendon, after she told him the same thing she just told me moments earlier. I want to read something from my very first submission. I quote, Section 260-3J, titled Allowable Increases, states, the landlord shall be in full compliance with the landlord identity disclosure provision contained within the statement in order to qualify for any rental increase. And then I quoted the landlord identity disclosure provision. The registration statement must be given in writing to each tenant and posted in plain sight where it can be easily seen. I still don't have one of those. Then I continued, quote, I carefully took pictures of all the places in the building that could be easily seen on 7/27/2022, and the registration statement was nowhere to be seen, end quote. I sent about 50 of those pictures in with my submission. That was July 2022. On September 19, 2022, Dinah Hendon abandoned what she told me and what I recall Councilman Solomon telling me she told him. It was then we believed we were up against something very corrupt. Fast forward, the Rent Leveling Board had no choice but to uphold the ordinance. Now there was simply too much attention on the law. Yet, the Bureau was still following the original playbook, which was evident in the initial recalculation. It wasn't until September 19th, 2024, exactly 2 years later to the day, after Dinah Hendon ignored the ordinance, that the new director of the Bureau, Director Richardson, came to Portside Towers just last week in person to observe from himself, not one, but 2 days in a row, that this ordinance prerequisite was still not satisfied. Only this time, both Michelle and I were there to witness his inspection. We also witnessed our building manager tell Director Richardson that she is not putting up the ordinance required information, and she even said her lawyers are aware and he can fine her if he wants. She went on to say that even if she did put up the required info, tenants would probably just take it and she is not a Kinko's. I think it's time the city get this right before we face the federal judge together.
Thank you, Mark.
Kevin,
sorry. Next speaker, 5.24. Is she here? 5.25, Jessica.
If you call him Mark, can you get another 3 minutes?
No,
Sorry.
that was a mistake. I don't know. Mark's in my head.
Okay, so tonight I'd like to discuss a phenomenon I believe is at the heart of the ongoing rent control issue that we're talking about here. It's called regulatory capture. Regulatory capture occurs when a regulatory agency created to act in the public interest instead advances the commercial or political concerns of special interest groups that dominate the industry it is charged with regulating. The current situation with the Bureau of Rent Leveling bears all the hallmarks of this phenomenon. The creation of non-statutory terms like permitted base rent that benefit landlords at the expense of tenants, the persistent non-enforcement of landlord identity disclosure that Kevin just talked about, even after official inspections, the Bureau's recalculation that ignores critical sections of the very ordinance it's meant to enforce. So those are all hallmarks of regulatory capture. And this isn't just bureaucratic incompetence. It's a systemic failure that suggests the Bureau has been captured by the very interests it's meant to regulate. But the paradox here is striking. The more we rely on the Bureau to enforce rent control, the more power we give it. Yet the more power it has, the more attractive a target it becomes for capture by powerful landlord interests. This paradox presents a significant challenge, one that you just faced with examining what to do with a 30-year tax abatement when people acknowledged it was not necessary to get the Pompidou moving forward. You still supported it. The paradoxes are tough, but simply demanding more enforcement isn't enough if the enforcing body has been compromised. So what's the solution? Transparency, clearly. I think that we've heard enough tonight to know that transparency be about budgets, finance, abatements, tax, payment in lieu of tax programs, etc. We really demand the immediate release of all inspection reports and the Bureau decision-making processes. We were there. We saw what was said. We saw how our landlord ignores your laws. She basically said, I'm untouchable. Go ahead and fine me. Okay, what's the fine per day, per unit for all of the years of noncompliance? Then you start to talk about real money. Then you start to solve some of the financial problems the city has. Second, accountability. Establish an independent oversight committee to review Bureau decisions and ensure compliance with the ordinance. Not the rent leveling board. That's a board that would hear whether or not the decision was correct. A step that is an independent oversight that can actually say, hey, by the way, did you realize in your evaluation of this property that you're not paying attention to the landlord identity disclosure requirements? I have more to say, but your role in this is crucial. Please support enforcement of our ordinances and laws.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.26, Brendan.
Okay, hello. Don't worry, I'm gonna keep this short and sweet because we've all had a long night. Now, like all of us, I renewed my lease. Me and my roommates are now paying almost $6,000 for our apartment. So I thought it'd be nice to go over what we're paying for. Currently, we have noticed recently a bunch of cracks in our walls. Coincidentally, when I hit the wall, you could hear us solid against the board. That feels safe. And well, that's just what happens with equity residential. They build the building, let it run it down till it's barely habitable, then they're gonna sell it because they do not care about the city. They just want to extract as much sense from the from the populace and then move on to the next sucker. I mean, city. That's what's gonna happen with Pompidou. It's what keeps happening with our tax breaks. Hopefully, in 40 years, we may learn a lesson. And honestly, that's it for today. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.27, Carol. Thank you. 5.28, Barbara. Appreciate the help.
Good evening, City Council. My speech tonight is more of a statement. It's brief. It's exactly what I've been asking you for 2 years now. Please do the job you promised voters you would do when you asked for their vote. That is, speak the truth and uphold the law by enforcing the rulings of Jersey City. That includes rent control and rulings on Portside Towers. Please keep your promises to voters. Do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.29, Alexandra. Okay. 5.30. Thank you. How about 5.31? Vanilla. 5.32. Mark left. Liv, 5.33. Liv, I know she's here.
Respectfully, why do y'all ask young people to get involved at the local level? It's so demoralizing to see in person. The shadiness that you kind of hear about. I really don't know what you're asking them to come and witness, but it is motivating. So maybe that is a benefit. Today, I am frustrated for not 2, but 3 reasons. The landlord-tenant office has been severely understaffed since I filed an illegal rent petition in March, yet there are no openings on Jersey City's website to correct this. If affordable housing is as much of a concern as everyone on this council seems to say, where is the cavalry? Where's that concern? That office is still processing last year's illegal rent petitions. People are searching for work. Please, let's let them work. I don't see my councilwoman, Prinzeri, but I asked her here to, like, on August 14th for her help in scheduling a construction inspection because 429 Bergen Avenue was built only 5 years ago, yet somehow water is coming into the building and into units. Our landlord, Amir Ben Yohanan, refuses to fix it. The city's code compliance officer said they can't assess structural issues, so call construction code. I go to construction code. I asked to speak with Ray Meyer. They turned me away. I emailed Ray Meyer and I CC'd Councilwoman Prinzeri, and then the email just went unanswered. Who does the construction code department serve? Do they serve only like the landlords who throw cheap buildings up or the people who live in them? I am really shocked, actually, that the city does not have a pathway for normal folks like myself to request a structural issue in their home be investigated. The amount of risk, to me, that the city is taking on to depend on builders and landlords to self-report and address the same structural issues that could cost them thousands, it doesn't make any sense. So I don't know if this is how it works, but it's a public hearing. I'd like to ask this council to consider closing this policy gap by creating an ordinance that allows folks to have their structural concerns investigated, whether it's construction code or somebody else. I think it needs to happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.34, John. Okay, I just gotta say 5.35 is not here, 5.36 is not here, 5.37, Drew is here.
Good evening, council members. What defines a successful city? Commerce, trade, business, nightlife, perhaps a blazing economy led by a state-of-the-art museum on taxpayers' dollars? I don't know, it could be up for debate. But how can you have a city be deemed successful when its residents are being priced out of their very homes, some of whom have been here for decades? How can Mayor Fulop flaunt a push for housing affordability, meanwhile he won't even work to enforce his city's own rent control laws? Why is he silent on that? You cannot have a successful city where it only caters to the wealthy and affluent. You cannot have a successful city where families have to continuously move. You cannot have a successful city where residents pour every penny they have into their rent, which in turn hurts the local economy. You cannot have a city that allows corrupt landlords to charge illegal rents while the lack of fines don't go unnoticed. You can, however, have a successful city that reads the laws, upholds said laws, and punishes those who don't comply with the laws. That is what a successful city looks like. When that is achieved, I will feel confident that our mayor is fighting for us and wants the best for his constituents. A few weeks ago, I re-signed my lease at Portside Towers with an illegal 4% increase. I thought within my year of living here, I'd see my rent go down due to the board's determination before it ever goes up. But that's what happens when mayors like Fulop take control of cities, and he clearly isn't capable of running them. Council members, please ensure the Bureau is adhering to the rent control ordinance and the now nearly 1-year-old board determination. How many other buildings in Jersey City are rent controlled and subject to Ordinance 260? Out of those, how many of them are enforced? I guarantee if an audit were conducted, Jersey City renters as a whole are overpaying by hundreds of millions of dollars each month. Think about how if even a portion of those funds could be reinvested into the local economy, how much better and successful off the city would be. As each week passes, I have more and more friends who are laid off and struggling to afford rent in the nation's most expensive city, New York City. Their problems won't be alleviated by moving to Jersey City, though. Of course not. As long as our mayor doesn't enforce his own city's laws, mega landlords like Equity will continue to take advantage of their tenants. Let's change that narrative and push for a city that is deemed successful, that is affordable, and is a place where people can live. Council members, please see that our continued presence is not because we want to be here, but due to unresolved issues against our ultra-wealthy corporate landlord. Voters play a large role in who we want to see represent us and our interests. Note that rent control, or even the idea of affordability in the context of basic necessities like housing, shouldn't even be up for debate, yet here we are. To Mayor Fulop, do your job and help enforce Ordinance 260. We're watching, Jersey City is watching, and even the nation is watching and following this critical issue that plagues your working class constituents. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.38, Shannon, not here. Thanks, Michelle, appreciate it. 5.39, Daniel.
I wanted to first express my disappointment in those of you that voted yes on Pompano, especially Councilman Saleh and Rivera. I lost a lot of respect for the both of you tonight. People spoke and 6 of you ignored the vast majority of your constituents. We Portsiders have been coming to city council meetings for 2 years because Equity Residential is charging us illegal rents and ignoring rent control laws. And we're still paying illegal rents with illegal rent increases to this very day. The recalculation we were promised took longer than it takes to take a baby to term, and it was riddled with flaws, doesn't abide by Chapter 260 of the Jersey City Municipal Code, and still allows for illegal rents. This is partially, in my opinion, because the landlord-tenant office responsible for the recalculation is drastically underfunded, and yet 6 of you are okay with allocating millions of taxpayer dollars to an unnecessary museum. The more time passes, the more people are forced out of their homes because of Equity Residential's bully tactics and refusal to follow the law. I spoke to a tenant just last week who has to move because of the illegal rent increase he received this month from Portside Towers. A lot of us Portsiders, who again have been coming here for about 2 years, have stated at times that it sometimes feels like we're talking to a wall and that we don't always feel heard. And I think tonight was very exemplary of that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.40, Tara.
Hello again. Good evening, Council. Tara Smythe here, former resident of Equity Residential Properties, 70 Green Street, now a living, breathing cautionary tale of what happens when justice moves at a glacial pace. I may no longer live under Equity Residential's thumb, but I'm here because silence is the oxygen that injustice breathes. And tonight, as we collectively deliver our 700th speech before this council, the air in this room is thick with unresolved pleas and unfulfilled promises. 700 speeches. We could have written a novel, scripted a TV series, or penned the next great American songbook. Instead, we've been composing a symphony of desperation that falls on seemingly deaf ears. Equity Residential isn't just the landlord, they're alchemists, turning the lead of human suffering into the gold of corporate profits. Their magic trick, making laws disappear and tenants' rights vanish into thin air. To this council, I ask, how many more speeches will it take? 700 more? 1,000? Are we trapped in an endless loop telling the same story night after night, hoping for a different ending? Mayor Fulop, your silence isn't deafening, it's defining. Your legacy is being written in the pages of progressively higher eviction rates, progressively higher homelessness numbers, progressively unaffordable property taxes, and progressively higher numbers of displaced families. Mayor Fulop, you sure are the progressive politician you claim to be. The 700 speeches we're given are not just words, they're a testament to our resilience, our determination, and our unwavering belief that justice will prevail. But belief alone won't keep roofs over our heads or families in their homes. It's time for action. It's time for courage. It's time for you to be the leaders we elected you to be. Here's the speech number 701, being the one that finally moves mountains, or at least moves the council to action. Thank you.
Thank you. 5.41, Michelle.
Sean, I'm here. Okay. First, there are two Ps that will be the downfall of whatever legacy Philip believes he will have as Jersey City mayor. One, Pompidou's ultimate failure, and two, his choice to turn his back on Portsiders. Now, mark your calendars, council. September 19th seems to be a special date in Jersey City. On September 19th, 2022, Dinah Hendon sent us her unethical rent control determinations. Now, fast forward exactly 2 years to the day to September 19th, 2024, just last week. And what happened? Director Chiron Richardson thankfully showed up at Portside for an inspection. A 9/19 coincidence? Nah, I prefer to think of Richardson's visit as Redemption Day prophecy. As fate would have it, I was outside of the West Tower and Kevin joined me shortly thereafter when Richardson came to inspect for the landlord identity statement. You know, that pesky little document that tells us tenants who to call when their apartments are on fire or flooding. Spoiler alert, it wasn't there. Instead, Equity, hoping to dupe the city and tenants alike, posted a notice about the Truth in Renting booklet. How thoughtful of them to provide reading material while we're knee-deep in water, choking on smoke, or free-falling in an elevator. But wait, it gets better. When Kevin, Richardson, and I made it into the often locked management office, Richardson was shown a landlord identity statement from 2018. The outdated relic was posted so high on the wall that I need a telescope to read it. And the cherry on top, the old certification doesn't contain the name, phone number, or unit of our super as the law requires. Richardson expressly pointed this non-compliance out to our property manager, who then stated that the super information would not be posted and that Richardson could find her if he wanted. As we left the building, Director Richardson, a pastor and a man of his word, told Kevin and me that he'd submit a report on his findings. I'm thankful the city has taken steps to verify what we've been saying with its recently conducted inspections. I look forward to seeing the soon-to-be documented ongoing non-compliance reflected in our updated recalculations. I understand some of you have already asked for a copy of Richardson's official inspection reports. As I'm the last Portside speaker, I hope at least some of you that have more information can share it with me regarding when we can expect to see the updated recalculations reflecting Equity's now confirmed ongoing non-compliance. Thank you. I'd love to hear more. Anybody?
Our next speaker, 5.42, Christopher. Is Christopher here? No? 5.43, Adrian? Green? I think they left. 5.44, Lisa? I know 5.45, Mary left. How about 5.46, Gage? Gotcha. I don't start the clock until you speak.
You stand here for a long time then? No, start it. I'd like to start by thanking Councilperson Waterman when the police entered for calling that out. I would encourage you to look into how that happened. It was a crazy escalation, and I'm glad you called that out. Thank you for your leadership on that. Secondly, I'd like to thank those who voted no on the Pompidou. I'm in Ward E, so thank you, Solomon. 2 points here. One, I think it's clear, I think it was a mistake. but a relatively small mistake compared to what you guys can do next. So right now, we paid too much for a property in Journal Square. On some level, that's an investment in Jersey City. Okay. The part that is going to be completely unpalatable to voters, and I would encourage you, because it's come out so recently, I'm sure most of you haven't read it, is the operating expense breakdown. In there, it details the payments from the taxpayers of Jersey City to the taxpayers of Paris. There are multiple payments, and they are not broken out in a way that you can read them. It's about $4 to $4.5 million a year of just licensing fees. We are renting the name. We keep talking about this as a generational investment. It is not. We are renting the name. The day we stop paying for it, we lose it. It is not a generational investment. We are paying for the name. So what I would like you to do is go look there and decide, does our city budget need to spend $4 to $4.5 million a year paying Paris for its name? Second point on this, and there's literally no way to say this without making myself sound like an absolute jerk, so I apologize in advance. I've spent a bunch of time in Paris. I love the Louvre. Absolutely love it. Took a vacation there recently. My wife was like, you do not need to spend a third day in the Louvre. And I was like, yes, I do. Thank you for asking. The Pompidou is not a tier 1 museum. We took it as absolute granted in this room that this is a cultural heritage site, a world-class museum. No, it isn't. I have a friend who was in Paris last week, and I texted him about this. I was like, hey, you going to the Pompidou? He's like, oh, I forgot that's in Paris. This is a guy who has been to every museum in Philadelphia. Like, this is not a world-class institution. We have gotten ensconced by this idea of it's Paris. This is a broke museum that is more famous for the building than any of the art in it. Again, I can't do this without sounding like a jerk. I did art history and architecture in college. It is famous for the building. The collection is 4th tier. Look it up. It is the 4th most popular museum in one city.
Thank you.
$5.47, Pat left. 5.48, Robert. No. 5.49, Natalie.
Just a few more comments. There was a mention that, most people didn't actually talk about the abatement itself, that they were talking more about the museum. And so I just wanted to put together a couple comments about that, and just some reflections on how I'm feeling after this whole ordeal tonight. I just want to say that I feel that those who voted for the abatement tonight voted with dollar signs in their eyes, not for their own pockets, obviously, but for the city. It has dawned on me that the notion of owning that white box that everyone keeps calling it, but the notion of owning it as real estate for whatever purpose was too attractive for those of you who voted yes to pass up, despite what the community overwhelmingly wanted. And it finally hit me that you all were so greedy for that piece of real estate that you would have voted yes no matter what was proposed to potentially be there, as long as you could call it an economic driver and couch it as some type of community give back, however dubious or however genuine. But with all of the talk of economic drivers and driving tourism, none of you made any comments about keeping Jersey City affordable for the residents. Nobody addressed my comments that the new attractions in Journal Square will be too expensive for longstanding residents. And none of you responded to concerns that local residents might not even be able to afford to go to the Pompidou Museum. You all voted like economists tonight, prioritizing future tourism revenue from a controversial project and or the promise of a blank slate in an empty box of unfathomable value over what the majority of the community called for. But nobody voted you into office for you all to serve as economists and venture capitalists. We asked you to be here to vote like human beings and neighbors who prioritize the basic needs of people over acquiring prestigious real estate. And maybe it's not a need when the people tell you that on principle, they aren't comfortable with a tax abatement for a filthy rich developer. perhaps that's not a need, it's a principle or a value that the community would like to have respected, but that's important as well. And it's something that you have not respected tonight. And I ask you to reflect on this because I feel that some of you should be truly ashamed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, 5.50, Hatham. I got that right?
Yes, you did. You always do. You do a great job. Good evening, guys. How you guys doing? Hatham El Ghali. I know most of you guys know me. Born and raised in Jersey City. I own an upcoming dispensary on Montgomery Street named Xena. It was formerly known as Medusa. I'm here to talk about Ordinance 24078, which has a couple of changes since the beginning ordinance when we first applied to. There's a section in the ordinance that was changed that says there's no consumption, no cannabis consumption area shall be locally endorsed where the main entry door is located within 200 feet of any school, university, or institute of higher education, playground, or place of worship. Now that language was recently added to include university and institute of higher education, playground, or place of worship. Now, most of you guys know my case. I've been after this, this journey for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days so far. I just passed my building inspections yesterday, and I saw this on the ordinance. I fully built out my consumption area based on my planning board approvals. I know the Cannabis Consumption Lounge and the City Council still didn't give any endorsements out for a consumption area, but I think it's kind of messed up that we would go through this whole journey for 3 years to have the goalpost kind of moved at the end. Now, I've added $20,000 in fire sprinkler systems. I paid the Cannabis Controlled Board a $5,000 escrow 3 years ago. And I did everything the correct way. Again, I think today's meeting is all about fairness and all about doing the right thing and like just being included in the community. A lot of you guys are great about hearing my problems whenever I reach out, so I appreciate that. I just don't know how to approach this situation here as it's the first, so I just wanted to come up here and express my concerns. Maybe it's something as little as changing the language. I am 93 feet away from St. Peter's University's dormitory, not the actual university that they built 2 years. Now, I've been in that store for 8 years, and that's why I kind of born and raised in a neighborhood. And something that you said too, Council President Waterman, is that we need more, extracurricular activities. The Armory saved my life growing up. I got locked up for marijuana right there on Montgomery and Bergen where my store is. And that's why it's a blessing that I could come build something like this, give opportunities to other people, and create a safe space for people like me to kind of grow and to express ourselves. So I appreciate you guys for listening to me. I'll reach out during the week to speak to everybody individually. And yes, hopefully we could come to a certain standstill where it's not hurting anybody, either the students or my business. Again, it's a small business. I put all my money, all my life, I got white hairs when I'm 36 years old. I'm stressed out. Like, I'm just trying to get this going. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hatham.
Well, we tabled it. We tabled it because I know we got your call and we know.
Hatham, look at the white hair I got.
Yeah. Yeah.
31 years.
You got it, Nathan.
5.51, Tammy? No? 5.52, Dallas? I don't know why I'm even saying that name tomorrow. 5.53, Linda?
No.
Left? Okay. 5.54, I know Osbert left. 5.55, Eliza?
Hey, you're a little tall there. All right. Good late evening, Council. Unfortunately, I'm not as kind as Hatham because I didn't get locked up for cannabis. I actually went to war. Not once, not twice, but 4 tours. And I've stood in this chamber and have been awarded for my service from Miss Barbara Walker herself. So I want to say that I am here in reference to this terribly written cannabis ordinance and licensing process throughout this city. First off, it is a nightmare and it is ruining lives. I want to be very, very clear about that. It is also widely contradictory and not equitable. To start, the ordinance stated that the Jersey City Cannabis Control Board is hereby established and shall consist of 5 persons, 3 of whom shall be appointed by the mayor with advice and consent of the council. However, in real life, there is now 4, most times only 3, and you rarely have a quorum. Then to top it off, you have unprofessional board members that do not treat us well. I understand that this is tabled, but this needs to be a discussion because we need to understand what is not correct in these ordinances. Ordinance 21, TAC 053, page 8, section E states that Jersey City encourages and promotes the participation of minorities, women, and disabled-owned veteran businesses in this city for personal use cannabis industry, to start businesses of personal use cannabis industry. Out of the 12 that are open, I think 5 of us fit that bill. There are also only 8 registered veteran-owned businesses in this whole city, just general businesses, despite the population of thousands. And I've personally had to claw my way to the finish line, and thank you to those who have helped me in this situation. I owe a debt of gratitude, especially Yusuf and Solomon. Thank you for coming to my aid. I'm actually not even there. I'm actually running out of money because of the municipal and the state's joint delay. So please understand that I am not putting this only on the city that I love. The state's amendment presented that our consumption areas are to benefit social impact, advancing social equity, statutorily designated target communities, specifically social equity businesses, diversely owned businesses, and impact zones. See, I think we have a self-awareness issue here in Jersey City because we are all those things. Yet we restricted lounges to 1 per ward. Businesses in this city already operate with a minimum square feet. So if my capacity is, say, 30, you're saying that out of 30 people, if that's everybody's situation, then only 180 people can smoke in a safe indoor consumption space at a time? The math is not mathing. Please look at this ordinance and make it make sense so that it aligns with the CRC's mission statement. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.56, Bashkin. Not here. 5.57, Marilyn. Not here. 5.58, Anand. Not here. 5.59, Amanda. 5.60, Vaja. 5.61, Richard. Not here. 5.62, Musab. I don't see him. 5.63, June. Don't see her. And 5.64, who signed up before the meeting, Melissa, is not here. That will conclude our public speakers, and we're going to go right to our petitions and communications. Any questions or comments on items 6.1 through 44? Hearing none. Any questions or comments on office communications 7.1 through 7.5? Hearing none. Any questions or comments on report of directors 8.1 through 8.2? On to our claims and addendums number 1 and number 2. Council members, I'm going to be taking a vote on claims and addendums number 1 and number 2. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Claims and addendums number 1 and number 2 are approved unanimously 9-0. And on to our resolutions. I'm going to be taking one vote. There's only 17, actually 16 because we approved 10.1 earlier. So I'll be taking a vote on items 10.2 through 10.17. Again, 10.2 through 10.17. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Prinzary.
Just super quick, for 10.13 to ACO Tammy Chelsea, who are here tonight representing the Women's Advisory Board. Thank you for working on this. ACO, also thank you for the partnerships that we've had over the years with regard to women's issues. Happy to co-sponsor I for All.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye, but I do have a question. At our next caucus, can Director Shea address some of the camera upgrades? I know we were told originally that there was no AI that was being used. Can we just reiterate that because there was the concern from the public? I do know he said it on record before, but I think it needs to be stated again.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilwoman. Just for the record, these are just to update existing cameras, but we'll make sure that the new technology of AI is not included in the process.
And thank you to the Jersey City Women's Advisory Council for bringing this to our attention. You're absolutely correct that we have come very far, but in some ways not far enough. So we thank you very much for the work, and we know you're working hard. I know.
You. Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye, and moving forward, if we can just have Director Shea here at every caucus meeting.
And Council President Waterman.
First of all, I want to thank the Women Advisory Board for putting this legislation together. Congratulations. I know y'all do a terrific job. Y'all throughout the whole city. Everyone know you guys. So I'm super proud of all that you have accomplished, and I'm looking forward to all that you're going to do. To the BA, I'm concerned about the CCB board. That's not the first time I heard how they treat the residents that come before them. Now, I don't know what we can do based on the council standpoint, but I would like to know what we can do. All right, because I think when anybody comes before a board, because a board is intimidating enough when you stand before them, there should be some level of respect. And so, especially for a board like that, and for minorities that feel like they're not heard, that troublesome to me, because I know they have always been dealt the shorthand of the stick, so to say. And so that's concerning to me. I think we need to find out exactly what's going on there. And if the public's not treated fairly, then maybe somebody need to step down. Okay, we holler and say people need to step down for certain things. Maybe they need to step down on how they treat the public, not just the CCB board, but every board in the city of Jersey City, because these are residents here. So that does concern me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Acknowledge that, Council President. I think the next first step would be for us to meet with Maynard, who kind of oversees the board, and to hear some of these formal complaints and see how we could address them, whether it be removal or ethics violations, or
Right.
whatever mechanisms we have to accomplish that.
Right, okay. And Nathan, we heard you. I got your, voicemail. I know how long you've been working to get your store up and running. That's why, that's part of why we pulled it, because it's not fair for so many of you who've been, going through this process 3 and 4 years, and now we come up with another law and changing it. That's not fair to you guys. That's what I said. So we are looking into that. We should have did it in the very beginning, what should have been, but we didn't want to do it. So this is where we at. And so we want to make sure those who have gone before, they are protected. That's it. They are protected. So with that, I vote aye.
Items 10.1 through 10.17 are approved unanimously, 9-0. And if I can ask for the magic motion to adjourn.
Sean, I just, real quick,
I was getting it.
if we can get a copy of the port side report or whatever, they said the director went down there. No, not the recalculation. The director went down there.
The report from Director Richardson.
Yes, if we can get it, or, okay, do you, how long it should take?
Director Richardson was out, so as soon as he gets back, we'll make sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The illness that he was dealing with.
All right.
Wait, let's wait till 12 o'clock now.
I'm trying to get it before 12. Motion to adjourn at 11:59 PM.
Motion.
Yeah.
Second. Oh.
Who made the motion?
Danny,
Thank you. And seconded by Councilperson Saleh.
I'll take it.
On the motion to adjourn at 11:59 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 11:59 PM. Thank you so much, everyone in attendance and everyone who came to speak and everyone watching at home. Remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Have a great night. Stay safe.
Rest in power, Marcellus Williams.